that in recent years. It's not good.
Wait and see.
So we're hoping that Matt Henry gives them the oomph they need. Bowlers.
Oh, he's a bowler.
Bowl, yes. I hope he's really good. He's usually here for the beginning of the season.
I'm just an Americano. Sure they can say it's nice. Yeah. I thought when you I thought that could say Hello, darling. All right. Good. Are you downstairs at the moment? All right, you've seen me. I'll let you know. I'm going to hold another big one. Anyway, car filled up. Believe it or not, it's still on full. Of course, brilliant drive. Obviously brilliant drive. Stays there for ages.
Over there. Yes. But I think we'll find it upstairs. Sorry? Yes.
No, I need to get it.
From this pillar, basically from this pillar. Elizabeth, not beyond the pillar. Not beyond the pillar. Isaac, not beyond the pillar. Imagine the imaginary line. You need to move down this way. Thank you.
On Well, quite. Okay. Speak to you later. Oh, yes.
It gets their blood proof on
He won't.
What a goal! Italy, our junior, everybody! Ref.
Qualified, so we're playing here. Yeah, we're on the outfit. Sarah, Sophie, can you play next Wednesday? I know, Sarah, you said you can't. I would like you to, Sophie, but don't do it at all.
He's
Like, just that if Sarah and Sophie can't play, it means you will. Is any of the year 8s play? Pardon? Emily? Can you, Sophie, can you ask Emily then, Sophie? Brilliant. And then what dates We leave at recess. And then if you need to go before, you can get picked up before. But I've got to leave before because I've got the year 7
Yeah.
final. Football next Wednesday.
Yeah.
Nothing like a good football warm up before Christmas.
I did that. That's a red card.
Looks like Lucy's up. Looks like Lucy's up.
Oh, look at this. My daddy's my mum's one.
So Wednesday is the end of their on Monday, you're playing cricket against school. Wednesday, you're playing But we need, if Sophie can get Emily to play, that would be good. Who? I can take, to be fair, if Saren can't play, I've got 8. Yeah, I might have to take Elizabeth from the car again. Yeah, who, you say knee? So I can only take 2 more. If Saren can't play, I can only take 2 more. And then we'll fit in the last.
Yes, ask both of them, Sophie.
So what do it last? We'll all have a look. No one's in. So I've just found out. That no one's in the suite next door, so we can sit there. So what we'll do, just before lunch, go back.
Guys, so what? Oh, I can't. So what stuff do we have?
Still
Oh, look. What's that here? We get a lot of Mr. Lucas. Give me an and then let's do you know because we haven't got that. Sorry? I don't know. I think
very good. Yeah, you can sit on the chairs and
Good morning everyone and welcome to the Coopers Associates County Ground. Today's Rothsay County Championship First Division match between Somerset and Sussex. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to the players, committee and supporters of Sussex. We hope you have an enjoyable time with us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Play is due to start at 11 o'clock. There will be a minimum of 96 overs bowled in the day. The lunch interval will take place between 1 and 1:40, and the tea interval will be either 3:40 or when 32 overs remain to be bowled in the day, whichever is the later. Close of play will either be at 6 o'clock or when 96 overs have been bowled, whichever is the later. chew, live and breathe all things
No, I know.
automotive.
What is
They want to make the journey of buying a car, van or motorbike as straightforward as possible and believe the best way to achieve this is to provide an outstanding customer service built on integrity and trust. The Virtue Group was established in 2006 and has recently merged Bristol Street Motors and Macklin Motors into one retail brand, Virtue. Their headquarters are located in Kent. You'll find dealerships spread nationwide, representing over 30 of the world's leading automotive brands. Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been informed the Somerset Cricket Museum is open today, before the start of play and during the lunch and tea breaks. The museum is housed in an impressive 600-year-old stone building and contains many displays about the history of cricket in general and Somerset cricket in particular. It is designed and staffed entirely by Somerset supporters. Admission is free. Voluntary donation towards substantial annual running costs are greatly received. This season there's a much expanded display about women's cricket. It's probably the only permanent large display about women's cricket in this country. Also during the break there is a sale of cricket books in the museum office. There are literally hundreds available, including wisdoms, yearbooks and playfair, all in good condition and at very low prices. Both cash and card payments are accepted. The museum and its office are situated behind the Ondarja building next to the county sports shop. Besides taking Virtue and match sponsor, Somerset County Cricket would like to thank our principal county championship partner, WPA Health Insurance. We are pleased to be working in partnership with our ground naming rights partner, Cooper Associates, to get into the top five. Cooper Associates are award-winning mortgage advisors and financial consultants with their head office based Somerset County Cricket would also like to thank our principal partner for Cooper Associates Group, WPA Health Insurance, Trade Nation, Brown & Brown
Someone just smashed the roof. Come on. Yeah. Somebody just smashed the roof.
Somerset Chair, and Andy Hurry, the Somerset Director Executive, will be bringing members up to date on the latest in the People's Associate County Mayor and answering questions from the floor. The event will take place in the county room, and membership cards will be required to gain entrance to the members' hall.
No, he doesn't.
There's a wide range of food and drink offerings available today. Surplus Coffee House, the Lord Bowden Stand Bar, Great Chicken Chip Bar, and the concession unit at the Marcus Truscothic Academy. Today, a match day carvery is also available from the county room in the Colin Atkinson building.
Oh, Jamie, yeah.
Well, the trouble is, the time you say now, you get over it, and probably that
If it was 10
on
minutes
the floor.
yeah, if it was 10 minutes down the road,
Yeah.
that's an hour and 10 minutes, you know, and it's going 2 or 3 times a week. I am on a 40. Well, in fairness, I'm not. Well, you know my sister on Wednesday.
Yeah.
More than 2 hours.
So the nearest
I bet she was studying eclipse, and lately I had eclipse, but I have to fix it, and I saw quick. My dad got this green skin. You know, when he was a baby, he didn't, you know, and to the scrunch. He don't like to do anything, but he was a baby, not me. But like, my mum and my grandma, when I was a baby,
Morning. Where am I? Oh, okay. Well done. Thank you. Oh, brilliant. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, gosh. And you think, just on the way, at a certain point, it's by the Royal Marine Academy. But anyway, it was just horrendous. And then you think, is there an accident? What's causing it? Eventually, tiny little roadworks. And you think, whatever it is they're doing, seems not working. You know? Stop it immediately. You know? Oh dear. Yeah, good. Serious stuff. I played cricket here once, and it was on that sort of side wicket.
highest point in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that in diversity we are strong. We are dedicated to raising the game. If you witness it, challenge it, call it out. Here at Somerset you can report an issue of concern by alerting the steward or by texting SCCC steward followed by your message to 66 777.
Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for day one of the Rothesay County Championship, where Somerset are taking on Sussex. For those who were here a while back, Somerset completed a magnificent first victory of the season against Essex, an epic game of cricket. They've had a bit of time off and now they are ready to face the battle of the week, which is Sussex. We have some team news to share with you. There we go, there's the Somerset team. It's Archie Vaughan, Tom Lammonby, Tom Abel, Tom Banton, James Rue, Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton, Josh Davey, Miguel Pretorius, Matt Henry and Jack Leach. I'm joined by Harry Everett and Charlie Taylor today to take you through the action. Let's just have a look at the Sussex team, where we have Hughes, Haynes, Clark, Alsop, Coles, Simpson, Hudson Prentice, Carson, McAndrew, Robinson and Hayes, fresh from his loan deal from Nottinghamshire. Played a lot of cricket in the Taunton area, so it'll be interesting to see James Hayes in action. What are your thoughts, Harry?
Yeah, well, interesting McAndrew come back in as well. Sussex have been the sort of underdogs, a surprise package of this start to the Division 1 season. Of course, I was actually at day one of Somerset Sussex at Hove, my first trip to Hove, and Somerset were doing okay until a few wickets fell right at the end of day one. Slightly ruined what was otherwise a decent day by the seaside. And Yeah, John Simpson's been a brilliant leader since he's gone down there from Middlesex. Got a lot of runs, been brilliant with the gloves as always. Jack Carson got 100 last week. He's an off-spinner, touted for England really. Bowls good off-spinners, and now he's showing that he can bat as well. So I think Sussex is one of those sides that you can't underestimate. Finn Hudson-Prentice ran through us at Hove. You think he's not even one of their main strike bowlers. They haven't got Jaden Seals anymore, but they've still got plenty of options in that lineup.
Yeah, looking down the ground at the moment, the pitch looks very similar to the type of pitch that the ground staff here produced for the Essex game. It looks like he's got a live tinge of grass, but as we saw a couple of weeks ago, it produced an epic, excellent game of cricket. Generally here at Taunton, when there's a bit of green grass, it will just help the seam bowlers get a little bit more pace and carry. It's normally a bit of a challenge on the first half of day one. And we know here at Taunton it generally gets better and better to bowl. I might offer some spin. There's a little bit of a dark sort of shade if you're bowling from the river end towards the Marcus Trescothick stand. Something that will obviously interest Jack Leach. A couple of coaches still out on the field deliberating. Heard a few whispers. There might be a slight change to the batting order, but we'll wait to see who will cross the line opening the batting for Somerset. Sussex have won the toss and they have elected to field this morning. It's beautiful sky. I mean, that old phrase of at the toss, look up, not down, I think you definitely want to maybe strap your pads on. It's absolutely perfect here in Taunton. Hardly a cloud in the sky. So we're very much set fair for a tough day's championship cricket.
Yeah, isn't it lovely to have such sunshine in April and May? Can't complain. Pretty warm as well. Matt Henry's come from New Zealand winter to a bit of sunshine and a green top, which you'd like to think will suit him. He'll be delighted to play. Somerset with 5 seamers in the side today.
Yeah, it's been great to see Matt Henry back. Had a bit of injury problems in the winter, but he's fit and raring to go. And another new fit, a fit out of some new stairs. I'm just hoping that they've got a nice grippy surface, because the ones at Bristol that are similar to that have got this corrugated iron, very slippy when you've got your spikes on. But I'm sure we've done it the right way here at Taunton. So the players will now come down from their dressing room, down the stairs and onto the pitch. I was hoping that there'd be some sort of like zip wire type thing, but we've gone for the standard staircase.
The girls were talking about how slippery it was coming down in the spikes on Tuesday.
Okay, the dreaded NCP car park corrugated iron with metal spikes. Could be a interesting conversation for a few batters that are disgruntled getting out.
Exactly.
Stomping up the stairs. You've got to watch yourself. The camera's always on you. The coaches are just leaving the pitch. We've got about 5 minutes before the first ball will be bowled. All the preparation's been done. I was around the ground yesterday. The lads are out in the middle having a nice practice on the ground. So I'm sure they're very excited to get play underway. We've had a bit of time off. Missed out the rota of games. It was Somerset's week without a game, so I'm sure they're all champing at the bit to get out there.
Yeah, everyone is playing back in the County Championship today. No rest rounds in this week. Nottinghamshire, the leaders, are hosting Durham. Yorkshire are playing Surrey in battle of 2 of the pretty big test venues.
Yeah, it's good to see with the league. No one's really got off to the flyer. Nottinghamshire doing well. They've won 3 of their 5 games, but I suppose one of the surprises that Surrey have only managed 1 win, and they're sort of in the middle of the pack. I suppose Worcester are the one team that looks like they've been kind of caught in the dragnet a little bit down at the bottom without a win, but everyone else very, very much bunched up. One good week can see you dramatically move quite a number of spots on the old leaderboard. So all to play for here for this week in this round of games. Got plenty of cricket on this summer, lots of games that are on their way to being sold out, so make sure you stay in touch with the website. We've got a women's ODI, England take on the West Indies. I think that's on is that the 7th of June, Harry?
Yeah, not far away now because the England women's squad start next week. Next Wednesday, I think they start. T20s and 50 over games. So Heather Knight, Charlie Dean, and potentially Danny Gibson, who has been injured yet to play in the Somerset shirt this year.
Already thousands of tickets sold, so it'll be a great day here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. So make sure you bank yourself some tickets and come down and have a great day out while watching England take on the West Indies. The umpires are on their way out into the middle. Haven't quite managed to identify them at this stage, but we'll have a little look on the scorecard. Tom Lungley and former Somerset captain Michael Burns.
Yeah, both wearing their lovely, what do we call them, Panama hats. The appropriate headwear for this weather as the batters come down the new steps.
And we really do have a change of thinking here at Somerset. We have Captain Lewis Gregory and opening/first change bowler Josh Davey are going to open the batting. So there has been a bit of a rejig here at Somerset, as we've spoken about for a number of years. The opening what the word I'm looking for, Harry?
Opening partnership.
The opening
Two
combination
bowlers opening the batting.
has, post Marcus Trescothick, hasn't really ever quite settled. So great opportunity for a couple of Somerset's all-rounders to stamp their name at the top of the order.
So no Archie Vaughan, no Tom Lammerby at the top. They will bat somewhere. I mean, I guess you keep 3, 4, 5 the same. Does Archie Vaughan drop down to 6? It's a very, very different approach, and they're so keen. They're out well before the Sussex fielders.
Yeah, I could easily see something along the lines of Lammerby, Abel, Archie Vaughan. I think that would make sense with Rue, Banton and Rue. So, yeah, it has some depth to it for sure, but you'd have to say this is very much a experiment. And I suppose when your previous experiments have not really come to fruition, it's a worthwhile gamble. We know that Lewis Gregory's been in pretty good form. Josh Davey has shaped up really nicely. Yep. He's got a very, very organised technique. So, and I think, in terms of like his inner speak, he's always backed himself as being a genuine all-rounder, and rightly so.
Yeah, he opened
so
for
now he's got that opportunity to put your money where your mouth is. So wishing the boys luck today as the Sussex team are led out by Captain John Simpson. There's some good bowlers on show here, and what looks to be a wicket that will offer some movement to the seamer, but we'll find out very, very soon.
Well, I guess the one advantage is with Lewis Gregory and Josh Davey being seamers, you think they know what to expect from the pitch, they know what areas they'll be looking at.
Is that a good thing? Well, knowing that it's going to do a bit?
I'm trying to take some positives here. But how often in the top level of professional cricket do you see a completely new opening partnership, never opened together in a pre-season game? These guys didn't play at Exmouth. They might have batted in the nets together fine, but...
Well, normally, I think, even though Lewis is definitely a capable 7, you'd normally see Lewis and Josh Davey bat 8 and 9.
Yeah.
So, yeah, real big jig around, but they've both got really orthodox feet. I think Josh Davey will look to grind a little bit more. I think Lewis Gregory will look to strike the ball. I'm certainly hoping that he will stay sort of true to the way that he plays. So anything loose he'll look to capitalise on. But yeah, massive test for these two.
Is Jack Leach annoyed he's not got the nod? He's open for England.
Well, being left-handed, and he's we know he's famed for being able to dig in, but the two strikers have been given a chance. Ollie Robinson obviously had lots of success for England, and Sussex got a fantastic first-class bowling record. So in terms of acid test, this is hydrochloric.
Well, one of the BBC Sport entries says that there's been a few changes, a few surprises. Well, this is one of the biggest surprises, these two opening the batting. And, well, we've had a false start. Jimmy Anderson, don't forget, is making his return to County Championship cricket. 42 years of age. He's playing for Lancs against Derbyshire today.
Money on a fiver for Jimmy.
They need it. Lancs at the bottom of Division 2. Marcus Harris is a top run scorer in both divisions, and they're still at the bottom. Change of captaincy as well. Keaton Jennings stopping this week.
Here we go then. Robinson to Captain Lewis Gregory. The ball, as you'd expect, in the channel swinging away. Lewis looking to come forward. I think he'll look to impose himself, Lewis Gregory. I think especially as the captain, he'll like to lead from the front. All signs there, even in the first ball, that he's going to play in his usual positive manner. No point, 3 slips waiting, no point, a third man in place. So bar the point, a relatively orthodox field set. Lewis Gregory using his feet, getting out of the crease and just moving that into square leg. Get himself off the mark will certainly settle him down. I'm sure he was part of the think tank that came up with this idea, so yeah, a little bit of added pressure there.
I'm just thinking now, does this mean Lewis Gregory and Josh Davey are going to bowl less? I mean, there are 5 seamers in the Somerset side. You expect Henry and Overton to take the new ball.
Well, if
Mickey
it goes
Pretorius
wrong, Harry, they'll
well.
have plenty of time with their feet up before they have to bowl. But no, I don't think it will change their bowling plan at all. Both of them are more than accustomed. And in fact, if you think about it, where they would normally bat and bowl, you know, you'd normally bat right towards the end of the innings and then have to come straight out and bowl. So in many ways, it might actually make them fresher to bowl. So there are some positives, providing they can get through this new ball period. Said I personally think in terms of footwork and technique, I feel like that's where the Somerset batters over the last year or two have really struggled. They haven't really used their crease, they haven't moved their feet. They look like they were stuck on the crease a lot, and even there, you know, Josh Davey getting a big stride in, full face of the bat. Both technically very capable batters, so high hopes for now. After 4 balls.
After 4 balls. Yeah, the amount of text or YouTube comments and tweets coming in. What's happened in the batting lineup? What's happened? Well, it's not been working particularly well, so they've gone for a radical change at a week off. I mean, there's a pretty positive win just before the week off. Remember that Essex home win here, cracking day 4. We enjoyed commentating on. You say Josh Davey has looked pretty solid at Surrey. At the Oval, he looked solid. Remember, Sean Dixon went down with that finger injury in the first innings. Came out bravely to bat. Lewis Gregory whacked it at the end. The only slight issue with this is Lewis Gregory has been very good at being the aggressor, whether it's 6, 7, 8 or 9. Well, if he gets
when you bat there, Harry, you know, in an innings that goes well, I mean, I batted at 6, 7 for the majority of my career, and you often found that you were either, in a high proportion of games, you were either in early because the opposition have got off to a flyer and you're having to face a relatively new ball with a buoyant bowling attack, or things go really well, someone in the top of your order gets 100 and you face the second new ball after 80 overs anyway. So I don't think these guys will be sort of phased by a new ball at all. It's just that perception of the position you're batting, really. But it was some nice batting there for the first over, so they've shaped up well.
Yeah, just to see a bit of solid. I guess there's been a bit of scramble thinking of the opening batting. There's been some panic shots in the last couple of months, and you go back to last September, there's been running down the wicket, there's been edges, there's been not much calmness, whereas these two, you know, we're only judging off 6 balls, of course, but they've both looked solid and calm.
McAndrew taking the new ball from the river end.
Yeah, good bowler, Nathan McAndrew. That's quite an exciting attack for Sussex. No Jaden Seals, as I mentioned. West Indians not with Sussex anymore, but McAndrew, the Aussie seamer who's done pretty well in the Sheffield Shield in the last couple of seasons. He comes straight in. And, yeah, not a bad seam attack.
Yeah, strong fella, hits the pitch. You know what you get in with these Aussie seamers there. Good competitors. Bash the pitch hard. Great shot there from Josh Davey. Beautiful strike there through mid-wicket. And I have to say, even though it's a real short, small sample pot, the footwork just looks really good from these two so far. Look, Josh Davey really getting out of his crease. Big stride into the ball and a lovely little flick off his pads. 4.
What a shot. I mean, it doesn't matter who you are. If you can whip it off your legs from the opening bowler, the big Aussie quick first ball for 4, then you deserve your spot in the batting. Great shot, Josh Davey, just beating that mid-wicket fielder as well. Yeah, he's not going to get too many of those balls. He's cashed in where he's got the chance. the amount of texts I'm having. What's the batting order coming through?
Well, so far it's already done better than the last few games, but yeah, I think there gets to a point, I suppose, where there's no doubt it's the hardest place to bat. You're really exposed. You're under a lot of pressure. You have a run of low scores, and sometimes it gets to a point where you've got to pull the pin and try someone else. But in a lot of ways, by doing this, it adds a lot of depth to the bowling as well. Providing these two can do a decent job, got that scope to play a very long batting lineup.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, remember, Casey Aldridge not even in this side. Alfie Ogborn and Jake Ball are with Kent. We should mention Kent are playing at Bristol against Gloucestershire. Alfie did play last night down at Exmouth, mind. He's a sort of a Somerset 2s, 1s, white ball side, really. Played against Devon and T20 down at Exmouth last night. And thinking there was Jake Ball playing for Gloucestershire, playing at Gloucestershire for Kent today. Alfie's carrying the drink, so he could bowl his couple of overs last night and get a bat down at Exmouth. Somerset have got such an abundance of options in their bowling ranks that they can go and farm them out on loan.
Yeah, a lot of chat already on the live stream. A couple do sort of spring out. One makes me really, really jealous. Driving across Texas. Interesting move with the lineup, and another one that really does flag up Somerset making a mockery of first-class cricket, playing on this pitch and opening with these two. Or could that be one of those comments that doesn't age well? Let's see.
Well, they're 6 for none, which is better than many games in September. You look at the Somerset opening partnership at Old Trafford, the 2 games last year, they didn't get to 6 for none. You look at this now. Obviously, it's only the second over, but they both look solid and calm. Bit wide from McAndrew to finish the over. The 4 slips, snarling. Very good slippers, we should say. Tom Clark, Tom Haynes, Jack Carson. There's some proper grabbers in that Sussex slip cordon. If you go through some clips over the last couple of weeks, this was absolutely brilliant catches. So Somerset did not want to be edging anywhere near that Sussex slip cordon. So Ollie Robinson sort of out of the England favour, out of the pecking order. Trying to show his fitness, show his back, raring to go, steaming in. Not played much this season, but the new ball, he's still the talisman for Sussex. Stay a little bit low, it looked like. There's Gregory calmly keeping that out. Yeah, 31 years of age now, Ollie Robinson. He did play against Worcestershire. 3 for 66 and 2 for 31 against Worcestershire. 4 for 94 and 0 for 10 against Notts. 2 for 136. He struggled a bit against Surrey before that. Yet to see more than a score of 30 with the bat. That was his most recent innings though against Worcestershire. He was playing in the winter in the Bangladesh T20 out in Abu Dhabi back in November. But has managed 4 first-class appearances across April and May.
Yeah, dangerous bowler when he gets his tail up. Has that knack of nipping the ball around. No great pace, but certainly is one of those high-skilled bowlers that are around the traps these days. So far, so good for the fresh opening pair, Gregory and Davey. Lots of positive movements. Love the way they're coming out of the crease. And I do think that's night and day from what we've been seeing. The rather nervy opening pair that we've had. These two really are using their feet. A little bit of experience between, well, a lot of experience between the two of them as now, which will give them a reasonable chance of success. Look forward to seeing how that unfolds throughout the day. Somerset are 6 without loss at the moment.
thought there was a bit of bad on that.
Back inner thigh pad, I think. That's just nipped away. I think we get a replay there. It's just swung and nipped away and caught Lewis on the back inner thigh pad. A beauty of a delivery.
Yeah, it's too high, isn't it? There's a stifled appeal, I suppose. Bit of excitement that's calmed quickly.
Looks like one of those rare occasions where the ball sneaks through and actually hits the pad. So many times you get hit on the inner thigh pad, it somehow manages to get you right on the flesh.
Look at that bruise from last weekend.
Harry's
Nice green one.
Harry's showing me a bruise at the moment on his little matchstick legs. God, that must be must have been at least 50 mile an hour. That
You'd have
one,
thought
so.
6 days later that would have calmed down a bit, but it's still gone green. I won't show it up to the camera, they don't need to see.
Yeah, it's pre-watershed, pal. Let's keep it clean here.
Stupid, the amount of times you somehow, like, how's my thigh pad not covering that if I just put it in the wrong place?
It's one of the great mysteries. Robinson is finishing off his over and again, smartly played by Josh Davey. Big lunging forward defensive.
Yeah, we've said it for years. Just love the way Josh Davey, particularly off the front foot, the way he lunges forward. It's the stride, I think. That's why people show, you know, they say how he shows his talent. He shows that he can bat properly because he gets that stride and he's positive with his defence. Positive when he leaves the ball. He looks in control.
Well, I think as well, when you make the decision to go forward or back, that you actually make a sizable movement. I think probably one of the best sort of exponents of a forward defensive I played with in my time was Nick Compton, and you know, he got a massive stride in, and really, you know, when he felt like it was a shot that needed a defensive shot, he smothered the ball, and that's kind of what we're seeing. I think you see that a lot from Josh Davey. When he makes a decision to go back or forward, he really commits to the shot, and again, it just negates how much the ball can do when you get your footwork right. McAndrew from the river end. A little bit more
What a take that is.
pace than Ollie Robinson, without doubt, so we'll get some, potentially get some more scoring opportunities, but certainly a dangerous bowler. 4 slips waiting.
Do you think I'm fair in saying that John Simpson could be the best gloveman in the country after Ben Folkes?
Oh, he's very good, isn't he? There's no doubt about it, and I think, you know, certainly the last 5 or 6 seasons as well, his run scoring has gone through the roof as well. He's a very, very fine player, John Simpson.
Brilliant take down the leg side, saving what would have been a harsh 4 byes. Look leg side-ish, another stifled shout, but Andrew getting into his work here. Bit of a loose in the first up. Josh Davey whipped up his pads for 4-3 mid-wicket.
Miles had the leg side, that one. I think if you got a sketch artist to draw an Aussie, I think you'd pretty much draw McAndrew. He's got the tash, he's got the sweatband,
the snarling seamer.
Yeah, he's just got that. He's got that Aussie look, those big broad shoulders. We've done plenty of sea surfing and swimming and all that kind of stuff. Looks a strong unit.
Still the 4 slips in place. Ready to capitalise on any mistake, any little feather outside off stump. No? Gregory and Davey both looking solid enough so far. Talking of Aussie seamers, Dan Worrell's out with a foot injury. And another Aussie, Curtis Patton, is making his debut for Surrey today. Jason Roy is playing. He's batted at 6. Ben Folkes batted ahead of Jason Roy in the last game. Got that big 100 at Edgbaston. A few Aussies around and about the county championship at the moment. But yes, Surrey, Yorkshire, they've not played each other for 3 years. Yorkshire being down in Division 2.
You have to say that this move here, providing it yields something like a partnership, really does. And that is about as good as you'll get from any opening batter on the county circuit. There's been a couple of balls just drifting into the pads of these two, and they have filled their boots. That's a beautiful shot there from Lewis Gregory. Head coming forward, nice positive swing of the bat, and a beautiful shot there. But the knock-on effect, again, I think it's yet to be seen. But if it does yield something like a partnership, you have a look at what it's done to the balance of the team. You've then got, you know, players of the quality of Pretorius and Henry batting at 9 and 10. That's a really, really long batting lineup, because obviously these two at some stage will be able to offer with the ball as well. So, yeah, I mean, it's potentially quite an exciting move that Somerset have done here.
Well, yeah, you could almost say it's funny timing there. Remember, last time out, it's a week off, but the week before that, Somerset beat Essex here, having been 78 for 5. It was that lower order, that tail, wasn't it? James Reed batted magnificently. He had 116, and Craig Overton got to his 50, whacked Simon Harmer for 6 to win it. Chasing 321 with Mickey Pretorius came in right at the end with James Reed getting out, but still had a wicket to spare.
Yeah, that was a brilliant knock. That was the first time for a while that Craig Overton's really stood up with the bat, batted a long period of balls, and yeah, just iced the cake as well. Thanks to WPA Health Insurance for supporting us and everything we do here. Harris Fowler as well. Great partners of Somerset County Cricket Club. But yeah, I mean, I think, you know, there's no doubt that seeing those two names will flag up a lot of comments, and I suppose the algorithm that the coaches and the captain would have played is, you know, you either do what we're doing now, or you have to pick a couple of batters maybe from the second 11 that aren't going to bowl. And I suppose in terms of like moving Archie Vaughan down a little bit, and I know Dixon's got an injury, and Mead, who didn't have a great game against Essex, what are you losing by not going for this? Because I don't know the stats, but what is the average first wicket score when Somerset lose their first wicket, or maybe even 2 wickets? I don't think the numbers would look too flattering at the moment. So I think it's a real free swing at the fence here, and again, it's just that sort of like positive mindset that seems to be throughout English cricket at the moment, to do something bold and brave, and so far it's so good.
Yeah, it's almost the Aussie way, isn't it? Brave and bold. Say, good run in there.
Well, I can remember, you know, this was 15 years ago when
Chris Rogers,
when David Warner, who was a exclusive T20 player, and they threw him into open in a Test match, and you know, 10, 15 years later, he's averaging 47 and scored 20 Test hundreds, and you know, there are, you know, it's just a great opportunity for these two and the club to just play cricket on the front foot. So I like it, and you know, actually, regardless of how this little period plays out, the footwork and the confidence that these two are showing already in their shapes that they're making and their general demeanour at the crease, I think it's chalk and cheese already. So, and again, you know, you have to say you've got, you know, in the case of Archie Vaughan, a very young cricketer learning his game. Can you expect him to play like a 34-year-old who's been around the blocks like Lewis Gregory? No, he needs a little bit more time. So maybe him sliding into the middle order is a real good thing for him at this stage.
That is where he started in the One Day Cup in August. Came in at 6. He was run out, backing up the non-strikers then without facing the ball, remember. Andy Mead played a glorious straight drive and he was run out. Yeah, it's an unfortunate way to start his career, but his chance opening in the county championship and done all right last season, at the end of last season. But go on, you asked for the stats. Archie Vaughan averaging 14, Andy Mead averaging 10, Josh Davey averaging 17.8. This is all the championships so far this season.
Well, let's not include Josh Davey because we're back down the order, but the top, you know, it's a combination of Archie Vaughan, Dixon, and Mead.
Yeah, Dixon averaged 26.
Game, but
he got some runs at Hampshire, didn't he? Hampshire away, he dug in well.
But in terms of one of them, what I'm saying is, there's been an early wicket virtually every game. Nicely played again by Lewis Gregory, smothering that ball, tapping it into the leg side. I think one of the really interesting sort of things that's happened over my time in cricket, 25 years or so now, is second team cricket was ultra competitive, and I have to say, from what I've seen, a far higher standard. You know, staffs were bigger. And what would happen in the case of an Archie Vaughan, for instance, a very talented young cricketer coming in? You know, when I started here at Somerset as a very young teenager, you know, we had guys like Trescothick, Lathwell, Bowler, Richard Harden, lots of seriously experienced cricketers, and what that meant in terms of your own development was that you played a high volume of second team cricket, where to push yourself into the team you had to score hundreds. And I'm not talking about every now and then. I'm talking like you had to churn hundreds out. If you would even have been considered for the first team unless you probably scored 400 or 500 in a season of second team cricket. And the same goes for the bowling as well. You had to take regular fifers, whereas now, you know, a lot of players are picked on talent. If they do score a 70 or 80 in the second team, can you really sort of judge the standard as to what they'll face in the first team? I think it's a pretty easy answer. It's no, as Gregory just tickles that one down the leg side for 4. But what I'm saying is, like, in that sort of development period of a young guy who's sort of sub 20 years of age, he's probably going to have to score a couple of thousand runs over 2 seasons and really start to understand how to play the game and understand your own game before you get exposed to international quality bowlers. What's happening in the modern era is you shape up quite nicely in the nets, off you go. And I think a lot of people come unstuck. It happened to Tom Abel. We know how good Tom Abel is. His first year he was thrown in, and you know he struggled for a year or so, and it's tough for those young guys. Hopefully it hasn't done anything to the confidence in terms of the future, but another beautiful shot through the leg side from Lewis Gregory.
Positive though, he knows it's a short boundary over the leg side. He knows he can get away with whipping that in the air. Not far away from going all the way for 6 actually. He's timed that nicely, just flicking it off his legs. So 8 of the first 11 runs have gone through mid-wicket.
Another comment on the live stream. Why are Davey and Gregory opening? Well, we're 21 without loss.
It's worked a lot better than most innings.
We're on easy street already, Harry.
Yeah. Well, I make that now. 12 of the first 21 runs have been leg side flicks off McAndrew. He's not quite got his radar right.
They've lost a slip already. They've put a man out on that square leg boundary, so already some good crisp shot making Sussex think.
I'll be honest though, I don't
sharply back into Gregory.
I don't think that will phase Lewis Gregory. If he gets a short ball or a full toss or a half volley, especially with a hard new ball and the boundary quite small over the Somerset stand, I think he'll still go with it. You know, if it's a top edge, fine, it might carry straight to the deep man, but he's got that positive mindset.
Yeah, I just think there's, like I said, it's in cricket. Like I think your persona gets set quite early on, and it's very hard to change the public or supporter, sometimes even your coach perception of what you are as a cricketer. You know, as Lewis just edges one, nice piece of bowling there from McAndrew, and right in the middle of waxing lyrical about this particular move. Gregory departs for 15. Somerset 21 for 1. Beautiful delivery there. He's had a couple nipping sharply back in, and that one just on a beautiful line. Lewis, for the first time, rather tentatively offers the bat, and unfortunately offers the outside edge. Good catch there at second slip.
Yeah, Tom Clark with the good hands. I was saying how good Sussex's cordon have been this season. Barely made a mistake. That's a nice height.
One of those dividers in the wickets column. Lewis will be a little bit disappointed there. Just angling in on off stump and maybe fractionally just straight towards the slip. Nice piece of bowling. The first time that Lewis didn't get that good forward stride into the ball, got caught on the crease. Somerset lose their first. Lammonby joining George Davey, who's made his way to 4 off his 13 balls.
No surprise at 3 then. No Jack Leach, no Pretorius, no Overton, nothing rogue. Back to Tom Lammonby. I think 3, 4, 5, 6 even could be normal. It could be Lammonby, Abel, Banton, Roux. I think 3, 4, 5, 6 will probably stay as they have been in most games this season.
Yeah, I don't think, you know, in conversation it was, I think there were certainly 3 batters that you would you just leave alone, really, and that is Lammonby, Abel, and Banton. You know,
Agreed.
both, all three have got good scores, and Rue. Sorry,
And Rue, yeah.
Rue. Four batters that I think any team in the country would be happy with their performance, but like I said, Somerset probably forced into a position where they've had to do something different, and it's not completely worked, but there were signs. Short delivery there from McAndrew, and a few acrobatics in his follow through as well.
He's done quite well there, actually. A bit of a James Bond roll, straight back on his feet, cracking on with it.
Yeah, tuck and roll, tuck and roll.
See, Mark Wood hit the deck quite a lot when he's bowling, whether it's Durham or England or anywhere around the world. He loves hitting the deck.
Yeah, he's a serial slipper, isn't he? But so much force in at the crease.
Yeah. So we're going to see Robinson and McAndrew continue for a little while. No need for Sussex to change anything. Seagulls overhead. We're not a hove, although the noise of the seagulls and the sunshine and the weather might make you think so. Some of the Twitter replies to Gregory and Overton, open the batting, Gregory and Davey, sorry. Say again, lads, April Fool's was last month. Seems a little early for a night watcher. There's been some entertaining comments, but 22 for 1 is better than something in the partnerships. But
yeah, as I said, you sort of play a number of years of first-class cricket, and you get pigeonholed as a certain kind of player, and you know there's always scope for you evolving as a player, whether it be across a winter or being like these two are given an opportunity. I know Josh Davies certainly fancies himself as a batter, and I have no doubt that he sees this as a huge chance to maybe change the script and the way that he's selected. I mean, if he can, you know, we know how good a bowler he is. If he can put a run of scores together at the top of the innings, he makes himself a seriously valuable cricketer for Somerset.
yeah, I think a lot of people would have dropped Josh Davey for this game, bringing Matt Henry in. I think he was the one that people said, oh, Josh Davies better with the new ball, he's better opening the bowling. And if Henry's here, Henry has to open with Overton. And people said, right, fine, so Josh Davey drops out. Case Shouldridge doesn't play, Alfie Ogborn and Jake Ball also don't play. But suddenly, actually, when you take his batting into it, we keep going back to those Middlesex days where he did regularly open the batting. And he's done it a few times in emergencies or night watcher situations or injury situations for Somerset. But yeah, he's, you know, he can be a batter and he can be an all-rounder.
Well, looking, I mean, like I said, it's very much early days. But if he could average something starting with a 3 at the top of the order, he plays every game without question.
Agreed.
You know, if you know most county openers, if they're averaging 30 and above these days, they're doing a pretty good job. And Josh Davies more than capable of that. And that's a real rogue delivery there from.
That's very harsh bias on John
Robinson.
Simpson. There's no way he's getting to that.
That's the in-swinger that's offline. It's kept on swinging, and
someone's gone to leg gully.
John Simpson being Inspector Gadget, he had absolutely no chance of getting that one. The old go-go Gadget arm.
Leg gully literally almost could have dived left-handed and been closer than John Simpson to that.
Thanks, Charlie. I've got one chuckle. Thanks, mate. You're probably just old enough to watch a bit of Inspector Gadget, aren't you, mate?
More swing from Ollie Robinson there. Just more after.
That's where Charlie got his fashion sense from, Harry. He used to wander the streets at night wearing a rain mac.
I am enjoying Charlie's Hawaiian shirt in the sunshine today. He's brought his dad here today, so he's. I wonder if his dad's got the same Hawaiian shirt memo.
He's a colourful character is our Charlie.
Cheerful Charlie. That's very well bowled.
I always find it, well, I think I always start off slightly sort of apprehensive with guys that get up at 4 in the morning and still manage to be cheerful. I always, you know, I think they're a bit of a wrong 'un, do you know what I mean? But, you know, after a few years now knowing Charlie, he's a little ray of sunshine in life, isn't he?
He's got good at his 9 o'clock
What time do you get up in the mornings, Charlie? 4. If my alarm went off every day at 4:15, I'd be the worst bloke on the planet. Even worse than I am now.
Good cricket from Tom Lammonby, just propping forward, nudging that one into the cover gap. What I've noticed here is we might get the camera to go back on the new stairs. There's a new vantage point. Look at that. So rather than watching from the pavilion, you can watch halfway down the steps. A nice chair with your feet up on the railings. I think it's Tom Banton.
Yeah,
not
and not padded up, suggesting that he's going to be batting 6.
Maybe Rue up to 5s. Or he's just very confident in Josh Dave and Tom Lammonby, and he'll wait till the next wicket falls before putting some kit on. But out in the sunshine, bit of a breeze.
I'm assuming have they moved the umpires? Because the umpires' room used to be in the middle of the 2, but I'm assuming if the team have to go sort of through their balcony to get onto the stairs, maybe the umpires' room's moved upstairs.
I've been trying to keep up with the... Yeah, I think the umpires went right above, just where they were before, but higher up on floor 3. I'm trying to keep up with the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. There's been so much change over the winter. The old office has become
Andy Kelly.
Physio room. Sorry, yes, the Andy Kelly, not the Colin Atkinson.
That took a while to feel normal. That when the Colin Atkinson was changed to the lovely event hosting and members' room that is now. That used to be the old, quite dark and sort of gloomy changing rooms.
On that note, I'll bring Cheerful Charlie in, shall we?
Let's do that. 27 for 1 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. 7 overs gone. We've lost new opening batter and captain Lewis Gregory to good delivery from McAndrew and a rare stretch of the arms from Tom Lungley. Or is that Michael? That's Tom Lungley. That's a wide. It's a rare sight in championship cricket. Often get that the Aussie bowlers that come over and just struggle to get control of the Duke ball. He popped some sawdust down earlier, so he might be losing a bit of footing from time to time. Yeah, that's a proper wide, that one. Into the offside. I think about 2. Good running there from Lammonby. Scampers back for 2. Yeah, it can often be slightly difficult. I think the Gregory dismissal was one. He bowled a number of balls sort of down the leg side and then one in the perfect position. And McAndrew's obviously got a ball in him, but he's quite erratic, and sometimes that can be a challenge to face, other than bowlers that you know are going to be hovering around your off stump. You can kind of set your game up, whereas McAndrew seems to be firing the ball all over the place at the moment with the occasional good delivery. Morning, Charlie, how are you?
Yeah, good. That's actually quite difficult to play, isn't it, I imagine? It's the odd good ball, but also you've really got to be on your toes, haven't you, as a batter, waiting for that good ball, but also thinking, how am I going to punish the bad ones? That's a good one from McAndrew.
Yeah, it's just a little bit harder to sort of shape up, especially because he's got that extra pace as well. You know, when you face Ollie Robinson and the like, you know, you always know that your off stump's going to be challenged more often than not, and you can shape your game up to sort of target and zone in on that area, whereas McAndrew's bowled here, there and everywhere, and about 3 beauties as well. So yeah, certainly a challenge. Very nice delivery there, looking to sort of angle it in and move the ball away towards the slips. Very good skill if you've got it as a right-hander against a left-hander. That sort of Broad to Warner kind of shape for those who follow the old Test cricket. I think it's fair to say that Warner was kind of Stuart Broad's bunny, wasn't
Yeah,
he, really?
it was a great series, wasn't it, where he just couldn't get him away.
He's definitely rent-free in his head.
Yeah, it was really funny. And in the end, you can see Warner sort of thinking, I just can't do it. You did that sort of giving up, just like, that's it. Why bother? I can't play him. And left alone again, Lammonby, just getting his foot back in the crease. Not that the keeper's standing up.
I think the first time that really became sort of in the psyche, those matchups was McGrath and Atherton. He just completely had the wood over him. You know, he was just almost mentally shot before he went out. Oh my, here we go again.
It's usually opening bowler, isn't it? Because you end up facing them so much.
Well, I suppose the other one was Darryl Cullinan and Shane Warne. That was another one. That was
true.
It was like a walking wicket for Warne. You can even hear the banter in the field. You know, Gilchrist would come up to the
The thing, a lot of people were walking wickets though for Warney, weren't they?
True.
Very few people really got on top of Warne. At his best, he was one of the all-time greats. All-time greats, and so sadly missed as well. 30 for 1, not a terrible start this for Somerset, who clearly are thinking they would rather have won the toss and they'd rather be in the field, I think. Hence we're seeing sort of player bingo going on with the order. Davey and Gregory opened up today. Actually missed it.
I'd slightly enjoy that if we went upstairs in the dressing room and there was a Tom Bowler sat in the middle of the dressing room.
Number 11!
Pick a number,
off you go,
guys.
Jack. Yeah.
But I think that's, the way that we're talking about it relatively buoyant at, 30 for 1. I think that's how kind of much of an issue it has actually become. We're, we all wish the guys well and we know how good they are from day to day, but to be celebrating in some way, shape or form 30 for 1, I think proves how sort of low the bar had become.
Well, it's 30 for 1, and obviously Gregory is a hugely important part of the batting lineup. But it's not one of your openers who's there to bat, who you've lost at this point. So I can see the reason more behind everything that they've done.
Pick up a 5 for later on in the game.
Exactly. He will have another chance with ball in hand.
Thanks to Virtu for sponsoring us. If you're in the ground and you've got your Virtu earpieces on, hope you're enjoying the coverage. Trying to keep you away from your Sudoku and the cricket from time to time. Looks beautiful over there in the Hildreth stand. We get a number of waves from the Hildreth stand. Are we going to have a Virtu earpiece wave from anyone?
Yeah, there we go.
There's
a few of them going in the Hildreth stand. Morning, chaps.
Good to see the batteries are still charged up.
I bought my dad one of those. He's in today. Hi, Dad. I'm sure he's listening. It's his birthday present.
There's no
Day at the
enough
cricket.
of listening to you on the radio. And
well, I just sat with him during my time off there as well. So he's getting wall to wall. I imagine he's probably very, very quietly and subtly turned it off and put it back in his bag.
So when you go and see him and you break, you're a really good son.
Yeah, great. Really good. What was your favourite bit, Dad? Always a tricky question. We've talked a bit about Davey this season, how he fancies himself as a bit of a batter, because he's come in quite early in some innings, hasn't he? I think he'll be quite enjoying this. Given an opportunity, OK, the ball's going to be moving a lot and doing a fair bit. Sussex very good seam attack, and the pitch obviously pretty helpful to them.
I think at some stage it did change with Lewis, but and very much the same narrative from Josh Davey. They have played a lot of junior cricket in their life, and they just see themselves as genuine all-rounders, and that's absolutely fine. At first class level, one of those skills might get exposed, one might slightly take over, which it obviously has with those two, but they will still see themselves as batters, and you have a look at the way they shape up, and it's hard to argue against that. Josh Davey in particular, he's got a really nice technique. He's got a good temperament. Doesn't seem to get phased. Enjoys the ball. The higher pace bowlers, which is always a great test. So, I certainly hope that he can back up some of the chat that I had to endure from him about how good a batter he was at batting at 10. It's just a massive opportunity for him. Like I said, he is. In the modern game of cricket, when you play so many games in different formats, and he's one of the ones that I think will always be on the tip of the tongue in terms of, right, we've got a Matt Henry coming in, and Josh Davey would probably be, when we're talking about, Overton and Gregory, because they're both, all-rounders and international standard cricketers, and you've got Jake Ball, even though Josh Davey is a quality bowler, he would always be the one that would be easiest to be rotated from time to time, which I know would frustrate him. And I said to Harry there, if he can perform in a capable level at the top of the order, he becomes almost the first name on the team sheet. He really does. So this could be quite a big moment for Josh Davey. He's in his 30s now, but still got plenty more in the tank. And like I said, if he can transition himself into that genuine all-rounder, especially batting in this really challenging position, he's on every team.
Yeah. Well, it's an interesting change. I'm sure you talked about it with Harry, but you've got Henry coming in, so you have to drop someone from your previous game. You don't want to really drop anyone because they've won that game and they've won well against Essex. And the choice is Umid, as your opening batter, comes out to allow Henry, your strike bowler, to come in. It's a really interesting decision that from Somerset, hence why we're seeing a bit of player bingo in the order, seeing a bit of change around. You've dropped your opening bat, so who replaces him on a pitch like this against a good seam attack?
Well, again, it's the perception of it being a bingo, but I think even more so than Lewis, which I don't mind as an option anyway. I really don't see this as a massive, curveball. To be honest, he's a really good player.
It's clearly there's a lot of tactics going involved. So when I'm saying bingo, I think that's more for fans who have no idea now what the order's going to be.
Well, you see the comments. It's like, you even had one, bringing the game into disrepute opening with these two. It's like,
I don't agree with that at all.
It really isn't that. And actually,
it's a tactical
as I
decision.
said to Harry, you look at what it's done to the team. You've got Matt Henry, who's got Test match 50, he's batting at 10. Jack Leach at 11. You've got multiple, 50-run contributors right down the bottom end of your innings. And in terms of the depth and the amount of bowlers that the team carries as well, it's actually quite an exciting looking team.
Yeah, I don't dislike it at all, and I don't agree. A tactical decision when you've got you're looking at batting order. You've got your team that you put in there. You're looking at batting order. You're thinking, what's the sensible decision? Who can bat? Who can legitimately go out there and take the shine off the new ball? That's an opening bat's main job, is to see off the new ball if they can. Well, why not Josh Davey? Why not Lewis Gregory? Two, as we've talked about, two talented batters. Obviously, with Gregory, he's had a good ball. He's put it in a good area. He's fished a little bit outside off stump, but I don't really blame him for it. And he's got out. But bowler's job is to bowl good balls, and that's what they did as well. Oh, he's lucky there.
Well, again, it's the what was the original offering? I mean, I was a couple of older gentlemen that really knew the game and knew their sort of numbers and what was expected. As a batter, regardless of position, this particular coach would always go through the sort of stats and history, maybe even spanning 5-10 years of your career, and he would say things like, 1 in 4 times you bat, you score a 50 plus. Have we swapped out anyone that has got a record that looks like 50 runs every 4 times they bat? The answer is unfortunately no. So again, I think it's a calculated move. Beautiful delivery there from McAndrew. I feel like the lacquer has just come off that Duke ball now, and you're seeing a lot more lateral movement through the air. There's definitely a bit more swing. What do we know? Into the 10th over now. And I think for those who don't know, the leather ball itself is sort of glazed with a clear lacquer that sort of protects the leather to a point. As soon as that sort of cracks off, you can then start to shine the ball and get it smooth. And generally, I think, yes, you can get swing with a new ball, but I think that sort of 10 to 30 over period is when the Duke ball really is at its best for the seamers. So we're just in a bit of a challenging period here as McAndrew's getting the ball to move quite a fair bit at the moment.
Well, this is the 10th over, so I think Somerset will be pretty pleased. Just the 1 wicket down, 31 runs on the board already. Beautiful batting conditions. If you look at the sky, I heard you say it earlier, Pete, about look up, not down. Well, if you're looking up, you're thinking bat today. It's glorious. It's been a beautiful start to the season. Can't remember, well, apart from 2020 when there was no cricket, can't really remember such a nice start to the season. Shot.
A fizzer through the square leg region, and the fielder out there's only had 2 or 3 yards to move and still had to put a dive in the quality of the shot. 10 overs gone, 32 for the loss of Somerset captain Lewis Gregory.
Watched a interesting game of cricket here on Tuesday. Somerset women against Hampshire women. Somerset bowled and fielded really well, including a very strange catch from Sophie Luff, one of our fellow commentators. Caught it against her. It was high. Dropped it out of her 2 hands, which put them together, but managed to bring her right hand down and clamp the ball against her hamstring.
It was disaster to excellence in 0.1
really
seconds.
It's well worth having a look because it was put on social media, well worth seeing that moment. But in the end, Somerset gave away quite a few soft wickets, couldn't get back into the game despite keeping Hampshire to a low score. So
yeah, I think the Somerset
that one.
women's team have started well. I mean, previous to the couple of losses, you know, they were sat second. I know they've dropped a little bit now, but they got a couple of really valuable wins early on in the season, which I think will give them a bit of confidence. I think Amanda Jade Wellington's been exceptional with bat and ball and has got the team over the line a couple of times.
Yeah, she's a really good signing.
Got a change of bowling here.
Here in action today, later on, Exmouth, first T20. County Cup, which is exciting stuff. I did think it was a bit cruel, though. I said it on Tuesday. Durham are the visitors, so what have Somerset done? They've decided they're going to play the home game in Exmouth. Just add on another hour's drive for the Durham team.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, cheers.
Finn Hudson-Prentice coming into the attack, replacing Ollie Robinson. Rarely without a wicket in his first spell. He takes a lot of wickets, Hudson-Prentice. Be a dangerous bowler on his day. Shapes the ball away.
Yeah, really good quality performer. I always like watching Hudson-Prentice. Has he had a haircut? He did have a ponytail for a while, didn't he, Hudson-Prentice?
Yeah, he's one that flags up in my mind as having some sort of rogue looks. So yeah, you
dodgy lids.
You always get drawn to him. He's sporting some sort of mullety type effect at the moment, which is not unusual nowadays, is it?
No.
The old
a lot of it cricket.
The old Aussie boy racer, as Aussies would call it, the bogan haircut.
Yeah, he did have a ponytail. Wasn't imagining it.
What's the English sort of, would be the equivalent of a bogan? Would it be chav or something like that? I think chav's maybe a bit extreme.
Yeah.
The bogans are kind of, you know, those street kids that like racing their cars around.
Yeah, maybe the boy racers, perhaps that's what you'd say. Something along those lines.
Would boy racers nowadays? You know, the ones that zoom up and down my hometown of Weston-super-Mare on the seafront.
Yeah.
Would they sort of slide into the old chav conversation?
They it's adjacent, maybe. I don't know. I've never been a boy racer. My car struggles to get to 70 on the motorway.
Beautiful delivery there from Hudson-Prentice. Definitely offering a bit of swing now. That Duke ball.
I hear you and Stephen Lamb are in that kind of category. From what I hear, Stephen was telling me you challenged him to a bit of a race. Is that right?
Well, I saw it. He was coming off the M5 and he was behind me. And I think when you I suppose you like your cars, I saw him come up behind me and I saw, you know, on his front grille, he's got I saw a GTI, and you always think, oh, there's someone who likes their cars as well. And then I saw the pale blue shirt, the glasses. I was like, there's no way Lammy's going to try and race me or anything. So I gave him a wave,
and then you floored it.
We were only
left
joking.
him in the dust. Gave him some burnt rubber to sniff. Zooming in on the Toneway, obviously at a maximum of 40 miles per hour.
If there's one man that I would imagine has never gone a mile an hour over the limit, it's Stephen Lamb.
Yeah, plays it with a straight bat.
Very much so.
It's Davey on strike, a makeshift opener. Although perhaps we'll get used to it as Somerset followers, maybe.
I'll tell you what, I think the way that he's played that last ball, challenging over there from Hudson-Prentice, that is a beautiful forward defensive. I mean, I can't, speak too highly of what he's done there. He's shaping the ball away. He's bowled a couple of beauties that he's got to play and miss it. His movements there are really, really good. And I think, again, you imagine any other county having a batter out there that's got the capability to play defensive shots like that. I think you wouldn't be worried at all.
Thank you. It's Ollie suggested Rude Boys, maybe?
Rude Boys.
Yeah. Is that what we're getting at? Not quite right, is it?
No, I don't feel right, that. Rude Boys. I'm thinking that Rude Boys are more like drum and bass. And I'm very much out of that scene, Charlie. I went to have my ears lowered earlier on at lovely little hair salon in Taunton, just down St James Street, called Opus. I went in there and now, can I have this shorter, just a nice sensible cut? I mean, words that I never thought that I would say, do you know what I mean? I've got the Ned Flanders trim. I've got to wear glasses now from time to time, and I had the moustache and glasses on, and Mrs T said, "Oh, you look like that bloke off The Simpsons." Oh, cheers, love.
Oakley dokley. you celebrated your anniversary recently, didn't you? Happy anniversary.
Yeah.
How many years is that now?
Got the old silver shoes. Silver, 25.
25, is it? Wow. Congratulations.
We've got matching silver shoes for our little family dinner we had.
Oh, these you're wearing now. Oh, they are sparkly. Look at those.
Shiny, aren't
Go
they?
strictly with those. Your Adidas Sambas. Get them on the screen. Hang on, can you still lift his leg up that high? Here we go.
Look at those beauties.
That is. Oh, they're so shiny, they just look white on the screen. There you are. There's a little treat we weren't expecting today.
What, me pulling my hamstring?
Feet Trigo.
Well, we've had a bit of a history of shoes, haven't we? Photographs.
You've got your
the old Hello Kitty
Hello
shoes.
Kitty, your blue ones. I'm trying to remember. They're Nikes, aren't they? Those ones. They're not, what were they?
Yeah, I think they were.
You still got? No.
Yeah.
They're in your walk-in wardrobe somewhere, aren't they? One wall of shoes. That's just pee.
Yeah, I do have a few pairs of shoes to be fair. McAndrew, who's picked up that wicket, he's looking dangerous. He's just got that sort of magic ball in him. He bowls a decent pace. He's bowled a few sort of gutter balls if you're a 10-pin bowler, but he's followed it up time and time again with some absolute beauties. Just off the pad there through to Simpson.
When you wear those shoes, does it feel like you're wearing nothing at all? Nothing at all. Ned Flanders reference for any Simpsons fans. Thank you to the person who messaged us with that. Thank you.
Yeah, I occasionally have a conversation with Darren Van Ness, former S&C, who's now with the Gujarat Titans.
Oh yeah, I saw him out there.
Him and Josh Butler sent me a picture of themselves, sort of waving, saying hello. So I sent one back, and I got sent back a Ned Flanders gif. So there's obviously something to it, unless Claire and Joss and Daz are conspiring against me.
I need to see you with the glasses on to make my mind up.
Right, second session, I'll put them on.
Better to be Ned Flanders than Homer Simpson. Then. I'm going to pick one of those two.
Never a dull moment in the Simpson household.
They're over ticks by. Somerset survived, 32 for 1. At the moment, it does feel a little bit like survival, but that will change soon as the ball gets a little bit older. So the longer they hang around, better it will be for Somerset as the sun beats down on this fairly green wicket.
Yeah, I've just been sent a message from a friend of mine. There's a lifelong supporter of Somerset who was also coined Ned Flanders, and maybe I've taken inspiration from Eric Cole, who was the secretary of my testimonial year. So maybe in that year, it sort of indoctrinated me into the way of Ned. I'm going to take a photo of me and Eric together later, because I know he's here at the ground, so I'll show you all later what we mean.
A couple of runs added. Just a little clip into the fine leg area. Big drive and a miss from Josh Davey. Looks to the sky.
That looked like a long half volley. The eyes lit up. He's just managed to miss. That's a good ball though. That's just nipped away from Davey. Just needs to reset a little bit. He's played really nicely for his 8 runs. He's been out there 30 balls so far. He's looked solid. He's moved well. It's challenging conditions out there. That Duke ball is just starting to swing and nip around.
Bit of away movement there.
Very nice delivery there from Hudson Prentice. Started his spell in a pretty lively manner. He's got his right elbow quite heavily strapped.
The temporary stand's going to have to be built soon, isn't it? Only a couple of weeks away from the first home game in the T20 season, and I'm sure that stand is sold out because the game itself is. So I imagine that'll be something to watch out for in the coming weeks.
Soon to have a sold-out stand.
Not built yet.
I'm sure that will be up in no time.
Yeah, it'll be fine. They'll whip that up.
Those sort of degree-level Meccano type folk who just knock up that. I suppose it's like scaffolding, isn't it? I suppose.
Yeah.
Presumably the Trade Nation stand again. Everyone dressed in orange, and it's quite lively in there.
It does get, it's a bit of the party stand really. I've got some tickets in there for that double header. Somerset against Surrey women, followed by Somerset against Surrey men, which will be great.
That's definitely
you're in the sun there.
Sun cream and a hat day, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely, slap it on.
Especially if you have a couple of Thatchers as
Well,
well.
That's,
sunstroke city.
Yeah, the other thing is because it's double header, rather than starting at 6:30 if it was just a single men's game, because it's now a double header, it starts at 2:30. So here in the heat of the day. So, take care of that. This is just pushed out to point by Josh Davey, who says no thank you to the run. Doing a good job here, Davey, in an unfamiliar position.
Yeah, he's got through a challenging time. I don't think the challenge is going to slow down anytime soon. I think it's really important that Somerset can just take these Sussex bowlers into their second spell with plenty of wickets still in the bank. That's one of the things that the coaches and the players talk about, you know, in terms of the 4-day game as well. It's not just good for the innings you're in, it also pays dividends in the second innings, you know, get some extra miles in those bowlers, tire them out, keep them out there as long as you can. Another change of bowling here. Clark coming into the attack. Also they've got James Hayes, who's on loan from Nottinghamshire. I've seen a lot of him as a young man. He used to play at Taunton Cricket Club, the Vale, Taunton Vale. He used to play for Taunton Vale, trained a lot with Ben Phillips. Put on a really large amount of pace in a short period of time working with former Somerset player Ben Phillips, who sort of trained him up as an athlete and got him bowling really well, and he's been doing well for Nottinghamshire in parts, and nice to see him get an opportunity to play some games through this loan system. So I'm excited to see him bowl here at Taunton at some stage.
Speaking of loans, double loan signing from Somerset to Kent for this round of fixtures. Jake Ball and Alfie Ogborn both in that game. Oh, that'll be 4. Just enough on it from Lammonby. Hasn't been given as yet runs. Just 2 straight from Clark. Got a few people suggesting maybe Banton opening up the bowling just to keep the the fun going. Don't think we'll see that. I'd be surprised. I've seen Banton bowl a few times and it's usually pretty filthy.
That would be bringing the game into disrepute.
Yes, yeah.
I think I'd have to take a break for that little period of play.
Yeah, I've seen he's bowled the odd over here and there, hasn't he? I'll have a look at his figures in a minute. Not timed by Lammonby. How many first-class overs do you reckon he's bowled? 2, 3? Something like that. No, a few more than that. 11. 4 maidens. It's decent. Shot. That's down the ground. 4 runs there. Might have been the nicest shot. Certainly the nicest straight shot we've seen all day from Somerset. 4 runs to Tom Lammonby. Looks good when a left-hander does that, doesn't it? 42 for 1, the score. Yeah, he's bowled 11 overs for 24 runs, no wickets in first-class cricket. So I'd be surprised if we saw him.
Yeah, I think one of his deliveries in the match went viral, didn't it?
Oh, was it? Well, it just kept
Just go
going
straight
and going.
through to
Wasn't
the
it?
keeper on the floor.
On the floor, was it?
Wasn't pretty.
Who was it? There was one, wasn't it? Which just sort of sent it into space. Can't remember who that was.
I think that probably wasn't.
It's him as well.
Stick to churning out the runs. Hasn't quite kicked on from the 371 in the last few games, so I'm sure he's hungry for another performance.
His average is looking all right.
Yeah, well, that will definitely help you, the old average of 371. But, you know, a little bit of confidence. He's been named in the ODI side. And so he'll certainly have a bit of feel-good factor about it for Tom Banton, as we see a couple of patrons up there in the
Let's take a look at this one. How close was this to the fielder? Ooh, not far away. Not far away, just dropping short.
genuine edge there, but played with soft hands from Tom Lammonby. Hudson Prentice has been a threat. He's looked a threat since he started his spell. It's his third over now, and he's been right on the money. A couple of playing misses already, so massive test here for Somerset's new opening batter, Josh Davey. Right in behind them.
It's a cracking day here. Yeah, it was a little bit chilly, but in the sunshine, absolutely beautiful. We've been very lucky. I know we've been hearing a few stories about shortages of water and the way things are going. But at the moment, as far as cricket goes, it's been great, hasn't it?
Do you think it's the sort of like the psychology of the British person, or is it actually a thing that this country seems to either be flooding or in drought and there's nothing in between?
There's never perfect weather.
Like weather warning one way or the other and a hosepipe ban. It's just it's crazy place.
It doesn't feel very long ago we were getting absolutely soaked. Absolutely soaked. I'll have a look back. I can generally see what the weather was like when I look back at my cycling stats. And if I didn't get much cycling done in a month, it was probably because it was absolutely tipping down with rain all month. And when I look back and I've done loads more, I think, wow, I was fit that month. No, it's not generally to do with that. It's just because it's dry. Literally as simple as that. It shouldn't affect my cycling as much to just go out in the rain, but it is off-putting. It can't be quite the same. Planning on cycling here tomorrow morning from home. It's about 20 miles. That'd be nice. Good start to the day, hopefully. Should be a day like this, I think.
Make sure you bring in a can of deodorant.
Well, luckily enough for you guys, I will be having a shower between cycling here and starting the commentary, so I'll be fresher than ever.
Very conscientious, right?
Yeah, when you're sharing a commentary box where the air's been pumped around, it's a small area.
Well, unless of course you've got that non-sweating condition that one of our royals has, you know, that could be a thing as well.
Doesn't Alistair Cook have that as well? He says he doesn't sweat, doesn't he? That was the big thing he said.
It's too cool, isn't he?
Good ball, good lead. Can't really imagine how, you know, on those days where he was out batting in the heat of Australia or India, how he didn't sweat. That's what he said.
That feels like fake news, that to me.
I swear he said it once. I'll have a look. He's an Alistair, isn't he? Alistair Cook.
Can you do your Google search, I don't sweat, and see what comes up?
Alistair Cook's sweat is what I've Googled. I'm worried here about what's going to come up.
Yeah, you can purchase a vial of it or something. Well, while we wait for that hot off the press,
Here we are. Turning up the heat is no sweat for England opener Alistair Cook. He revealed the secret to batting for an entire day in the searing Adelaide heat is that he doesn't sweat. He finished unbeaten on day 2. I can't easily see which test this was, presumably 2010. Unbeaten on 136.
He was a genetically engineered test match opener.
Yeah, exactly. I'm quite lucky. I don't really sweat that much, was his quote.
See, he's already backtracking.
Yeah,
don't sweat
that much. Yeah. This was the 4th of December 2010, that brilliant series where England were dominant in Australia.
He's opened up a grey area there.
Yeah.
As I've started with that, or finished with that bombshell for my first little stint, I'll catch up with you guys later, and I'm going to go and have a little wander around the ground and enjoy some of this sunshine. Harry Everett's going to come in and join you, Charlie.
Well, thanks for leaving us with that, Pete. That's really lovely. Well, yeah, I guess I brought it up really, didn't I? Thanks, Pete Trigo, alongside me, Charlie Taylor and Harry Everett, who's coming in shortly. Harry, who was here on Tuesday with me, watching the women's side play, and disappointingly lose to Hampshire. But some good cricket, some strange dismissals, weren't there, in that match? Some weird ones. But,
what an innings from Sophie Love. She just said no one stayed with her.
Yeah, 70. Was it 70 exactly? Yeah, no one stayed with her. Anyway, here today, Somerset have survived 15 overs with just the loss of 1 wicket, which I think when they started, obviously the decision to who to play at the top of the order is based on the fact they think it's going to be hard to bat. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And so I think they'll be pleased. If you'd said to them, OK, you've been forced to bat, but you're only going to lose 1 wicket in the first 15 overs, I think they probably would have taken that, Harry.
Yep, 100%. And you think, I'm trying to make a green pitch on day 1 here to save, well, to save 9 wickets in the shed, you know, you say an hour in, especially with Robinson and McAndrew, a decent seam bowling attack.
Yeah,
I think Somerset, you say, won the first hour. Pitch does flatten out here, as we know from previous matches.
Have you noticed, Harry, how the little advert pamphlets that they give out to try and get people to buy their earpieces?
Don't mention our
the
name.
The 3 people that they use, the 3 commentators they use to sell them, rightly so, are Sophie Love, Vic Marks and Peter Trigo.
As much as we say rightly so, we do need to ask graphic designer Alan to add us 2 on that list, surely.
No sign of Charlie Taylor, Harry Everett, Stephen Lamb on there. Just point that out. We're not the.
No. Surely there's enough space for an
extra
circle with us.
Shot off his pads here for a single.
Especially the haircut. Sophie Love will not be happy with the picture of her hair.
What are you trying to say,
10
Harry?
years ago. That's her old Somerset lady shirt as well.
Yeah,
that's the wrong sponsor, the wrong kit. Pete's in his Metrobank One Day Cup.
I was going to say, Pete hasn't played for Somerset for a long time because he played for Nottinghamshire before he retired. And if they had a picture of Vic in his kit, that really would be going back.
That would be cool, though. I think we'd allow that.
43 for 1 is a promising start from Somerset, who have played around with the order. If you're just joining us, you're thinking, what on earth? Have they got a night watcher in? No, Davey opened the batting. And he's doing all right. There he is again. Just defending that one. Beautiful day. Now, the Lordy in Botham stand is back open after a few plumbing issues. Have we got anyone with earpieces in the Ian Botham stand? Give us a wave if you're in there listening.
Oh, not as popular. Oh, one little wave, yeah. The front, yeah, the middle, yeah. There's some waves.
Got a few waves in the Ian Botham stand. Got to say, the Ian Botham stand is not facing the right way for this particular pitch that we're playing on today, is it? So that one is just gloved, I think, into the leg side. The Ian Botham stand is perfect for the pitches at the other end of the square.
Well, we have been most of the season.
Which is
this is the furthest left I can remember us being so far.
Well, furthest right if you're in the Ian Botham stand, yeah. But because of the river, it's sort of at the wrong angle, and so it points. So are your necks all right over there? I'm worried about people's neck. They're going to get crick necks.
Well, have they got their earpiece on their right ear? Is it weighing them back? Is the earpiece helping them?
Sort of helps them out, evens them out.
Point right.
Yeah, maybe. That'll be just shoving the bat on top of that one. No run.
How long before we see Jack Carson? Will it be the obligatory over before lunch, or will it be sooner?
I think it's a very good point, because we saw in the Essex game, now it's a different pitch completely, but we saw in the Essex game spin was used an awful lot, actually. A lot of harm, a lot of leach, as you might expect. So how long before they start to get twitchy on that front? We've had, what, an hour and 10 minutes now of seam, and okay, there's been one success, obviously, but it hasn't done loads.
No, the green look
hooping around, is it?
I think it's misleading, you know. People see all green and think, oh, that's going to do a bit. But actually it turned, didn't it, that Essex game? Jack Leach got a bit of turn, Simon Harmer got a bit of turn. I think we'll see a little bit of turn. Finland's Apprentice has that long run up. Yeah, definitely got a different hairstyle. Definitely compared to, I remember his Derbyshire days coming down and playing there in the One Day Cup. Looked completely different.
Yeah.
Long run up for a bit of medium pace. What a lovely shot that is. Good bit of fielding.
Yeah, great fielding.
Around the grounds, Worcestershire have lost their big Kiwi overseas. Henry Nichols, the many test cap. Out.
Spotted Triggs on the camera walking around.
He's quick, isn't he? Down the stairs.
Yeah.
Quickly.
Oh yeah. He still keeps care of himself, doesn't he, Trigo? He's got a home gym, isn't he?
Yeah.
apprentice in. Big drive from Josh Davey. But
Almost tried to overhit that.
yeah, he didn't need it probably.
Time it. Very good timer of the ball. Yeah, Lancashire lost a couple of early wickets. Marcus Harris, the top run scorer in the competition, digging him out of a hole.
Is Jimmy playing? I saw he's
Yes,
in the squad. He is
yeah.
playing. I assumed he would be.
Keaton
That's
Jennings
great.
not skipper. Remember, he will still
Yes.
skip the T20 Blast
So is
side,
it
but-
Harris now skipping
Yeah,
in
interim
Lancashire?
county
Right,
championship
yeah.
skipper.
All is not well at Lancashire, you get the impression.
No.
Propping up the entire country on the table.
Public apology they made, didn't they, to the fans for their start to the season this week.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, Chilton came out to apologise.
Thank you, Jonathan, on the stream. He says, how long before we see Will Smead play? He was playing last night in the friendly match, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Exmouth, I
15
saw.
off 7, I think it was.
I mean, we'll definitely see a lot of him in the T20 season.
Yeah, they expect him to open the batting against Surrey with Tom Banton.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Double header.
But he is available for red ball cricket.
Yeah.
So,
Such a
and
point,
that, you know,
I'm not sure where he sits in the ranks of
Tough.
Finn Hill, Thomas Rue. There's so many options. I mean, Goldsworthy, you think, is probably ahead of those guys we've just named. You think Goldsworthy's the next one to come in if there's an injury. TKC, of course, when he comes back, could play the odd championship game.
they're all quite, it's interesting, they're all quite different players there. Goldsworthy and TKC are pretty far apart on the batting spectrum, aren't they?
Yeah.
When it comes to red ball cricket. So options for Somerset. And just because you're you know, a dead set white ball player obviously doesn't get you in this red ball squad. You've got to really prove that you are a red ball player, which is what Banton's done. Banton's done that really well. Okay, he hasn't had tons of runs since he scored that mammoth 371, but he works super hard at his red ball game. You can see the hard work going into it and paying off.
It's been interesting. Smead's been batting as low as 5 for Bridgewater. So he's playing his club cricket. He got to open last night at Exmouth on a club ground in T20. That's different. But when he's playing 50 overs Saturday Whipple cricket, he's been batting as low as 5. Lintop's been opening the batting. You know, one game he didn't even bat, wasn't needed. And then if he were to come into this county championship game, I'm not quite sure where Will Smead would bat. But then Archie Vaughan was a middle order player when he first came in. Then he's been an opener for the last few months. Now he's back in the middle order again today. They're batters at the end of the day. A lot of them are fairly flexible.
Visited Sussex in September, briefly. On the way back from a holiday in Kent.
He was playing.
No, it wasn't cricket.
Oh, Charlie.
Called in at Battle Abbey.
Oh.
Very, very nice indeed. Did a little bit of cycling around Battle and then went into the
Very
Abbey.
nice. I was asked
Very
to play
nice.
at Arundel on Tuesday.
Oh, that's lovely.
A long way to go. I did drive through it the other week. I went to day one of the Somerset Sussex game. 250-run win for the home side.
Yes, it was wasn't a fantastic performance, was it, from Somerset, from what I remember? Seem to remember Hudson Prent. I'll have a quick look in a minute. I mean, it wasn't that long ago, but he ripped through Somerset.
Yeah, I got my scorecard. You can use my handwritten scorecard somewhere. My little pile of notes, if you like. I think Sean Hunt got one
Yes, he did,
the left armour. He's not played much since. Had a few injuries. Well, that's a wild. Well, sounds harsh, but it was there to go. But Lambie swung so hard at that. If he does connect, he's probably over 2 slips.
Yeah.
Gone for 4, but Clark coming round the wicket to Lambie has got him excited there.
Doesn't look great when you miss it, does it? Well, it looks lovely shot, lovely fluid.
Yeah, I guess
shot
there's only
if you
one
hit
man
it.
in the covers, so
Yeah, you
you're
take
pretty
the risk.
unlucky.
It's a
to get that
calculated
one.
risk, isn't it?
Yeah.
Happy to leave that one.
That's the area Clark wants. One of the many Toms on display today against another Tom.
It's 6 in the in that game we were just talking about. Hove 6 again here, isn't it? Yeah.
Clark, Allsop, Haynes, I'd say. Lammonby, Banton, Abel.
6 Toms in one match. Out of 22, 6 of them having the same.
And a lot.
All of them known as Tom as well.
And if
they're
it
probably all
wasn't
called
for the
Thomas.
England selections, you'd have thought Thomas Rue might have played, because we thought James was going to be with the England squad for Zimbabwe.
It could have been 7.
Yeah. Although I would say he's a Thomas. But then equally, we then could have had a Josh Thomas, could maybe have gone. Not sure that quite counts. But George Thomas, of course, at Sussex. Haven't seen him around. I don't know if he's on 12th as duties. I did hear a rumour that Roland. Actually, yeah, you spoke to Roland van der Merwe. He was meant to be around for this game.
Yes,
I haven't seen
he
Roland.
was expecting to come for this match, but I haven't seen him yet. But then, obviously, it's a 4-day match, so maybe today's not the day. But yeah, he did say to me he was planning on coming up from South Africa for this match. big drive. It's this good little spell is from Tom Clark. Really struggling to get anything on it. Yeah, just getting a lovely little bit of nip off the pitch, I think. Ooh, yeah. A few playing misses in this over from Lamb. 4 dot balls so far. Mind you, if he connects with one, he is looking to hit, isn't he?
He's going to travel.
And that one he's not looking to hit. Might have to watch that one sail past. Ron van der Merwe is playing for the Netherlands at the moment. Well, that maybe is why.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because he's in. Yeah, they're playing. They start at 10 o'clock this morning
against Scotland.
Yeah, so I wondered if he might come in this
Scotland
evening.
Going well.
Yeah, they started at 10
216
because
for 2.
They're an hour ahead, are they?
Yeah.
Michael Leask, of course, former Somerset man as well.
Also, I suppose, Roland van der Merwe on the leg side, giving us a no ball there. Very stepped, I guess.
Of course, no Hamid. Hamid's not suddenly gone and played for Scotland because he's not playing in this game. Josh Davey, 2 potential Scotland openers.
Well, also for Roland van der Merwe, a big thing. I know he would certainly agree with this, that he wanted to come back to Europe for the Eurovision Song Contest tomorrow. So I'm sure that was a big part of his thinking.
Is he the morning watchman is the latest text I've got regarding Josh Davey.
Oh, that's a horrible looking shot, that, from Tom Lammonby. Sort of half-hearted pull shot, which he's just hit straight to the ground, really. Another over survived for this Somerset pair. 46 for 1. Davey is on 8. And Lammonby is there on 13. And Davey, well, I guess no one's expecting him to hit 100 at the top of the order, but what they do want is him to hang around, which is exactly what he's doing. He's faced 48 deliveries now with a new ball. That's pretty much what he's there for. I
blunted the attack. Yeah, agreed.
Harry. And you've got players like Archie Vaughan still intact who can come in and hopefully the idea is play when the ball's doing a bit less.
Yeah, no, I just had a touch from Dave Roberts, actually. He does a lot of the Somerset pathway coaching in Taunton School. Former Western Storm coach as well. And he said, yeah, he just got back Vaughan. He's an opener in Red Bull cricket. A young lad learning what pro cricket's all about.
Yeah, absolutely.
We are going to see spin. Could have been Carson, could have been Coles. Carson's the premier spinner, the right arm spinner, Carson. My only thought is it might be, you might want Coles bowling to the right hander, taking it away, and you might want Carson bowling to the left hander, but with right left hand you go to your main
it's
spinner.
Hard, isn't it? And if you get you get a single off the first ball and then suddenly the matchup doesn't really work. So
quite a spread field though for his first ball hit. Josh Davey plays it comfortably, but that deep cover, deep square leg who's understandably 20 off, that's probably the biggest boundary you're going to get to one side at Taunton in the championship game. A little bit further over west of the ground towards Taunton town centre, the wicket we're playing on today. McAndrew's lurking at sort of a halfway at mid-on. Oh, Josh Davies gone down the track and whacked it for 4. I did not expect that.
Lovely shot.
We were just talking about him not chewing up, but just seeing off the new ball. And he's not yet for double figures. And just over an hour into the day's play. And he decided, second ball spin, I'm going to shimmy down and whack him over mid-on. I'm not just there as a morning watcher. Is that someone on the effects mic you're saying bless you?
Someone on the balcony below us.
I'm not sure he's got his earpiece in, so he's not got that, bless you. Well, McAndrew is even more lurking halfway no man's land now. But Josh Davey played that wider of him. He then gets a short ball that he tickles straight to 45. Either side of it, no, might go for 4, at least 2 or 3. Sort of predicted that to Josh Davey. You can tell Carson's going to bowl a little bit quicker, a little bit flatter that next ball. Angry at the running down and whacking for 4. I do like Jack Carson though. I really rate him as a bowler and a batter. Saw his 100 last game. Exciting talent for England. Good dive, one-handed. I don't think there was definitely any bat in that.
I don't think so.
Stifled, we'd say. They get excited and want to catch it. Very open start, Josh Davey. Look at this replay. And then he steps across.
Yeah, it's mad. No catching chance. How much turn is there? It's turning a bit, I think. That one will go all the way. I'm not sure it'll go all the way. No.
Good bit of fielding.
Yeah. Throw back in quickly, but 2 extra runs added to the total. 52 for 1. Good partnership now. 31 runs between Lammonby and Davey.
Davey now ahead of Lammonby in the individual scores. Not particularly relevant.
I did give it runs. I thought that was
Right, that's nicely played. That looks more controlled, more calm, composed from Josh Davey.
Well, he's flying now. He's on 15. Started the over on 8. Likes a bit of spin.
Well, I think Josh Davey was put in the side to play the seamers, but he's done that job, and now he's going to take more spin when he can. Little tickle, maybe.
Is that the?
That was the catching chance. He didn't actually catch it.
Yeah, no,
didn't actually get there at short leg.
I think it's a good decision from the umpire that's come off.
Well, there wasn't a decision to make. To be fair.
Well, in the
there
end,
wasn't a run or a
catch.
So.
It was close.
I think Pepper's back on the field. Busy weekend for him. Not able to play for Dean against himself tomorrow. She's busy for the Sussex game, but does love his cricket, doesn't he, Pepper? It's good to have a groundsman that plays. I like that. I always think if your head groundsman's a player as well, they're invested in the game. He goes and helps club cricketers. He has groundspeople from all over the southwest come and talk to him. He gives them advice.
Is he local lad?
No, he's from up north, but been living here for a little while.
3 slips in place. We're going to see Robinson. That's left. Robinson, who's had a bit of a break since his opening spell, is back on now. Wicketless in his opening spell. Can be a real handful, Ollie Robinson, as test teams know around the world. Not to be confused with the Ollie Robinson wicketkeeper, who shares the same birthday. It's incredible.
I know, that is mental.
2 on England's sort of eye line, I guess. Ollie Robinson, the keeper. Has he been called up?
He went to New Zealand, do you remember, when Jordan Cox got injured the first time, and then they didn't play him because Ollie Pope did okay and Jacob Bethel did okay with the bat, so they kept Pope with the gloves.
So he's had an England call-up, Ollie Robinson. The other one, obviously,
went all the way to New Zealand for one test and didn't play.
Yeah, that's a long way to go. Both called Ollie Robinson, both sharing the same birthday. Are they the same age, or have they just got the same birthday?
No. I think Ollie Robb of Sussex is a bit older.
Your laptop looks like it's been fished out of a canal.
Yeah, it's not far off, actually.
What?
I made the mistake.
So
Commentary Cam stitched me up the other day, I must admit. I was commentating on Tuesday, wasn't it, Sussex and Colleton Grammar School, who I do a little bit of cover teaching for.
Oh, yeah.
They were here and they saw on comms cam that I was using my school laptop. And they said, "Oh, Harry, we've got 2 new cover teachers coming in, actually, because I'm doing so much cricket at the moment. I'm not there as much as they want me to be.
Can we have our laptop
So
back,
they said, "Can we have my
please?"
laptop back, please?" So I've had to go fishing through my old laptops pile. This is my.
How many old laptops have you got?
Well, I've got one of my brother's
And why
third
do you
hand-me-downs.
keep them in a canal? It just looks horrendous. I'm surprised you can still use it. It's just edged nicely. Past the slips, they'll think about 2. Yeah, they're going to come back for it.
I think you'll find the reason why that's gone short of the slips, if you look at Tom Lammonby's stance, he's a foot out of his crease. So we talked about this earlier on comms, but because he's out of his crease, any edges then, well, if he's a foot out of his crease, the ball might fall a foot short. It's not always quite as simple as that. He still plays with soft hands, but he also knows that Ollie Robinson is into a second spell. He's not as quick as he used to be. The pitch isn't rapid, it's not rock hard, it's not flying through. So he can get there.
Yeah, look how far he is out. Yeah.
He can get to the pitch of the ball, and if he does edge it, it's not going to be swallowed up by the prolific Sussex slip cordon. You want to see a stat or a percentage of catches. I reckon they've got to be the most efficient slip cordon of the county championship season so far. Can't remember seeing a single Sussex drop. Of course there must have been, but they've taken some absolute worldies in that. Particularly the Toms. There's normally a Haynes and a Clark and also.
Born in Margate, this Ollie Robinson.
We do get some random requests in there. We shouldn't show any allegiance to any particular schools, but Taunton School do sponsor us, and Tom Abel, of course, was a Taunton School boy. So we'll allow this one from Rachel Bone. Can we wish Taunton School Prep, well, Taunton Prep School, I guess they mean, first 11, the best of luck in the second round of the National Cup?
Yeah, I mean, we can wish good luck to him.
I suppose many teams, yeah.
They have to sponsor us to get a good luck message.
But I was just thinking, how many teams do we wish good luck to? If every team playing tomorrow wants a good luck message.
Yeah.
Well, I was reading the other day actually about state school competitions that are coming, which I think are absolutely brilliant. It's going to be, I think next year they're going to start a state school national cup, which would be brilliant. So they have the opportunity to play all over the country and play the final at Lords. Anyhow, Jack Carson's continuing from the just Gothic Pavilion end. Josh Davey reverse sweep for 4. What a shot. What can Josh Davey not do? The chat all morning, Josh Davies trending all over the Southwest on social media and the YouTube chat as a night watcher is here. Well, someone's calling him a knocker-upper now. Well, he's now a reverse sweeper off one of the best spinners in the country. So,
and he's nailed it.
Absolutely nailed it. Clip that shot up. Anyone doubting why he's an opener?
Yeah.
He's got it all, is Josh Davey, a modern player.
I do like that defensive shot as well. He gets really well forward, doesn't he? He's a textbook player there. They're just showing on the big screens here, the reverse sweep. What a shot.
Well, where's Carson going to go here? He's not really settled here. Josh Davies pumped him over mid-wicket. Now he's reverse swept him. Good stride in. That defensive prod. That push. I think we're going to have to ignore any more questions about the openers. We've discussed it for the majority of the hour and 45 minutes we've been on comms so far.
Yeah, it's obviously a big talking point, but
rewind to the start and you'll
so
get the full
much we could talk about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's obviously. Well, I was going to say had a bit of fun. I don't want to. It's not a trivial. Yeah, this is a tactical, proper decision to try and win a game of cricket. But for us, it's like, well, where does everyone else fit in? Do you just go down the normal order now, or do you?
You don't want to move too many people, so yeah.
Keep it the same, I guess. So what do we do then? Is it Archie Vaughan in next?
No, I think he'll be able.
So then that's not the normal running order. So where does Vaughan go? You know, it's.
I think you just move Vaughan down.
Vaughan
might be as low as 7.
Yeah.
Because Vaughan and Gregory swap was what my way of it. So 3, 4, 5, 6 aren't moved.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be. We did see that Banton was in non-white clothes, so it might be that they've decided that Vaughan can go at 5. But your guess is as good as mine. As Carson is now going to bowl to the left-hander, not bowled much at Tom Lammerby so far. I hope Scotland are watching. I've enjoyed that comment. Well, I would have thought Scotland fans should be watching the Scotland game happening as we speak.
I doubt Scotland are watching this.
It's a Scotland analyst got Somerset on their second screen to check in on Josh Davey or potentially Andy Mead. Or maybe Roloff is watching the Sussex game when he's not, you know.
Well, he's in the field.
He's in the field at the moment, but that's what I'm saying. When he come into bat, will he have it on later
on? Notts 104 for 1 against Durham. Yorkshire 59 for 1 against Surrey at the Oval. Hampshire 56 for 1 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Worcestershire 54 for 2 against Essex at New Road. Northants 78 for 1 against Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens. Kent 59 for 3 against Gloucestershire and Bristol. Lancs 48 for 2 at Old Trafford against Derbyshire, and Middlesex recovering nicely there, 56 for 3. They were at one point 19 for 3 against Leicestershire at Lords.
Ollie Robinson's not looking as quick as you've seen in recent spells.
Yeah.
So on the stream, I'm watching him bowl. Back at Hove, coming down the hill, probably helps him garner a bit of pace.
Yeah, it doesn't look quite as potent as he has done when he was playing for England. Not all that long ago, really.
No, him and Craig Overton were sort of dubbed as 2 going for the same spot. Similar height, similar bounce, similar technique. And sort of one or the other. Craig Overton got Steve Smith, don't forget, for his first Test wicket. Played in the Ashes, of course. He had a similar record in county cricket when they first called up, but Ollie Robinson's probably had more injuries than Craig Overton in recent years.
Over a bit of tendinitis, didn't they? Not that long ago last season, is that? He is playing in this match, which is good news for Somerset because we know that stat which was doing the rounds a little while ago. Shot. Lovely. The way he plays, it leans back. It looks so fluid. He hasn't timed it perfectly, but it's such a big gap. It will just reach the boundary. And Lammerby making use of a shorter delivery from Ollie Robinson. He moves to 20 and Somerset 66 for 1.
Yeah, people have talked about Tom Lumley having a weakness against the short ball, but he's played that pretty well. There's such a big gap there as a long boundary.
He made it look like he had plenty of time, which it wasn't the quickest short ball you'll ever see, but when you see a batter look like they've got lots of time, it tends to mean they're pretty comfortable seeing it well. How does Robinson respond after that 4? Much fuller. Much fuller. Robinson's not happy with something here.
He's probably not happy being pulled for 4, is he?
Well, he wouldn't be happy about that, but he instantly turned to look back at the umpire there. I don't know what that issue would be. It looks like he's still having a few words. Who's that there? Is that Mike Burns?
Yeah, Burns and Tom Lungley, the 2 umpires standing today.
Attempted pull shot again and not getting it, more of a hook shot really. Down the leg side. There's a few people enjoying that space where that temporary stand will be built in the next week or so.
It's a nice place to stand and watch, actually.
Yeah.
It's more popular at the end of the day when people are drifting towards the train station and, you know, I've got people with bags for the last 2 hours a day on their way home.
Poised by the exit. It's the Viv Richards gate, isn't it, down there?
Good crowd here today, I'd say.
Yeah. Yeah. My dad's in.
How many shouts is your dad going to get that's going to be ignored because he's not listening on his earpiece?
He's had 2 so far. He texted me after the last one.
Oh, you missed the shout out I gave him while you were down talking to him. You obviously didn't have an earpiece in while you were with him.
No.
How rude of you.
He is in because I bought him a ticket, member for the day ticket. So he's in the upper bit of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. He now knows he's going to end up on camera, so he's going to probably sort his hair out or something.
Right, Jack Carson continuing then. 16 on his back, tall off spinner. Leg side again, Josh Davies just trying to whip it past the man at 45.
Interested to see how much, we're at a bit of an angle here today. Whereas previously, in the championship games we've had so far, we've been pretty much straight down the barrel, but it's a bit harder to tell the line here. Have a look, see how much it's turning. Not a lot on that one.
Yeah, normally we're in a lovely position, aren't we?
Yeah.
The last few weeks we've been right in line with the wicket.
Yeah, which is very thoughtful of the...
It is thoughtful of them, isn't it?
The ground staff to just say, let's make sure the commentators get a good view.
Maybe when Sky Sports here on comms, we'll play on a side wicket so they can't see. I'm sure we won't. But
well, for those who aren't here...
should be in the middle. Josh Davies has gone big there.
Yeah. For those who...
I don't think that's a very good shot, actually, Josh Davies, because there's a deep square leg back anyway. So even if he nails it, it's probably only 1 run.
Yeah.
It's just not the right percentage shot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of risk. And then you only get the 1, as you say. But for Josh Davey, the short boundary's on the off side here for him.
Hence that there you go, nice punch for 1. That
That's
beautiful
exactly
reverse sweep there he played in the last over.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So on that, you take the risk, you calculate it. Yes, it's a risky shot, obviously. It's easy to go wrong, but if you nail it, almost guaranteed a 4.
It's one of those, they don't often go again.
No.
Especially on the first morning of a county championship game. You play 1 reverse sweep, show you've got it in your locker, then the field might change, the line of length might change.
Yeah.
Lammonby could play an orthodox sweep here, but it would be against the spin.
Yeah, again, another risk. Yeah.
I'm surprised to see the man on the leg side boundary behind square. I thought it'd be in front of square.
Yes, that is... Yeah, it's slightly odd, isn't it?
Especially when they've got an off spin away from Tom Lammonby's off stump.
Yes, that's going to be a strange shot to get it there.
And it's almost got to go through the short leg man.
Yeah.
Decent over that from Carson.
Yeah. But look at these two now. Lammonby 20 and Davey 22. They're both in. Both getting in. Davey especially. He's been there for 65 deliveries now. Josh Davey. Now then. Assuming he hasn't moved. No, he's not. No.
Are we playing Taylor watch
Mr.
now?
Taylor. We're looking for Mr. Taylor. Dad. Oh, there's Dad. Zoom in a bit. There he is, waving. There he goes. Down a bit. Wave again, Dad. There he is. There's Mr. T.
He has got his earpiece in.
Yeah.
On his other ear, on his right ear. Very good.
He's a big Harry Everett fan, that's why.
Who?
It's his birthday on Sunday, so this is his present. And the leg side, just getting something, was there? No. Certainly cool of catch it. Let's have a look. Yeah, coming off the hip, maybe. It's a lovely day here. Beautiful blue skies.
I think it's a really good crowd as well, actually.
Yeah, it is really good.
For a Friday, weekday.
Friday, yeah.
Look at that defensive shot, Charlie Taylor.
He wants to run off it as well.
Hang that in the Louvre. Can you play a more textbook, massive stride down? You think he's 6'9", Josh Davey, the stride he gets. He must have very flexible hamstrings and groins and hip flexors to get that stride down the wicket. Impeccable defensive stroke. Watch this again. I could watch that on replay. We'll clip that up, slow-mo, get that on socials. The reverse sweep and the big defensive.
Yeah, two ends of the spectrum of red ball batting there. Yeah, we'll pick up a run off the inside edge there.
See, even that, although it's an inside edge, he didn't intend to go there. If he didn't stride so far forward and have such a good technique to get to the pitch of the ball, he probably wouldn't have got the inside edge to get him the run. He might have missed it. OW. We've said it for years how good a technique Josh Davies had. We're starting to think now, he's showing it again as opening now. Has he got one of the best techniques in the side? We're saying he's one of the better for bowlers.
Yeah. Techniques. It's on the sort of the textbook side of it, isn't it? Whereas there are obviously some unusual. Yeah, James Rue would be, of course, definitely up there. Looking forward to seeing
that's pretty good for Tom Lammonby as well. We can't say they all got textbook techniques. Look at these, though. Thank you very much.
Lovely
Martin.
shot. Yeah.
Such efficiency. The reverse sweep to the forward defensive shot, really. Look at this. Look at this shot. Oh, I love that. Yeah. I love that. A little wobble of the back foot, but we'll let him off
just
that.
A little. Look, he's thinking about the run as well.
After he's held the pose and enjoyed it for a second.
Yeah. Just looking up his batting average now.
You can dig out his Middlesex opening stats.
No.
It could be 4, you know.
That could, it will be. It will be. Lammonby. He's finding a nice gap. Not much risk in that. And Somerset moved to 72 for 1. And I am fairly confident they would have absolutely bitten your arm off for 72 for 1 at the start of play when they knew they were being forced to bat. His batting average, Josh Davey, is just a shade over 20 with a high score of 75 not out. So he's above his average now, but that shows there's an average of 20 when you're in the team, let's be honest, for his bowling.
Yeah.
That's a decent average.
Yeah, his average this season is 17.8 in the County Championship after, 4 matches, 5 innings?
The 50-run partnership. That is 51-run partnership now between these two. Very well played. Davey absolutely playing his part. 23 runs, Lammonby 24. The two of them doing some good work here for Somerset, who still have Archie Vaughan, Tom Abel, James Rue, Tom Banton, Overton, Pretorius, Henry, still to come. And Leach, let's not forget. So plenty of talent. Only Lewis Gregory, who, I guess you could say he sort of took one for the team, really.
Sorry, Jack Carson's coming round the wicket. Interesting change here. And Josh Davies decided that angle suits reverse sweep more, which is slightly odd.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was the one to play there.
I mean, who are we to judge Josh Davies the way he's played this morning? But that didn't quite seem the right angle to play the reverse sweep to.
Well, you ended up at sort of on all fours, pointing completely
I did that last night, to be fair. I can't talk. You'd have laughed at the position I got myself in trying to reverse sweep last night. Lovely shot from Josh Davies. That's nice. Better. Yeah, that's nice. That's him. Tucking it away for one.
Strike. Nice. Go on. What was the game last night? Who you?
Major Cup. The final's here, actually. I normally end up commentating on the final, and we were knocked out in the first round.
So you'll be free for commentary then?
Yes. Jacob Hurry, actually, at the winning runs.
Oh, yeah. Who playing?
Wemden against Wellington in there.
Wellington. I lose track of all the teams you play for.
Oh, that is my club cup league.
Wemden.
Yeah, proper serious side. Yeah. But, I opened the batting and got to 30 odd and thought I'd better hurry up here and try and whack a few and charge my first sweep, and missed it, then eventually ran myself out.
Oh, so you weren't out from the reverse sweep?
No, just ended up in all fours and completely missed it. I looked worse than Josh Davey looked there, I'll admit. And then I got whacked around in my 2 overs to allow Wellington to win the game, but I will, yes, be available. Bridgewater have been pretty good in the Major Cup recent years. Bath in finals as well. That's very good wicket-keeping for John Simpson. That is sensational wicket-keeping.
It's not quite enough, but it was very, very good.
To try and catch, stop, stump, all in one go.
It's so aware. He's moved so quickly. He's seen the shot that's coming and the potential for stumping.
Caught. Tell you what.
Well done. I tell you,
that's close.
It's very good work from Lammonby.
Back quickly.
Yeah.
The umpires deemed quickly enough.
Wow, that would have been a really annoying wicket for Somerset to lose. So Lammonby's done well to get his back in. That was all it was, back in.
Off the pad, so it wasn't a catch.
Yeah. No, it's just Simpson being really aware. He's one of the best, isn't he, in the circuit?
I said to Triggs earlier, I think he's the best after Folkes. I think Folkes, Simpson are the 2 best in county cricket the last 5 years.
For wicket-keeping skill, we're talking here, yeah.
Well, to be fair, their batting's up there.
Batting is absolutely brilliant, but I would not disagree with that for wicket-keeping skill. If you're including batting in there, there's probably a few others who put their hands up. But yeah, no, just on the wicket. Here we go. Let's have a look. Can you roll that back? Yeah, just you get. Yeah. Oh, it's tight.
He's probably done the right thing, umpire.
Yeah.
Benefit the doubt in that situation.
Yeah.
If we're having to rewind to the microscopic moment and still not sure, then you can't give that.
No, it's tight. It's tight. Very, very tight.
Very close.
What time are we now? 12:42. There'll be a few minds just ticking towards lunch soon. I don't know where Triggs is.
He won't be back before
He's already halfway through a fish and chips, I reckon.
You're not going to be able to see your dad before lunchtime, I think.
That's all right.
Unless you want to swap.
No, I said I'd meet him up again in at lunchtime, so I'm going to have a chat with him. Got some mates in today as well. Turned up.
You're
Text
a popular man.
Text me. When did they text me? Wednesday night, saying you commentating on Friday. I said yeah. So we're thinking of coming up. I think they're in the Somerset stand. They're in block 5.
Popular man, Johnny.
Don't think they've got earpieces in there. So
that's poor from them.
Well, there's a couple of them there. They're brothers. They'll be catching up, I should think.
You catch up with one ear and you do.
They don't need me blabbering away. Oh, here he is. Speak of the devil.
We weren't speaking about him. Don't tell him that.
So Trigo is back. I'll swap out in a minute. Give him a chance to come in and take us up towards the lunch break. As Robinson continues. Been a good partnership. There's 52 runs it's worth now. Great stuff.
Crucial. Yeah, don't worry about batting bonus points, Somerset. Don't worry about the run rate. Just bat and bat and bat. Make sure you bat your 110 overs.
Yep.
And then see where you're at.
That's our shot. Lovely stuff, Josh Davey.
That is glorious, Charlie Taylor. How nice have these shots been from Josh Davey? There you go. I'm sure Will Martin's already on it next door. I reckon we might see a compilation of Josh Davey shots.
The three
on drives, the reverse sweep, and the forward defensive shot.
Look at that lovely flick of the wrist.
Are we allowing the forward defensive shot in there? I think we should. 3 on.
I know you want it in there.
3 mid-wicket drives.
Yeah.
A straight defensive shot because it just looks textbook.
Oh, lovely! Look at how it pinged off the bat. Beautiful.
I like the way the
stuff.
back leg comes through after as well.
Yeah, he's good to watch.
We should get the smirk on his face as well. I'm an opening bat, and I'm doing a great job.
In comes Robinson. Oh, yeah. Not happy with that, I don't think, given us a no ball. In which case, I shall move out and let Triggs come in and finish off the over with you, Harry, and I'll be back after lunch.
Thanks, Charlie. I think Ollie Robinson's quite happy to take the loss of a couple of runs there, the no ball. Just to let Josh Davey know he's got a bit of pace. Shout out to Richard Walsh, listening from home. Very rare he misses a home game. But he's enjoying our commentary. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Hope you're well, and we'll see you back here soon. Fine leg and deep square leg back. And there it is, another textbook defensive push forward from Josh Davey, just propping onto that front foot. What did you find on your wonders then, Pete?
Not a great deal, but I was enjoying the 50 partnership coming up. That miraculous bit of wicket keeping in the last over looked very close. Probably quite lucky there isn't a square leg umpire on camera. Looked very, very close.
Third slip's going to deep third. This is going to be short ball, I reckon. Yeah. We've seen one short ball given as a no ball. He's just going to test out Josh Davey. 15 minutes to go till lunch. The leg side, well, the mid-wicket fielder is going to come round to like a leg gully, I suppose. Mid-on's coming to straight mid-wicket. How short is this first ball going to be? Not particularly, actually.
Might just get a
get
little bit of rib action going on here. Ollie Robinson likes bowling the odd aggressive spell. He certainly set the field for it. Josh Davey has been pretty flawless for his 28 so far. He's closing in on batting out the whole session. You'd have to say for this, in inverted commas, experiment, this is a big green tick for Josh Davey so far.
Absolutely. I'll have to stop calling him a makeshift opener and just give him the turn of opening bat soon. Oh, as I say that, he gets a little tickle and Josh Davey has to go. Ollie Robinson has got his man. He's tried the short ball ploy. That wasn't mega short, sort of back of a length. Josh Davies a little bit nervy on that one, just sort of poking. He's looked so good this morning.
Doesn't look happy with the decision, Josh Davey.
28 he got to, off 77 balls. Did a brilliant job for his team, getting nearly to lunch.
I wonder if we can have a little slow-mo of that. A little hint of maybe it's either glove or back shoulder. Doesn't look happy, Josh Davey, but that is not an unusual demeanour from the man.
Oh, is that rib or elbow?
Looks like back shoulder, maybe.
He's gutted, absolutely gutted. He looked so good, calm, composed.
Yeah, back arm, I think that is. Unfortunate there from Josh Davey. It's hit him on. Just intimated there that it's hit him on the back sort of tricep area.
Well,
see that sort of leather on flesh sound can sound a little bit woody in nature, but yeah, I think maybe a little bit disappointed. We don't have the DRS technology here. It's probably saved Lammonby, and it maybe could have saved Josh Davey there.
Well, we've been trying to guess the batting order. Kay Shoulders is carrying on the drinks, and James Rue is coming out to bat at number 4. We thought he might with the England squad. He's met the England squad. He's done his photo shoots, bit of training, ruined his Ireland golf trip to get called up for the Zimbabwe match, which is next week. So he has actually, surprisingly, been allowed to play. We thought the ECB wouldn't allow him, but with his brother, Thomas Rue, playing for the County Select 11 in the Zimbabwe warm-up match last couple of days. TKC not in the country. Would have just been Tom Banton as a wicket-keeping option. But James Rue's back at number 4. Have done so well at number 6 the last couple of years. It's all changing this Somerset batting lineup. And 2 left-handers now at the crease, which will make Jack Carson lick his lips slightly. 1 slip in place and the short leg still. Just slightly different delivery, coming round the wicket to Lammonby. Good foot movement from Tom Lammonby, getting back deep in his crease and smashing it out to deep cover. It's always going to be 1 run. Ollie Robinson has a fair bit of ground to make up, but easy single. Around the grounds, James Minto's got a wicket on his first game for Durham this season. 15 out for Ben Slater. Notts 104 for 1. Freddie McCann, he got that brilliant 100 last week when Notts beat Hampshire surprisingly comfortably. He's in at 3 with Hasif Hamid. Flighted from Carson. Watchful from Rue first ball, understandably so.
Yeah, in the middle of a mega start to the season, James Rue, I think a lot of the chat has been about that magnificent triple century of Tom Banton's. And remarkably, the churning of runs from James Rue was kind of overshadowed somewhat, but not enough for him not to get that England call up with Jordan Cox going down injured. Looks like he pulled a side, so great opportunity for him next week. And I think a very good decision from the ECB just to let Rui continue his good form and play some cricket.
Yeah, sensible, isn't it? Exactly. Didn't need to play in the T20 extra for last night, but you can play these 4 days, then go back and rejoin England.
Yeah, I think if you're in the test squad, I think T20 Exmouth is probably not high on the priority list, but yeah, good to keep him match sharp, and there's no better place to do that than in a match, and a good one we've got brewing here. Somerset 82 for 2 to 27 overs of the first session. Beautiful sunshine here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. As you see on the screen, the James Hildreth stand is near capacity.
I think we haven't mentioned so far is Tom Abel, the last few years, Somerset's best batter, let's be honest. He's opened, he's batted 3, he's batted 4. Well, today he's going to be at least number 5. Not been in the greatest runs of form, so maybe that's something that might help him relax and just play his game.
Well, I think everything that happens with the shift in the order is it elongates it, doesn't it? You can have good players. I mean, it is just a position at the end of the day. As we see there, Mr. Taylor.
Mr. and Master.
I wonder if he's challenged him on if he's been wearing the virtue.
He did earlier, to be fair to him. We gave him a wave. Neither of them got it on now, though. How rude.
James Hayes from the River End.
Yeah, first ball Hayes has bowled in this match. Pretty sharp.
He'll be very excited about the prospect of bowling here at Taunton. He's had almost like sort of that Jake Lintott sort of pathway to professional cricket. A lot of, played a bit of second team cricket here and junior cricket here at Somerset. Wasn't favoured, and I think in fairness, like just didn't quite have the tools at the time, but worked tirelessly with Ben Phillips, as I said earlier. Got himself fit, got himself strong, put on a couple of yards of pace. Had a trial period up at Nottinghamshire while I was there, and did really well. So he signed up there, and be certainly looking to make the most of this loan opportunity here, playing for Sussex. Yeah, runs in hard. He's got good skills, so it'd be interesting to see how his day pans out.
Yeah, plenty of options in the Sussex bowling department. They've just been ravaged, a bit like Kent really. Loads of bowlers, but keep getting injured. Give different guys a go. Sean Hunt, I'd love to see ever run a game. I think he could be a really exciting talent.
Yeah, he's unfortunately part of the plight of your average seamer. Yeah. Injuries do come. It is a pretty physically demanding motion that you put on your body. Yeah, clubs often suffer sort of 2 or 3 injuries at a time, which I think has really made that loan system quite valuable, and not just for the clubs as well, giving players that would be idling away in the second team or not playing much cricket, gives them opportunities to get first team experience and games under their belt. So James Hayes certainly has an opportunity here.
Yeah, talking of those injuries and mentioning Kent and Sussex both having a lot of seam injuries. Kent at 75 for 5 at Bristol, so Jake Ball might have to bat before tea, you think. Keeps going like it is. He's on loan at Kent for a couple of games. Alfie Oldwell not playing this one, but might play the second game.
Yeah, Jake Ball will be racking up some clubs. He's been signed to a few and he's been on loan to a few.
Yeah, Durham, Notts, Somerset, Kent. Durham was a funny one in the same, to do a loan to the same division was a bit of an odd one. Helping Durham win that game, Durham could end up.
Didn't he got 5 for, didn't he?
Yeah. At least now he's in Division 2, so the results of his Division 2 side, Kent, are irrelevant to the Somerset League standings. Yeah, it wouldn't be popular if Durham end up relegating Somerset by a couple of points. People get obsessed with green on pitch, but you see at Taunton that green pitch was brilliant cricket against Essex. Scoring well over 300 almost comfortably in that Essex game a couple of weeks ago. It's not done all sorts here this morning.
No, I think it normally just adds a bit of carry, and actually probably, if anything, keeps the wicket truer for longer. Keeps the pace in the pitch, gives the bowlers something to work with in the first innings. And we know at Taunton it has a tendency to spin later on in the game. Little clip down to fine leg. McAndrew doing the work.
He was going to do a big underarm, wasn't he? He wound up for the underarm, then changed his mind, thought he'd better overarm it. Do like a big underarm.
Looks like he's got a bit of a shoulder issue in terms of throwing McAndrew, so well communicated by the batters. He didn't look happy to throw that one and instantly gripped his shoulder in a bit of discomfort. Potentially the last over before lunch. 4 minutes, might just sneak another one in, depending on how Sussex feel they're placed. Probably want to give James Hayes one more over, I would imagine, instead of that single over that he's had so far. So they'll probably try and rattle through this one. After the lunch break, I will be talking with former Somerset player and coach Julian Wyatt. He's coming in. He's got a very exciting sort of business outside of, well, certainly inside of cricket. He has invented, produced the Runmaker VR training headset, which, if there's enough room in here, I'm going to try and demonstrate at some stage. So stay tuned for that. Some great chat with Jules. And also his VR headset, where you can get the old, it's a bit out of my wheelhouse, to be honest. I think it's the Meta headset, and you get a bat, and you can put it on different programs, different types of bowling, and get used to shaping shots and all that kind of stuff. So if you're tech-minded and you like your sport, make sure you're with us just after lunch.
It's funny you mention that, because I was playing at Temple Cloud, first game of the season 2 Saturdays ago. Just after I got out, I was doing my lap of the boundary, and some random chap came up to me and said, "Oh, Harry Everett, can I give you this, please?" And he gave me a leaflet and a business card advertising this Julian Wyatt VR thing. That's a beauty from Jack Carson.
Well, I've no doubt that it will be well used, you know, in the back of the room at some stage. I know Ben's very keen to have a go in the production room, so yeah, I'm sure it will get well used. I think if I suppose the best way to explain it, you know, for those golfers out there that have played simulator golf on TrackMan or GC Quad, similar principle there, but being able to tune up your cricket game while the weather might not be so good, or you don't have so much time, or you want to do it at night time. Yeah, so it sounds like a really exciting development. Have a look at the partnerships there. A brilliant partnership from Davey and Lambie of 58. Undone by that short ball from Ollie Robinson that looked like it just flicked the back arm and not the glove of Josh Davey. So he'll probably feel a little bit harder done by than he normally does.
Yeah, it wasn't even that short. It was almost like he didn't quite get it up as much as he wanted to, and that surprised Josh Davey. He thought he was going to get a real bounce, a bumper that he might have to duck or think about pulling. 6 off Hayes' first over. What can he do the second? A bit short on leg side first. Up to Tom Lammonby.
Yeah, really good spell from Hudson Prentice. He only bowled 4 overs just for 2 runs. He looked dangerous for that period that he bowled. And interesting that Sussex have decided to bowl spin from the end, that we don't see spin too often here at Taunton. It's normally bowled from the river end, but historically has offered more spin, so they reverse thinking to all the other teams that visit Taunton. I wonder if that's more to do with the fact that the offering of spin or the preferred end for the seamers. I wonder what the answer is. If you have a look at the flags on the Andy Caddick Pavilion, it looks like James Hayes currently is bowling with the wind at his back, which the bowlers prefer. That might be a reason for that. 91 for 2 here. Will be the last over of this session. Lammonby and Rue will just be looking to see this one out. Go and get a bit of scram and go again.
Yeah, interesting that Carson come on before Hayes. 5 out-and-out seamers for Sussex, and the 2 spinners, Carson and Coles. Somerset, 5 out-and-out seamers, plus the spin of Leach and potential bowling of Tom Lammonby and Archie Vaughan. Plenty of bowlers in both sides. Plenty of different variation, different options. Round the wicket to James Rew then. 3 balls to go until the interval.
That's well bowled. Well bowled from James Hayes. Just outside that Rew off stump. Uncharacteristic sort of prod at the ball.
Warwickshire are having Hampshire struggling. Hampshire 77 for 3. Barnard's just got Tom Press caught behind. So that is fortunate. Got away with
Leading
that.
edge through the gully region, the vacant gully region, for 4 runs. Last couple of balls there. Ruiz just looking to anchor in, and a couple of little mistakes there. Fortunately for the Somerset man, it didn't go to hand, and he's picked up a 4 runs for it, which is always a bit of a salt in the wound of the bowler. Last ball before lunch.
That's a lovely cricket shot. James Rew, we talked about textbook, we talked about the lovely techniques in this side, and Josh Davey and James Rew were 2 of the ones we thought about the most. But James Rew has ended the session in impeccable, glorious fashion. The England player now, James Rew, yet to be given his cap, but in the squad. Just punch driven to the short boundary. What a way to go to 99 for 2, 30 overs of this match so far. Josh Davey got 28 off 77 balls, was a bit unlucky to be given out caught behind. Lewis Gregory before that was out for 15, but Lammerby and Rew have looked solid enough, and I'd say Somerset just edged that session, Pete.
Yeah, it's somewhere in the, I'm not sure what the Trade Nation win prediction would say, but I'd say it's somewhere around even Stevens, but both teams will be relatively happy with their morning's work. Couple of wickets and 99 runs, as you say. While the lunch break is on, if you haven't had your fill of cricket, we're going to show highlights of the amazing game that was played here the last time Somerset were in county championship action, and that is the game against Essex. We'll be back with you in about 40 minutes for the conclusion of this game, or sorry, the continuation of this game in session 2. See you later.
Craigo into Elgar and fended away. Looked a little bit uncomfortable, that one. Driven
Nicely
beautifully by Dean Elgar. That's going to race away. Punched through the offside. I think it is going to race away. It's a quick outfield here at Taunton.
Lovely drive. And didn't even look up, Paul Walter. Yeah, in fairness, it was only the second scoring shot of Josh Davey, and that's the third, and that's also gone to the boundary.
In Division 1.
In the air and taken. Straightforward catch at mid-on. Paul Walter will not be too happy with that. Craig Overton has made the first breakthrough. Nicely driven. And knew the moment the bat had met the ball that he wasn't going to need to run for that. Diving attempt, but unavailing. It's going to go all the way, I think. Just got the legs to take it over the rope.
It's driven nicely by Elgar. Hamid is in pursuit and
Doesn't brave the dive. Oh, that's a beauty. And he's given it. Elgar looks back at the umpire a bit, but that looked like pitched in line.
hammering that length, top of the stumps, as Cox plays that really late, guides it down to a vacant third man region, and fielder can't pull that in. Probably on the crease there, isn't it? Just work that through mid wicket. I think that's going to
race away. He's almost just punched that
Yeah.
into the leg side.
It's really clever batting. Yeah, and there's so much short foot cricket. When you're growing up, you don't set yourself up to play the longer format as much. So that will be lunch. Somerset got the second wicket.
Bit early to say how significant that is, but he's getting proceedings underway in this second session. It's steered nicely by Jordan Cox to backward point. Nicely driven.
I don't think Leach is going to get round to that.
No, that was silken touch, really was, from Jordan Cox.
And that's not the quickest bouncer, and Cox looked like he had a lot of time to rock back and hit that. Oh, he's got it.
Big wicket. Tom Wesley, the skipper's gone, and the bowling change that we've been talking about.
He's done the job.
This member of the team, who I won't mention, is in the air, should be taken. Oh my goodness, that's an easy catch. They don't come easier than that. And Jordan Cox, such a dangerous player, has been removed with a complete miss shot there. He's got it all wrong and just clipped it into the air for mid-wicket.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there are those days that are really, really special. Is that caught? Yes, it is. Craig Overton has taken the catch. Jack Leach, it's no surprise that he has struck. He's been looking like doing so pretty much since he came on before lunch.
Leach in again. That looks close, and it's given. Maybe got away with the ball before, but not that time. Matt Critchley has to go.
Full and driven nicely, yeah. You can see why he's playing it full. Bowling is there just to give the ball a chance to find a bit of movement. Second innings, so things do change around, don't they, in second innings, but first innings opening, this is cut away. And I'm not sure whether Gully sort of lost it, or ones that Somerset don't play in the Championship either, so Leicestershire and Derbyshire never done either of those two. East Midlands rides. Oh, there's a call. And he's got it! Well, I think it goes up slow, though. It wasn't an instant decision.
Thought about it, didn't he?
Nicely driven. 4. The only way to intercept that was with the dive at extra cover. And
Cook on strike. That one's down the leg side.
Oh, well
Brew
taken.
does well.
guess that'll boost his confidence after that one earlier in the over. 2 for Josh Davey. And, big appeal here. First ball of the afternoon. I thought you were going to take a wicket straight away, Charlie.
Lovely ball. He's got something on that. In fact, that might well go. Yeah, it's got past the infield. So that's going to be a 4, but...
that's the sort of thing a bowler hates, isn't
yeah,
it?
It's not because it's a bad ball. It's
support the senior batter at the other end. That is up in the air and is taken. Just as we were saying what a good job he was doing. Commentator's curse. Wicket number 8.
Pretorius in once. Nicked. He's got another one. And that is the end of Noah Thane.
It's really lovely when the summer comes back. Oh, in the air over the slips.
It's going to race away.
Territory. That is 8 overs. It's quite a long time, half an hour. In the air and over the fielder, and 4 more. Good shot. It's his best, actually. Davey in again then. Oh, that's a nice looking shot. Connected that one really well.
That's going to race away.
Yeah. Give me a dive on the boundaries then. No, not even that. 199 for 9. Overton's in. Just clipped into the air, all just over the mid-wicket fielder. And in fact, that's going to bring up the 200. A little bit deeper, that fielder, and it would have been easier. Taylor is an extremely common name. And so then the next choice was number 4. Oh, got him. There we go. Overton does the trick. Porter goes 1 big shot too many, and it gets through his defences and onto the stumps. And that is the end of Essex for 206. Who is going to be bowling to Archie Vaughan, the other opener. Oh, it's down the leg side, but it's a fierce ball. And this just gives Archie Vaughan a little idea of what he's going to be facing for the next 20 minutes. Yeah, gone. I think that's been taken. And it was just too good for Archie Vaughan. If he missed it, he was going to be given out LBW, I suspect. He hit it, and it was really well taken in the slips. Let's have a look. Oh, shot. Well, that might be 4. It's going to be a dive. Yeah, no, it goes all the way. Well, that's even better. Listen to that. That's the biggest cheer of the day, isn't it? Just one over after this. Oh, another lovely shot. Now, what are they going to do there? I think just take the single, yeah. Davey.
Making sure that he will take Harmer.
Really, really good work from Josh Davey.
And cautious batsman. Will take 4. It's not quite perhaps out the middle, but it's good enough. Slightly over pitched. Quite a lot.
Nice shot.
Whether Somerset, that's gone for a 4. That's the shot of the day by a huge margin. Ooh.
Squeezed away.
Yeah, I mean, that is off the edge. Let's see.
May go all the way.
It will. I mean, that was a genuine edge. And that's a very, very good shot. He's been patient. That one's just a little bit wide and just a little bit short, and he's cracked it away. Most modern spinners.
That's a full bunger.
Yeah, he's put it away, more to the point. It was a big full bunger. Very odd delivery. He almost fell over us.
Talking of books. Oh, is this out?
Yeah.
Leg stump has been rattled.
And he went for the big shot and he missed it, I think.
That's a splendid book. We were talking about Brown Close earlier, and it does bring him out. That's nicely played down to third man. Would it run to the rope? Yes, just.
Shot. And that's a glorious shot. He's just erred onto leg stump, middle and leg. He's got
him. Off stump, nicked, I think. Yeah. And that is the end of the night watchman's vigil, but it's been a very good one.
He did get it full and straight, and he's hit him for 4. But, I mean, I don't think that was a bad piece of bowling.
Oh, was that taken? It is. Wicket number 4, Tom Abel nicking one that goes straight on, I fancy, and that's a big breakthrough for Simon Harmer. 4. Down to fine leg.
Yeah, nicely tucked away. It was a poor line, but a delicate leg glance.
Reverse
so
sweep
far
has worked. I think that's going to go all the way.
That's the way to get off the mark, then.
Lovely shot.
Yeah, well, I think we've seen from Banton already.
Oh, he's taken, is he? At slip. Harmer has struck again.
Yeah. Well, he felt it was coming. I mean, off spinners now somehow they just relish.
Here's James Rue's first ball. Wow.
Well,
he's been watching Tom Banton.
Yeah.
Nice shot. That's going to be 4. Right off the meat of the bat.
Absolutely beautifully timed.
Oh, he's bowling, he's played on. Rajitha is in on the act now, in only his second over. That is a body blow. Well,
that's 4. It's not totally convincing, but I'll take anything at the moment.
Lovely drive. Now that's the class that we know that Rue can exhibit.
I see.
Oh, beauty. It's given. It took a while for the finger to go up, but James Rue has been given out, caught behind. It's another big wicket. 97 for 7. Shot.
He won't catch that, I don't think. He's not even going to bother. 3 figures. And it's a method that's proved him well. Anyway, that's to come probably this afternoon.
Oh, is that out? It is. On the back foot, Craig Overton has gone. That looked pretty plumb.
Gregory, I think, Gregory.
Gregory, beg his pardon. Here's Simon Harmer, continuing and hit over the top for 4. It's good aggression.
It's so simple. Why doesn't everyone else do that? Well, let's see what happens now. Anything could happen.
Oh,
what a catch.
Brilliant
What a
catch. You won't see any better Corton bowls than that,
No.
and Pretorius can hardly believe it. He's looking at the ground and walking slowly off.
And he's
Catch. Yes, taken. And
right.
Overton is livid.
Yeah. Well, he hit that. He did. I mean, he didn't quite middle it. Mid-on was quite deep. It's a good catch, actually.
Oh, big appeal for LBW out. The early breakthrough that Somerset desperately needed, really. They've got it.
It's 4. It's beautifully hit. The reason it's not a carbon copy is that that pitch wasn't turning. It didn't spin.
In the air, and it's going to go over the head of long leg. That is 6.
Well, where's that gone?
It's down to fine leg for 4. And it's given. Oh, there is a breakthrough. Lewis Gregory, that's his first wicket of the match. And just as
the
we
demons
thought
are back.
First ball driven handsomely.
Well, that's a very handsome shot. It's not a great ball, actually, but it's a handsome shot, and he
didn't. You could almost sense the frustration,
but hit that well. Yeah.
But they came out in the second session. Heads weren't down, stuck to the task, and arching form.
Well, I would have had him in my mind to bowl very early against those 2 left-handers, but then they got out. So I'm not so surprised now. And we think, although we don't know for certain, that. And he's got a hard volley, and he's hit it beautifully for 4.
Good example.
Yeah.
We saw 1 or 2 of those in the first innings yesterday.
We withdrew the bat, I'm not entirely sure.
Reverse sweep will be 4, I think. It's got enough behind it.
Yeah.
He was able in pursuit, but he was never going to catch up with it. And if he can't, then nobody can.
I think Sam Maunder from the Exeter Chiefs. That's a bad ball. It's gone for 4. There's a big gap there. And it was so short that he could manoeuvre it where he wanted.
Going to be 4 more.
Yeah, well, I thought it would be a difficult over for him. And
driven firmly and will be 4.
Yeah.
Some acceleration from. He's going to
could
pick
be
up
another
4 more.
one. Yeah. Well, I think that was actually quite a good shot. It looked a bit ungainly.
Driven beautifully.
Well, that's. I mean, there's an element of risk there, I suppose, but.
Which Overton duly does, and this is going to be 4 more. So it was a diving attempt by Tom Abel. I think he got quite close to intercept. Oh, a big appeal for LBW here, and that is out. Effort rewarded for Craig Overton. Sweep for 4. Square leg.
Would have thought that might be it.
Sweep here for 4.
Yeah, I think you're better off having that man on the boundary, actually. Because when he goes to sweep, he goes hard.
It's wristily played. It's going to go all the way, I think.
Yeah.
Nothing Jack Leach could do about that.
I suppose.
That's going to be
short
4.
arm jab. It's a slightly ominous shot there. It's a good wicket shot.
Before, that's the penalty that you pay for bringing the man in. You,
well, I think that, I mean, I haven't seen that much of Jordan Cox, but...
Oh, he's been taken, has he? He has! A wicket falls, that'll be the last ball of the day. Critchley has gone for 28, taken at slip, and Jack Leach has his first wicket of the innings. Nicely driven. That's a good way to open his account for the day, at least.
Abe's was a shoe-in to start in Bangladesh, I think, and he pulled his hamstring. Another slightly wider ball, slashed by a thought process of, you know, how do Somerset, when they have those sort of sessions, clusters of wickets, how do you sort of change the momentum of the game as the reverse sweep, the modern way, well executed by Jordan Cox, who looks like he's got a little bit of a... I'd like to see Lammonby a little bit closer there. Oh, he's
nailed that. Here is Lewis Gregory. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Is it going to be 4 more? It's a long, long chase out there. I think it may just be pulled in. No.
What left-arm spinners dream about those kind of deliveries. He has gone for the reverse sweep and he's executed well. A couple of bounces into the third-man boundary.
Oh, that's more orthodox.
Slog sweep, one bounce down towards the groundsman sheds. He starts with a relatively gentle loosener, and it's been, yeah, I'd certainly like to have seen Lammonby a bit closer at extra cover, because it does look like an area where you could get. Nice little clip off the hip. Thigh pad or bat? I think is bat. Another 4 runs there.
And he's hit that beautifully. And that's his 100. And it's the old reverse hack. I mean, he's hit that very hard. He's caused that to happen. And now he's found another gap. He's just gone back, and he's absolutely, that's a beautifully timed shot off the back foot.
Appeal for LBW, yes, given out. That is the end of Michael Pepper. Beauty, beauty, and gone. Wicket number 6, and Noah Thane is not troubling the scorers this time. 41 in the first innings. That is the end of him.
That's in the air.
Could be caught.
And
yes.
That's twice in the match. They worked him out. And actually, there'll be Zimbabweans making a note of that.
Oh, there is a finger going straight up. No delay at all there from Nigel Long that time. And Jack Leach has struck for the second time in the innings, first time today. Here is Leach again.
Oh, great catch there from Archie Vaughan. That is the dismissal and looks like the close of the innings. No Jordan Cox after him retiring hurt.
Defended comfortably. And that will be that for the moment. Rather a brief reappearance of cricket after the 10-minute interval between innings, but Archie Vaughan negotiated that. Edged and taken. That is the first Somerset wicket to fall. Andy Umeed without a run on the board.
You wouldn't have given Worcestershire much of a percentage, but they managed to draw. And Lammonby clips that straight ball off of his pads into the boundary boards.
That's runs, 4 of them.
Lovely stride into the ball from Archie Vaughan. Wardrobe malfunction.
Up in the air, this is going to be taken.
Soft shot. He's got that all wrong. Snater takes the catch. Archie Vaughan is out for 4, a ball back of a length, and that'll be something that he will look to utilise once he gets himself in and settled. A lovely shot through the covers. Beautiful from Tom Abel. Over pitch, slightly wide of off stump. I think he got sort of maybe 400s in No time at all with shots just like that, slightly straight from Sam Cook, beautifully played there from Lammonby.
Nicely driven, that's going to be full. Backward of point.
Yeah, it's almost like the badge of honour as Lammonby plays a beautiful square drive through point. Bit of width on offer there from Porter and a...
I felt that I was a kind of little image of Barry Richards. And then I watched it, and it's just a shoveling soft drive that just dribbled over the boundary.
Yeah, I think the game as it is.
Given.
Lammonby looks a bit confused there. Put in a few performances. Pretorius, much the same. I like that from Tom Abel.
It's okay, it's not off the meat, I don't think, but if you go at those with a bit of venom.
Leg slip. Oh, he's gone for the sweep. Executed well. One bounce towards Tractor down there. He makes some sort of feint.
And it's over. It's over. It's a beautiful ball that's come through the gate. The seaman's still got a certain amount of assistance as well.
Reverse, and that he's nailed that one.
He has nailed it, yeah.
And again, is he caught? Here he is. He's been caught at slip.
He doesn't think he hit it, I think.
Lovely shot.
Yeah,
before.
Well, just dragged that down a bit, and he had done previously for Kent as well. I remember playing
that
championship.
Is going to be T.
Oh, right. Oh well.
It's a nice drive though from Rue. There's four of them.
What a beautiful swing of the bat from James Rue. Lovely balance at the crease and another carbon copy, cover drive. Almost a complete mirror image of the ball before. Beautiful. Oh, a big slash outside off stump. But he slashes hard, he's going to pick up a boundary for it, Lewis Gregory. Good intent shown. Sort of line, well, even wider than that, spun back sharply, and whether Harmer knows that he's doing it or not is irrelevant as it happens, but that's a great shot. A little bit of
clipped firmly off his pads. That's nicely done by James Root. Yorkshire are just one place above Somerset in the table.
Lovely cover drive there from Rue. Splits the two fielders on the offside. It's going to race away for four. Slightly over pitched by Harmer, and a lovely swing of the bat there from another carbon copy. Cover drive there from James Rue again. Over pitched by Simon Harmer, and lovely cover drive there from Lewis Gregory. Spent most of the time across that square, and that races away to the cover boundary. Just drops the bat on that one. Batting and remaining positive, and
that's going to be the 50 partnership.
4 byes will certainly help. Managed to get a glove on a number of balls that have slid across the right-hander as Lewis Gregory goes for a hard sweep. Nails it into the leg side boundary. Nigel Long does the honours and signals 4. Spin from Critchley. The reverse sweep played, and played well. Just past the left hand of Dean Elgar, and it raced away to the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Ski Sunday, I always remember that.
David Vine.
I always remember the theme tune.
Yeah, David Vine, that's a lovely shot before through extra cover.
He's exactly 50, and he would be the oldest. A lovely cover drive there from James Rue.
So there we go, next number 4. And the crowd's come alive. It just said something.
With the DRS and the LBW, and another 4 there. If you're going to swing, swing hard off the thick edge, past gully, like a bullet. Yeah, I don't mind that as a number at the moment. Oh, moment as.
So look at Rue, he's batting just outside off stump. He's got that. He thinks the reverse sweep works against Critchley. Advantage.
Edged to third man for 4. Thank you very much, says James Rue. hasn't played a better shot than that.
No, I don't think he has. It was beautifully covered.
Now down to one. It's
No,
applause from the
that's
crowd.
it. That's it. No, that's it. I think.
Okay.
Well, they're all walking off anyway. And away we go. And he's bang on target. That's beautifully timed. It's beautifully timed. And that is, it's not a brilliant ball. It's slightly over pitched and slightly late stump. But oh, did that go through second slip? Well, it's going to go for 4 anyway. I don't think it
Not
did,
sure, no.
actually.
Done anything too dangerous. We've got
Oh,
Harmer,
that's,
that one.
that's 4. That's 4 more. We haven't seen him score in that area much, but just a little bit of width, and he's. That's all. I mean, that's not pretty, but it's pretty useful.
It'll do the job. Oh, that's an inside edge, and that's going to run away for 4 more.
That could have gone anywhere.
Day, Porter in, and he's flicking it off his legs. That'll be the 100. An incredible 100, really, from James Drew, given he came in when the score was 71 for 4. Somerset now 272 for 6.
That's 4. That's 4. It's just over pitched, and he's hit it sweetly. It's as sweet a shot as he's played, and very controlled.
It's his first boundary.
That's 4. That is 4. That's a beautiful shot. It's the best, even better than the previous one. Just over pitched. Harmer kicks the turf in disgust. I mean, he hasn't got any bad balls. That's 4.
And listen to the roar from the crowd. Straight driven into Rue. Pulled, and this is going to be 4 more.
Hurry up.
You can see the tension as he comes into bowl. That's out.
There we go.
A swing and a miss from James Rue.
I'll face up to Harmer. Overton driving
Oh,
forward.
that's 4.
Now that could be 4 runs. And Somerset are 1 away from a tie, and 2 away from a win now. Overton comes down the pitch, over in the air.
He does.
All the way. 6 runs to win the game. And Somerset, who should have been dead and buried midway through their Essex second innings, have won this game. They pick up 19 points.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. The middle session here. Somerset fought hard. They're at 99 for 2 at the moment. Very pleased to introduce Julian Wyatt, who's joining me in the commentary box. We've got some exciting chat in regard to his next cricketing venture. Jules played for Somerset during a glorious era of the club, which I'm sure you'll all be keen to hear about. Good afternoon, Jules.
Afternoon, Pete. Thanks for the introduction. Lovely to be here as well. I think you mentioned glory years. They were glory years up until 1983, and then they became a bit gorier after that.
Excellent. Okay, well, we'll look forward to hearing more about that. Starting the bowling from the Trescothick stand end is Finn Hudson-Prentice. I know you've been waxing lyrical about the batting of James Rew, as we all have down here in the southwest. Obviously celebrating at the moment a England call-up for this Zimbabwe test match. I'm sure he's very excited about that. But for now, he's got a session to get through. Lammonby is 31 not out, and James Rew has eased himself to 13.
It's so pleasing to see how well James has done. He makes the game look so simple, which, you know me, Pete, as a coach, I like that quality in a young player, and it would be nice to see Tom Lammonby have a good day.
Well, with the thought of you liking the game played simple, it's amazing we're still friends.
I know, you always scored runs, and that means you were doing something right, doesn't it?
Yeah, I suppose. So, let's, in between talking about the cricket, Jules, let's talk about your career here at Somerset. High points. Let's go with high points to start with. Let's get the conversation off to a good start. Personal and sort of team highlights and some of the great players that you played with.
I guess we'll start with the great players, really. I was a late developer, so when I joined the dressing room in 1983 and being around the guys like Ian Botham, Viv Richards, Joel Garner, it was a bit of a wake-up call in a way, because I had no concept of them in real life, really. You just watched them from afar, and suddenly you're in the same dressing room, which I found quite odd.
Starstruck? Would that be a fair?
I think so, yeah, a little bit. And we've talked before about many of these things, but I didn't really know my game that well, I don't think, at that age. I was 19 years old, and I was, as I say, I was a late developer. I had a great 1982, and I'd pretty much come from nowhere, but I didn't really know my game in great depth at all. And suddenly, with all these guys who were massively elite performers. And I made my debut that summer against New Zealand in July, which was funny because a year before I'd been dropped from Keynsham first 11 to the second 11 at 18 years old, and a year later you're making your first class debut. But I don't think I've ever felt more out of my depth in a game of cricket.
Really?
Oh, it was. I just thought I'm a complete imposter here, and yeah. But that little experience, you pick up a huge amount of information, don't you? You'd have had the same thing, but you pick up so much information such a short space of time, and it was inspiring. And I went away from that day, and I think that taught me a huge amount about what I needed to do, really.
Yeah, it certainly is. Nicely played there by Lammonby. Yeah, I think that's a lot of the things that I heard about a lot of our young cricketers coming into the dressing room and playing with Trez and Hildy in particular. And, you know, I think it's a common pathway, isn't it, when you play for your sort of home county, that, you know, the blokes that you would pay a few quid to go and watch all of a sudden become your teammates. It could be a real sort of culture shock. And in terms of like feeling, you know, that imposter syndrome as you describe, and then sort of bedding into the team for, you know, the majority of for the rest of the next decade, who were the sort of players that sort of helped you sort of, you know, nullify that sort of imposter syndrome feeling and sort of embrace you into the team?
The number one for me was Peter Denning. He all but took me under his wing, really, and worked very hard on trying to get me to understand where I was, I suppose, as much as anything, and how to deal with your emotions as much as playing the game of cricket, and your whole demeanour about presentation, I think. And Dasher did it in his own way. Wouldn't have been massively qualified other than playing the game, but he was such an influence for me when I was a young lad coming through. And he left the club in 1980 I think it was end of 1985 actually, and for me personally that was a big loss because he was someone I found myself going to a lot for guidance.
Yeah, we're looking at sort of pictures of Dasher and the odd bit of footage with his sort of floppy hat and the straggly hair at the bottom, kind of resembling the cricketing sort of Wurzel Gummidge sort of character. He didn't strike me as the sort of type that would be the psychologist for the young up-and-coming Somerset cricketer, as we've got McAndrew bowling from the River End to James Rue. So that's a real surprise. And other teammates that you leaned on from time to time?
I would say people like Colin Dredge, very sort of mature character. In fairness, I think I gelled quite well with those guys that had been born and bred Somerset. I don't know, they had more of an affiliation with those guys. People like Vic was a great guy as well. Probably didn't spend as much time talking to Vic as I would like to since I've played cricket. Since I've finished, I'll probably talk to Vic more. But and it's one of those things, isn't it? At the time, you get so caught up in what you're doing, you don't always go and ask enough questions. I don't know if you found that.
I see what you mean. I'm always sort of like a bit guarded when I'm asked a question that is sort of somewhere around framed me not talking a lot, and that's something I've always done quite a lot. So, but I know what you mean. Instead of sort of filling the air with noise, which is probably what I do, it's asking questions that have a bit more sort of base to them. As Somerset passed the 100, really nice little milestone this morning. We've had a massive change around in regard to the opening batting partnership. Captain Lewis Gregory and Josh Davey, who I thought did a fantastic job in particular. It's probably a little bit unlucky to get given out. Looked like that rising ball from Robinson just clipped the back shoulder on the way through, but a great start for him as a Somerset legit opener. McAndrew in his first spell. That lacquer went off the ball, Jules, and just started to swing around a little bit. I think that the first 10 overs it looked relatively innocuous, and then all of a sudden balls like that were flying around. Certainly one that the Demon of Froome, Colin Dredge, would have been proud of.
He'd have enjoyed this, I think, Dredgy. Yeah, it's there's a little bit of a tinge to it, isn't there? But it hasn't done a huge amount, has it?
Well,
the odd ball.
I think in the modern world where this goes live to lots of people and the on X and various other social media platforms, there'll be a highlights reel. It gets commented on, but if you are savvy with what Taunton is about, generally a bit of green grass just gives a bit of pace and carry. It doesn't really make the ball move massively laterally. It just keeps a good bit of fresh zip in the wicket, as we just saw there. Another beauty of a delivery there from Lammonby.
It's one of those things, isn't it, where it's just getting that length right, isn't it? They're decent balls, those two, but that length is just a fraction out. And whether it's because maybe bowlers aren't used to it enough hitting that area, that's where the most dangerous length is.
In terms of getting nicks, you think a yard fuller than
absolutely,
that?
Absolutely, yeah.
So, again, casting your mind back, young man, imposter syndrome, feeling a bit out of his depth, playing with an unbelievable roster of players, to coin an American phrase there. Joel Garner with a bit of a green tinge on the wicket. How do you think that would look?
Yeah, I think you'd rather be fielding than batting. It was one of those bowlers in your side, you just felt privileged to have him there. What I remember when I was debuting, I would field at sort of backward point cover, and there was nobody ever between me and Joel. And of course, what I didn't want to do was get the ball from the slip cordon and try and throw the ball to Joel from sort of 30, 40 yards away and miss him. So I'd stay very fit.
That would have been a bad throw to miss Joel Garner.
True. But I would run from backward point to mid-off to make sure I got the ball to him and then run back again. But, we were privileged, weren't we? They were fantastic cricketers. And you sort of, like I said earlier, you pinch yourself that you're actually in the same room as this guy that's, if you picked a World 11 one-day side of all time, you'd have to have Joel in it. If you picked a Test match team of all time, you'd have to argue Viv would be in it. And to be in the same dressing room with them and sharing experiences with them, it's quite remarkable, really, when you look back. It feels it must have been another person.
Well, it wasn't, Jules. It was definitely you. So you had a number of years playing for the team, and then transitioned into numerous coaching roles. But you were one of the club coaches when I joined here. I think we first met.
Don't.
We first met I think I was maybe
About
just
13,
turned
14, yeah.
14, just
Yeah.
turned 15, maybe somewhere in around there. We locked horns a couple of times, and very proud to call you a friend 30 years
Absolutely.
later.
Yeah.
You know, what were your experiences? You know, I was maybe self-indulged slightly, but you had a dressing room of young up-and-coming cricketers that included Trigo, Tucker, Gazard, Bulbeck, Matt Wood. I mean, quite an eclectic group of
very different.
A group of characters. What were the things that used to keep you up at night, trying to look after our rabble?
Do you know, the thing, there wasn't any one thing. For me, it was trying to provide an environment where you all felt you could be and be yourselves. Now, obviously, within that, you're trying to help people understand what might be expected of them from the professional game. But to reach that point, you need those people to feel that they've got the freedom to express themselves. Because if you play cricket with fear and worry about what someone else is thinking, you're not going to be yourself. So for me, it was trying to give you that environment where we might lock horns, but I still thought when you walked out on the field of play, you're going to be yourself. We locked horns about different things in cricket, probably.
Yeah, well, that was very much the environment. It was very nurturing for, you know, someone like myself going into a cricket environment, and whatever your preconceptions are of that sort of environment in the late 90s, I was probably a little bit out there at times and unexpressive, but I always remember you did create an environment where you allowed me to express myself and be that combative cricketer. And
I think the thing as well is, you know, you've got that side to you. You've got a very positive, confident side. The last thing you want that player to do is lose it, because you know how competitive it is when you walk out on that field. And if you're an imposter out there, which I was in my game against New Zealand, I'm not going to perform. So you need to see what people have got capability-wise, of the character to go on the field to combat with the opposition. And you need some character for that. And you do have to have some level of ego. And I would argue that I don't know if I had enough ego about myself when I was playing professional cricket.
Too nice a bloke, is that what you're saying?
Not saying I was a nice enough bloke, no.
Well,
but
in terms of battling duels, I have to say that Finn Hudson-Prentice, you know, he's gone for 6 off his 5.5 overs. He has moved the ball around. He's been a real challenge. He's one of those characters as well. He's often, I mean, this is the most, in inverted commas, normal sort of, he's one of those guys who loves his hairstyles, and he's a character, but yeah, when I've played against him, he's all up in your face when he's bowling. Also, you know, really good striker with the bat as well. You know, those sort of cricketers, I think, I sort of gravitate to watching. Really, there's lots of cricketers out there that just go about their business quietly, but I think the eyes are on, you know, your Bothams, your Flintoffs, your Ben Stokes, I suppose a slightly different version, but you know, people in county cricket that really shine out as being able to, within their environment, their coaches allowed them just to be themselves and back them and trust them. I like that.
Yeah, definitely. And I think your all-rounders, you need them to be the type of character that's going to make something happen in a game of cricket. Or whether they've got the ball in the hand or bat in the hand, you expect them to take the game to the opposition, really. And there is a risk attached to that. But when it comes off, it's always a success, isn't it? Yeah,
well, I know, certainly the sort of your influence, among others, Pete Robinson and lots of other influences, positive ones that I had. But then there was like the Justin Langer email that I got, and I always felt that was quite pivotal in terms of actually echoing the message I had with you as a young cricketer that I'd lost for a number of years. Didn't have those good relationships of people that I felt wanted me to be me. They were all always trying to change me to be something else, and it wasn't really working. And then JL came over and he sent me this email before the start of the season, my first real successful season, I suppose. And he said that doesn't want me to be like everyone else. I'm his X Factor player. And those words coming from him with his status was a massive positive to me, to be able to just, right, I'm going to take this next season on, and lo and behold, never really look back.
I didn't know that, but that's brilliant. And that's I think every player needs to have that sort of backing, because you sense it.
Oh, a stray one down the leg side, another handful of buys there, 4 buys. I know John Simpson weren't like those against his name. He's had 2 very stray deliveries that he hasn't managed to stop with that diving hand that he's offered. Yeah, there's some stray deliveries. I think one of the challenges, Jules, you'll probably speak well about this, when you're facing a bowler like Hudson Prentice that's always in and around your off stump, and you've got McAndrew up the other end, the Aussie quick, maybe a yard quicker, sprays it around a little bit, but then comes back with the Jaffa. So it's almost harder to line up those types of bowlers, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. What I haven't seen all of the cricket today, but how much have they bowled over the wicket to the left-handers? Because it's become a big thing, hasn't it? Theme being round the wicket all the time. And I just wonder if they could have a couple of overs every now and then, just changing the lines.
Well, I think the Broad Warner was a big thing, wasn't it? It became very much in the psyche that left-handers, probably from their birth in cricket, always face right armers over the wicket, swinging it back in, and that change of angle kind of threw things out a little bit. But now it's almost like exclusively this tactic. I know Craig Overton does it. Most of our seamers do. But I think if someone's looking to, I think Ruin Lammonby in particular shape up really nicely. I think it's worth sort of toying with them, you know, 3 overs here, 2 overs over, and changing it up a little bit just to move them across the crease.
I think so.
Certainly be the way I'd look at doing it.
Yeah, I think so, because from around the wicket, the ball coming into the bat is very easy to see from the hand. To get it away from the bat, suddenly a hard delivery, isn't it? If it's over the wicket, you don't pick up the in-swing as quickly, and if it then runs across you, you still haven't quite picked that up as quickly. But you can see why people do come.
Loose ball there, great shot by James Rew. He doesn't miss out on many, and he certainly hasn't missed out on that. Swatted that wide drag down through backward point like a missile for 4.
He's very economical, isn't he? Just hits the ball. His game is so organised. It's tremendous to see in such a young player.
And hopefully one of the greatest segues in commentary. Talking of hitting the ball, Jules, that is what young cricketers need to do. They need to hit balls. They need to get the 10,000 reps in. You know, that's the science behind creating something from, you know, a talent to muscle memory. And your next venture in cricket is very much supporting that. Talk us through Runmaker.
Runmaker, I don't know how many people are very aware of virtual reality, but you have what's known as a MetaQuest headset, and we've developed an application that slots into the headset where you're placed into a sports centre. Within that sports centre, you have somebody with a sidearm that throws a range of cricket balls at the batter so they can train in that environment. So effectively, you've got your own sports centre, you've got your own coach available to throw the ball at you whenever you want it. We have two versions at this stage where you have a 12-ball routine. So there's 4 short pitch deliveries, 4 length deliveries, 4 half volleys, 4 different lines, so it works for right and left-handers. And then we have a training room where you can specify what you want to practice. So you've got a whiteboard you can plan your sessions on. So the coach can give a session plan to a player, they can write it up. You've got 12 boxes, you tick the deliveries you want to practice. You then have either 5, 10 or 15-minute session with a full-size bat or a thin bat, and you can choose 3 speeds, one 72 miles an hour, 62 miles an hour or 52 miles an hour. When your session's up, you automatically come back into the training room and you can review your session. So as a coach, if you were to record that and send that back to me, I know how you've articulated my messages, what you've set up to do and what you've thought about yourself, which then will help me go to the next stage of the training. Of course, we can do this between normal scheduled sessions.
Well, obviously, to practice cricket, it's very hard unless you've got very, very expensive machinery, auto-feed, bowling machines, and, of course, if you're British, nice weather, which is another massive factor. For all those golfers out there, you know, the emergence of working indoors on a TrackMan or a GC quad, where, you know, if it's raining outside and you can't practice, you have the facility to go indoors, but that's at a humongous cost.
Yeah.
Your app is very reasonably priced in terms of like the cost, but what it does do is it gives a 24/7 opportunity for young cricketers or even old guys like myself trying to get some runs tomorrow. You know, if you want to have a little knock on a Saturday morning, you can get your eye in.
you can, and I think it's geared towards, in fairness, it's not geared at this stage to the professional game. They've got plenty of support as it is. So we're looking very much at the developing cricketer and the recreational cricketer. So they've got somewhere else to practice when there never used to be anywhere else to practice. So you could be in the bedroom, in your garage, in the living room, and you can just say, I'll stick it on for 5 minutes, hit 60 balls, because we've set it up. You have a ball every 5 seconds. So there's not an overthinking process to this. It's very much organic, hit the ball. And what I find is when you hit a ball, if you know you've made a mistake, you very quickly make the adjustment and repeat that adjustment rather than be told to do it. So there's quite a lot of self-learning within this as well, which I think I've felt this myself as a coach. Sometimes we can almost give too much information to players rather than leave them with the problem and see what they show us and not give them the solution too quickly. So I'm hoping with this app that a lot of players will start searching for their own answers rather than wait for the coach to tell them.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. 113 for 2 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Yeah, I think if I relay it to sort of the golf side of things as well, you're also sort of training in a controlled environment. So if you do make a mistake, you can literally press a button and repeat the same exercise and get better at it, which I think that could kind of just make sense, doesn't it?
Yes.
We can probably dress it up as much, but the more things you do right, you're going to give yourself, the familiarity of moving your left foot towards the ball and getting the bat shape coming down nicely.
Better length.
As Rue did there, but that ball, even though Rui did play it with a beautiful straight bat, just jagged away towards the slips McAndrew.
That was the length.
He's a handful.
That was the length, wasn't it?
Just a bit fuller. It's just... Yeah, I think with a lot of bowlers, like you can sometimes get a pretty length. It looks very threatening, but it's never really going to catch the edge. That length there, that's the one that you can nick.
Yeah.
So obviously bringing in swing and seam, is that a development for run maker and movement, or are you just trying to build batters' confidence more than
I think at this stage we'll work as much as we can on improving this app for batter confidence. At this stage it's very much skill repetition based. What we want to do is introduce new options where you can have, because it's in a sports centre, you can put some benches out to replicate fielders to see if you're hitting the gaps. You can have a wagon wheel set up to see how consistent you are in your areas. I've got a coloured ball training thing that I do a lot where you might have a red ball to play and you just play that ball on merit. If there's a yellow ball, you have to be creative, and if it's a pink ball, it has to go to the boundary. So the batter has to explore what options work most consistently with different coloured balls and what things might work for them in situations where they do have to be creative.
Oh, an edge.
He's definitely bowling better length.
Just past third slip. But like third slip was a little bit late to react. That'd be interesting to see how close that was if we've got an angle there. That looked like it pierced his ear on the way past. Oh, so close. It would have gone straight to, I think, maybe the right hand of a... Here we go. What a great camera angle we have here. Well done, team. Could he have got a dive in? Stokesy would have caught that, wouldn't he, Jules?
Yeah, it could have been a dive, couldn't it?
That's gone like a missile, though. Lammonby, 36. Rue, 22. Rui, uncharacteristically, has lived a little bit close to the wind. Back nicely. At the end of this over, stay tuned, because Jules is going to take his life in his hand. He's going to stay seated, maybe talk you through a little bit of the cricket, while I am going to try Run Maker live on camera. I will give you honest feedback as to where the ball has gone. I will try not to give Jules a thick ear with the bat, and I'm excited about it.
Yeah, not much space. You may have to rein your game in a little bit.
Yeah,
save a few for Saturday.
The big hacks over mid wicket have been outlawed, but yeah, I'm going to try and bat nice and technical. I'm going to try and do a James Rue and get through and over.
Yeah, I think you might struggle with your foot movement in here. So it's very much a bit of a hand-eye game, this one.
I don't move my feet, Jules. So I'm going to leave you with Jules. Tune in. I think hopefully the camera will be on me, so you can have a good laugh at me attempting to get a few runs on Run Maker.
A bit worried about the space, and I'll keep my head down. Any helmets? This is a first commentating on a cricket match, I have to say. Lovely day.
Right.
Beautiful for cricket.
Do you feel... Oh, it's turning me the other way now. I think I must have pressed the button.
Okay, where are you? Which way are you facing? Okay, if I might have flicked around again. Okay, so I'm changing you again. That's better. Okay. I hope so. As I say, play.
I've hit the ball, which is good.
Okay, you've also hit the desk. And again.
Right, okay.
I'm going to try and
Tell you what.
move you around. That's better. I think I've moved you around again. That's okay. As you've already pointed out, I'm not very quick. That's good.
Oh,
That's good.
solid Triggs. Love that.
It's nice to see a good top hand.
Oh, cut shot. That's run through gully for 4. Thank you very much.
Oh,
you can't bowl there, Jules.
Most people don't commentate quite as much when they're using the headset, but
Can't help myself. That was hit me in the shin.
it won't hurt
That one's hit you in the shoulder.
unless you hit me.
I'll stand on the back a little bit. Oh, yes.
Good.
Love that.
Big appeal for LBW, but it did look as if it
Hey,
was
forget that game.
glancing
This
down.
is all happening in here.
Well, it's nice to bring so much pleasure to the
Davey.
commentary box. Pete,
Tell you what.
good.
Loving this.
Missed
Left
it?
that one. Left. So one more short one to finish on.
Yeah.
Where's that?
So, well, I don't know what the partnership is now, but it's moving along nicely.
Hit me in the chest. Oh, thank you very much.
You enjoy that?
I'll tell you what. You're going to have to stay.
Sorry?
Jules, you're going to have to stay around a bit longer. That was top draw. I think I'm
Good.
I'm 60 for 17 at the moment.
60 of 17. Yeah, that's about a standard rate, isn't it?
Oh. Right.
I think this has
Back
been
to
a
the cricket.
good. I think it's been a good contest this spell. To be fair, I think the bowlers have, in the main, bowled pretty well, and the batters have withstood it. A little bit of fortune, to be fair, but you always need a little bit of that, don't you?
Well, I was away in my virtual world. Was
Where?
that on the screen? Are we going to...
I think so. I don't know. I was watching both games, you see.
God, that is a very addictive thing to be involved in, the old VR headset. For all you young cricketers out there, I urge you, I'm sure Jules will be doing his travelling around the southwest in particular and all that kind of stuff. If you are virtual reality minded and you've got this MetaQuest headset, go on the applications, download Runmaker.
That's it, Runmaker Cricket. And we're spelt M-A-K-A rather than E-R because Runmaker, there were trademark restrictions, so we needed to rename ourselves.
Is there
so it's quite a nifty little name, really, I think.
Would there be a future sort of upgrade, if you like, where you could maybe even like communicate with other users?
Well, yes. What we want to try and do at some point is put the coach and the player in the same virtual space. So you could be in Weston and I could be in Taunton, and we could still work together at the same time.
Lovely shot there from James Rue. Boundaries are starting to flow here at Somerset. And to be honest, I think the way I played on Runmaker has just changed the momentum of the ground.
I think it has, yes. Yeah, you've got it going a bit. But yeah. So we've got lots of things we'd like to try and do, and everything takes time, as I'm sure you understand. But putting the coach and the player together in the same space at the same time would be brilliant. I do know there's an application at the moment where you can fence. Fencing's quite big on VR, funnily enough. I saw a guy once who lives
Presumably
in
not garden fencing.
Not garden fencing, actual literal fencing with the little epées. And this chap fences with his friend in Birmingham, and he lives in Perranporth.
Brilliant.
And they do it same time against each other, have little matches against each other, which is remarkable, really. But it does show that...
Touche. If we have a look there, this man, he is gone for the day. This is the end of Harry Everett. He is going to be...
Do not fall down the steps, please. I think, Harry, you might have met Neil Taylor.
You got to find the stumps, mate. You make sure you're lined up right.
I just hope you don't fall down the steps because you've
actually, well, mate, you got to be classed to be able to play in this small space. But
if you take
just so you know, Harry on a Saturday also has trouble finding the stumps, so nothing new there.
Who do you play for, Harry? Did you play? Were you at Temple Cloud a few weeks ago? Oh, I missed that. That would have been Neil Taylor, one of my partners. Yes, that's right. It was because of Neil's wife this all sort of started, to be honest.
Someone's got to be blamed.
Oh, excellent.
Right,
Well
we've
done.
got a bit of spin here from the river end. Carson into the attack. This is the end that you predominantly see Jack Leach and the likes of Simon Harmer bowling from this end. He bowled his first spell at the Trescothick stand end. Didn't get too much spin. Nearly created an opportunity of a sort of stumping / run out, but this is the end that the spinners seem to have a bit of interest in.
One thing interesting you were saying there, it's quite addictive, and we do find that there's a lot of times people will say, "I'll just have one more, just have one more." And when I was, I first showed this, we had a proof of concept, and I showed it to my solicitors, Wallens from Exeter, and the guys there all took a turn, and Dan, who knew a lot about it but hadn't really seen it in action, and you know me, Pete, I'm probably not a great salesman, but he had a few hits and he took the headset off and he just looked at me and he said, "Julian, you have totally undersold this to me," which was quite a nice comment, really, because you thought, okay, so we are onto something.
I could just imagine a load of lawyers in an office. one more. An hour later, sweating through their shirt, tie off, getting a bit competitive.
Yeah.
Now, Jules, that's the first time I've used Runmaker, and that's, that is a super exciting venture for you. I wish you well, Jules. I think
Thanks,
Harry's
Pete.
going to come in and join you, and I'm going to be off air in a bit, and let's catch up for a coffee. But
Brilliant.
Julian Wyatt, it's been an absolute pleasure, my friend.
Thanks, Pete. Oh, it's always good to see you, as you well know. One of my favourite cricketers of all time, Pete.
Oh.
And I play with some good ones.
Now we know he's gone into salesman mode.
Am I staying or going?
Yeah, if you take a break, and I'll meet you back for a coffee in a
Awesome.
minute.
Well, thanks very much, Pete. I really appreciate you letting me come in. It's been brilliant.
Well, the one thing you have to do is you need to take it next door, and Ben and the rest of the production team want to have a net.
Okay. Well, I'll take it in there. I'll need to take a photograph of you at some point because I tend to do a little bit of a story on LinkedIn.
There we go.
So I'll take a photo of you two guys in a minute.
Can you do it that way round?
Yeah, if you can.
Do you want to use your arm?
Oh, okay.
Well, that's a video.
That's a video. Good photo, shall we? Stand up.
We've got Harry in the background.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Well, that was an unexpected surprise this morning. Lammonby 39 not out, Rue 30 not out, Trigo 65 for 17 on the Runmaker machine. Hope you enjoyed that. That was a good bit of fun. .50 partnership out there between Lammonby and Rue. That was serious fun. I'm so happy that I didn't whack Jules round the back of the head with that little bat thing. I think if you do have a Runmaker at home, make sure you give yourself a bit more room than this 1 metre by 1 metre commentary room we're in. Tell you what, Charlie,
Well,
I'm in seriously good nick for tomorrow.
I heard a few, because when you're watching someone play it, all you can do is hear like and it sounded like they were coming out the middle, but I just thought maybe that's just the noise it makes. Maybe it was the sound of it hitting the keeper's gloves.
Well, it must have been quite realistic. Every time I tried to play a defensive shot, I got hit in the body, and every time I tried to slog it over mid-wicket, I got hold of it. So
yeah, that brings back some memories watching you play.
Well, there's definitely scope for that kind of thing in cricket. If the way that it's gone with golf in particular, those indoor training aids, I think it's a great idea from Jules. He was a fantastic coach. I can't echo how important he was for me. I sometimes wish a lot of the youngsters have well, I suppose everyone's got a Jules type character in their life, and he was an exceptional coach and just allowed us all to express ourselves and find out what we were all about.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. I did take a picture of you giving it the defensive shot. Would you like to see? Oh. And I put a message on the WhatsApp group saying, not a shot I remember Pete playing all that often. And look at that. Head down there.
High elbow.
High elbow, all good.
Yeah, I think that was the one that hit me in the rib.
It's the glittery shoes that really finished that off for me.
Absolutely brilliant. Lovely to see you, Jules.
Yeah, looks like a good bit of kit, that.
Played a number of years for Somerset in... Yeah, could you imagine that being a young cricketer going into their dressing room with Steve Waugh and Joel, Viv, both of them.
Yeah.
Crikey me. Jimmy Cook would have been around that sort of time as well.
Yeah. Harry Everett's having a go now. So if you see this
well,
building
I was
start to fall
hoping to
down,
take a little break and have a coffee with my mate Jules, but I reckon Harry will
Harry's
be gone
gone.
for at
Yeah,
least
he's
an
gone.
hour.
Yeah. Good
Yeah,
partnership.
That's
this,
good feedback there from the live stream. One
yeah.
way to practice without getting hit by the ball. Really
Yep.
good for young cricketers, especially if they want to work on the short ball. You take away the fear of breaking a rib or getting a nasty bruise. So, lots of good things to come, hopefully.
Lammonby on 40, Rue on 30. They've been together now for 51. So this partnership going along very nicely. Yeah, 51-run partnership, the two of them putting on. Rue looking classy as ever, and Lammonby.
Yeah, he's sailed quite close to the wind a couple of times. A couple of sort of edge that really went close to that third slip, that leading edge just before the break. But I do think that, with that lacquer off, the ball shining, I think it's good swing conditions. It's a nice temperature. There's definitely a bit of movement out there. McAndrew's getting the ball to move sharply away from Lammonby, which is always, if there is a sort of weak spot, Rue and Lammonby, that ball going away towards the slips is the one that brings that outside edge in. As we see there, that's really sharp and quite huge movement, actually.
Yeah, that chance earlier in the over, going begging. That's a drive, and that will be runs.
The one through to Simpson, isn't it? Is it?
I think so.
Really?
I think
That
so.
is unusual.
There's a lot of oohs and ahs around the ground. I think it was a drop. I'll double check that. I'm pretty sure it was. I've written down as a drop.
Always happens. The over ends up getting bookended with a boundary.
Can we see the drop again? If
Classic
possible, please?
cover drive there from Rue.
Or if it wasn't a drop, the chance for the keeper, if we can. Just have a look at how close it was to being taken. There were definitely oohs and ahs, which made me think we're not in line here, so it's hard to see the little nicks. But let's have a
After
look.
the bat, the ball almost saucered, didn't it?
No, not that one. That's a nice shot.
It saucered and almost rose towards Simpson and burst through the gloves.
Yeah.
Really unusual for him to drop anything.
Yeah.
Look at
Tough
that.
chance. That's a nice shot. That's a lovely shot.
Poetry from Rue.
We're on to 34 with that one.
Carson 7 overs for 23 at the moment. Nothing alarming to speak of at the moment. Just giving the seamers a little bit of a break. Run rate a very healthy, let's call it 3.5 and over. It's amazing the effect of, I think massive green tick in the box in terms of Josh Davies' performance as an opener. The amount of balls he batted for the runs that he got, it means you've got your really informed premier batsman in when the seamers are having to go into their second and third spells, and a spinner on and the ball's slightly older has a huge knock-on effect to the rest of the innings when you've got an opener out there that puts in a solid performance, nearly batted the session out. I thought he did a really good job. Harry got very excited about those whips through mid-wicket. And a hint of spin there.
Yeah, a bit of turn there. Lammonby missing it, coming forwards to it. And a little shout from the keeper. Won't be the worst thing in the world if there's a bit of turn. As a reverse sweep comes in, and the fielder does well. Didn't have a lot of time to react to that one. 136 for 2. Well, this wouldn't have been the plan for Sussex when they won the toss. Looking at this pitch. Here comes Carson again. Thinking about the quick single, but it's not there.
Yeah, I think at lunch, I think it was very much on as even. I think Somerset were in danger of just sort of taking the feel-good vibes, I think, here at the moment. If they can just get through this next half an hour, keep, you know, churning those runs out a little bit, keep them out the wickets, I think it will turn the first half of this day into a pretty successful one.
Yeah, they gave themselves a great platform at the lunch break. 99 for 2, and those two people out were Lewis Gregory and Josh Davey. If you are joining us late, they were the openers, the two of them. Having lost the toss. So we don't know whether Vaughan is the question now. Where is Vaughan going to come out? Bit of confusion around the ground when Rue stepped out. The announcement was it was Abel, but it wasn't. Somerset team keeping us guessing at the moment as to the order that they're going to bat in. It's working all right so far. That's a nice little clip. That'll be 4 runs. Bit too leg-sidey from the bowler, McAndrew, and he's leaked a few runs. He's been a bit sporadic with his line, and Rue makes the most of that one.
Yeah, there's a few loose deliveries from McAndrew. He has a knack of backing up with an absolute jaffer as well, so you can't really switch off as a batter against someone like him. Looks like he's getting through, decent pace. He's just tried to bowl the magic ball there. If he just starts that on off stump, he's very much more in the game. You can hear Harry outside saying, I've hit one, I've hit one.
Poor Jules. There's a long discussion going on out there.
Harry's gone down the rabbit hole, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's it now. We're never going to see him again. So every cloud. 140 for 2. It's McAndrew, who is bowling in his 11th over. The one breakthrough so far for McAndrew, which was the first one. Gregory, who fended one off to slip for 15. And the other wicket to fall was Davey, who's caught behind off the bowling of Ollie Robinson for 28. Although he didn't look very happy with that, Davey, with the decision.
No, I think on the slow-mo it looked like it caught his back tricep on the way through. Yeah. Just a bit of flesh, which leather on flesh does make that sort of like nicky sound. So a really tough one for the umpire, but yeah, Davey didn't look overly impressed with the decision. Another glorious cover drive there from Rue. The trademark is probably going to scamper through for 3. Didn't quite get it as well as the other one. It's a big old boundary out that side.
Yeah.
Tell you what though, with those VR sort of headsets, you really do go, don't you?
You're in another world.
I had no interest in what was going on here when I was in that net. I was completely immersed. You could easily like have a couple of hours batting and forget that life outside is happening. It's quite immersive,
well, it tricks your brain in a little way, doesn't it? Because you believe what your eyes are telling you, and as far as your eyes are concerned, you're in a
it's amazing.
Totally different world.
You look in front of you, and you've got just the handle in your hand, but obviously on the screen it's the
feels like the whole
full
bat
blade of the bat. And you can look behind and see the stumps, and the coach is there slinging the ball, and you can probably get carried away.
Well, Rue has overtaken Lammonby now. 44 balls it's taken him to get to 42, so he's going on a good lick here, James Rue. Meanwhile, Lammonby 41 off 103, far more circumspect. But it's Lammonby on strike now.
Doing a good job, these two. Like I said, that green tinge, if you play well, it does give you scoring opportunities because there's always pace on the ball. If you stray line and length, you can capitalise. These two are batting beautifully so far this morning. Big credit to Josh Davey, his 28, 77 balls before he dug in. Played very, very well.
Yeah, it's been a really good day so far for Somerset after losing the toss. They've been pretty good since then. Sussex will feel like you asked to bowl first, you want to make more breakthroughs than 2 in the opening session, but a couple of quick wickets and they're well back in this. In comes Carson. Lovely run there.
Harry's still talking about, if I get a ball there, I'm just going to whack it.
You're not getting off commentary.
He's not coming back in,
He's
is
not
he?
coming back. It's you and me till the end of the day now.
Harry is in the metaverse.
Oh, yeah. He's gone.
What do you think he would call his cricket avatar? What would be his player name, do you think?
Tendulkar.
Harry the Hacker or something?
It'd be Harry, yeah, something like that. Tendulkar, but better or something like that. You know, the Somerset Tendulkar.
Who's the Irish cricketer that we signed a few years back that he absolutely buzzed over? What was his name?
Campher, is it? Curtis Campher? That's a good
that
sweep
was
shot.
Yeah, he was a Harry
Oh, careful, careful. That was nearly Finn Hudson-Prentice bringing it over the boundary for 4 runs. In the end, just did a good job. He liked that, didn't he, Curtis Campher? He was a big fan. If you watch this, little bit of a fumble here on the boundary. Whoopsie. Took enough pace of it off it so that it didn't quite reach the boundary rope. Lammonby now on strike. That'll be just the one that time. Good partnership. There's a couple of left-handers doing a good job for Somerset. Both of them approaching half-century. Rue on strike now. And gone.
Oh, that's nicely bowled. A bit of spin. Rue falls for 46. Sharp catch there at first slip. It's been a while since we've seen a false shot from James Rue. Just pushed at a slightly wider delivery, but there is definitely spin out there for the Sussex off-spinner. And he's just managed to get the outside edge on that one. Goes for 46. Somerset 149 for 3.
Tom Abel will be the new man. But yeah, having just mentioned their half centuries, I've got to take my fair share of the blame, I'm afraid, for that one. Sorry, James. Yeah, proper turn though. Proper turn. You can see Carson's reaction. He's very happy with that one. James Rue, England's most recent Test call-up, gets out for a well-made 46 from just... How many balls was it? Not many. 46 from 47. To run a ball.
It's nearly a goal every game.
Very, very good. Well, Tom Abel comes in then. So Abel batting at 5 today in this slightly new look, well, very new look Somerset
Well,
setup.
he's had a lovely rest.
Yeah.
A couple of cups of tea while watching the lads. No time for a bit of action for Tom Abel. He's been prolific over the last number of years for Somerset. Very good batting conditions here, albeit a little bit of spin on show. It surprised me if Aves takes quite a aggressive sort of off-stump stance to the off-spinner. Wouldn't surprise me at all if he took an off-stump guard here, as he plays so well when the ball's in straight. That partnership of 70 that's just brought to a close in quick time as well.
Yeah, they raced along, pushing the score. It was 99 at lunch, wasn't it? So they've got 50 runs extra in, what was that, just about 40 minutes?
Yeah,
45
about
minutes?
10 over, yeah, they're going at 5s pretty much.
Yeah, it's good effort. Carson then to Abel, who defends his first ball.
Very nice over and good spell so far from Carson. Definitely seeing a little bit more action bowling from that river end. McAndrew as well looking dangerous in between the occasional boundary ball. He's bowled some absolute beauties as well. Balls into Lammonby in particular, sort of darting sharply towards the slips.
Yeah,
catch
well placed slip. Yeah, exactly what the bowler and the fielding side were hoping would happen there. It's a good angle here. Yeah, he's got a bit of turn, just taking the edge. It's good bowling. Rue has to go. Comes McAndrew around the wicket. So Lammonby and Abel, who have batted together, they end up batting together a lot, number 3 and number 4, but Slightly strange circumstances this time, as Abel comes in at 5. So still Vaughan, Banton.
Oh, you think Banton will be next?
Yeah,
Six.
Vaughan quickly
Vaughan
dropping
7.
down the order, yeah, coming in at 7. So a very different day for him. Yeah, it's a good innings from Roos. It's quick. Move the game along. That's nicely played. Just for a single. 150 comes up.
Very nice. That wicket just brings everything back to on par, I think, in terms of the game and where each team would feel they are in the game. 3 wickets, 150.
Yep.
I think teams will be in a relatively equally positive mindset at the moment.
Yeah, that's a bonus round of applause for Tom Abel, isn't it? He's on naught and a ripple of applause around the ground for the 150 being brought up. Good effort, Tom. That one's left. Glorious day. Really warm in the sunshine. A little bit nippy in the shade, one of those days. One of those days where maybe you follow the sun round the ground, if you're a member, can sit in all the areas that are open. What do you reckon? What's the best spot?
Musical chairs.
Yeah, where's your favourite spot if you're a fan? Pete, where are you sitting?
I'm a bit of a wanderer with
Yeah.
cricket.
Yeah.
I think I'd probably spend a lot of my time just mooching.
Yeah.
I don't think I would sit in a chair and watch 10 overs on the bounce.
He's a moocher. Find him popping up in the James Hildreth stand. Your old batting
there
mate.
and everywhere.
And he's ordering a drink at the Colin Atkinson Pavilion bar.
Yeah, when I'm off air, I always try and get my steps up, get a lap in. Definitely right. It's freezing cold down the back of the Somerset stand and glorious over the other side of the pitch.
Here comes McAndrew. It takes an edge, but it's going to fall short of the gully fielder. Abel just looking to get off the mark here. He can be a bit of a nervous starter, Tom Abel. Once he gets going, it's lovely to watch, but he can just look a bit nervous to start with, a little bit scratchy.
Yeah, it looks like McAndrew to the right-hander. His sort of arm gets a little bit past the perpendicular. It's almost like angles in a little bit and then straightens, maybe swings away. So always quite a challenging style of bowling to face, especially as he's got a bit of pace about him.
Oh, that'll be a run then. Abel off the mark. Always feels good, doesn't it, that first one?
Yeah, the best running cricket.
Yeah. No duck for me, not today.
It's a massively different emotion, isn't it? If you get out for 1, you are considerably less sort of devastated than if you get 0. There's like
one run difference.
It's 1 run.
Yeah.
You've obviously had a stinker because you've got either 0 or 1, but you are absolutely gone if you've got 0 and contributed zip.
Yeah, we get the duck trailing its bat across the screen in Australia, don't you? It's a big difference.
Terrible place to be, especially in first-class cricket in the first innings. And you've got a couple of nights when you're on the dreaded pair.
Yeah, not nice. Get many pairs? I'm trying to think. You
Never.
can't have done really. No, you didn't. Not at all. In first class.
I was on extreme pair avoidance a couple of times where I
what in the second innings?
sort of like 9 balls into trying to save the pair, just massive panic sweat everywhere, and I just like ran at one and took a massive hack and like thick edged it over the slips for 4, and it was just like, whew,
there we
I can
go.
bat normally now. Yeah, it's just a horrible feeling because your teammates are even getting into you. Oh, you're in a pair, are you? Oh, great. Cheers, pal.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks. That's going to make me feel
Really
good and bat
needed
well
that.
for the team, isn't it?
And I think as well, if like
Abel using his feet here.
The older you are, the longer you've played with a certain person, they'll know that you've got pair anxiety as well, and they'll take you down.
Abel, normally a very good player of spin, can't quite get himself going here against Carson. Which suggests to me that the pitch is offering a bit of turn. We saw it, didn't we, that Rue delivery. We've seen a couple actually. That end is going to be the one for the spinners, I think. So far, seems to be the case. That's a full toss, and Abel hasn't been able to capitalise fully. Came forwards a lot, but picking out the fielder, not timing it. Last ball of this Carson over.
Yeah, Harry's still on run making.
He's still going. Poor Jules. Someone needs to go and rescue Jules in a minute.
Battery's run out. Sorry, mate.
Yeah. No, it isn't. It says 80%. No, it's not. That's not the battery. That's something else. You can see the James Hildreth stand there, recently renamed. Give us a wave if you're in the Hildreth stand. You're on camera now. There we are. There's a few there. Oh, hello.
One's better than none.
Yeah. Well, as we've been talking about.
As we say.
Yeah.
McAndrew continuing his spell, and he's looked dangerous in patches. He's got a ball in him. Lamb looking equally good. 44, not out. Looking to put a big score on the board.
Beautiful day. Weather looks good for the rest of the weekend. Do come here if you can. Obviously, great to have you on the stream, but if you can get here, watch some live cricket, see it unfold, take in the atmosphere. Got some decent sausage rolls downstairs, Pete. You seen those?
Yes, and that's why I'm sort of slightly somewhere near a food coma at the moment, because I did treat myself to a sausage roll. Very
nice.
Succulent. Yeah, lots of great cricket here. Charlie, in the summer, 7th of June, we've got the women's ODI match. They take on the West Indies here. Plenty of tickets sold already, so make sure you bag yourself one if you've got the day off.
Or book the day off.
4,000 or 5,000 tickets already sold, so the atmosphere will be
that'll be cracking.
Very, very good. You definitely do need the day off there.
Yeah. Shot, but no, get past the field. Oh, it will get past the field. It shouldn't have done, and it'll be 4 runs, and those are gifts. That's a gift for Tom Abel. Fielder Ollie Robinson not getting down.
He needs a bit of Cuprinol. The old tin man, the old tin man at mid-on there. You could always see the rust creaking, the rust falling off him as he flopped to the ground.
Oh dear, it doesn't look good, does it?
That was a very, very old-fashioned bowler's dive, that one.
It's a good shot. He has picked out the field. You can see why he doesn't run to start with, and then as soon as it got past the field, he didn't need to run even after that. Yeah, no way anyone else was picking it up.
Robbo went down like he was trying to catch a mouse in his kitchen there, didn't he?
Yeah, a lot of agreement on the stream about the sausage rolls. It's good stuff. Proper sausage rolls. You had tomorrow?
It's always a dangerous one to have that standard of sausage roll at the halfway house of the golf course. It always makes the back nine struggle.
Difficult, are they, in comparison? Leaving that one. Tom Abel's got a good leave, isn't he? Pronounced leave.
Jules has come back. Has Harry run the battery out on your run makers?
He says he's on 300. For those who've just joined us, we've had a brilliant is it the Runmaker VR cricket practice machine, which Pete was trying out, and somehow Harry Everett managed to get it on his head. And poor Jules, who's brought it in, hasn't been able to get a word in edgeways, I doubt. Welcome to our world, Jules.
I'll be amazed if Harry's not online later.
Yeah, he's probably already got one, isn't he, now? Buying one as we speak.
Yeah, James Rue has been the first wicket to fall this afternoon session. A nice spinning ball outside his off stump. He just pushed a little drive at it and it was smartly caught at first slip. 156 for 3 here at Somerset, taking on Sussex in the Rothesay County Championship Day 1. 45 overs gone. Lots more cricket left in the day.
Quantock's looking absolutely great today. I'm looking at them thinking they need a bike ridden over them. I'll happily oblige. Once the cricket's done though, this is, good stop actually, because Lammonby's lathered that one. It's been picked up quickly by Tom Clark, who didn't have to move much, but it came at him quickly. Lammonby just opening his stance a bit, giving himself some room. What will he do this time? The left-hander. The left-handers would look happier. Obviously got James Rue out, but Abel was struggling against him. Might just be because he's new at the crease, hasn't quite got his eye in fully yet, Tom Abel. Always good to see an opposition flag flying on the pavilion. I like that. I rate that. Thank you, Sussex. This is a big Somerset one flapping in the breeze. That'll be a run. Just a little glance off his hip. In fact, that'll be 2. And the appreciation around the ground for that.
He's still on that thing, you know.
He's still going. Jules had to come in to get the spare battery.
Massive announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Harry Everett has just gone past Tom Banton. 371 is now the record individual run scorer for Somerset County Cricket Club.
Oh dear.
Asterix.
Yeah, why stop at 371 now? Carson in, and Lammonby defending this one. No.
I'm going to take a little break.
Right, Treeks, well done. Mammoth session there, because we were waiting for a the relief to come in, but he's been distracted somewhat. He actually looks exhausted. Harry is sweating. In comes Carson, and this is flicked into the leg side. Might think about 2, but it has reached the fielder quite quickly. They're coming for the second. Harry, what was your score?
373 not out.
Oh, you had to wait to cross Banton's level,
Sorry,
didn't
Tom
you?
Banton, yeah. I'm absolutely knackered.
307. Does it actually keep a running total, or was that you just made it up?
I am knackered. You're in a different world in there.
Yeah.
What's happened in the cricket? I don't normally take my eyes off the county championship.
Rue's off. Out. He's gone for 46, just 4 runs short of his half century. Got by a good bit of spin. He went at 46 from 47 balls, though, so he cracked along at a good pace.
I did. I could hear your commentary while I had the VR headset on, actually.
That must have been quite strange. Playing in a game that you could hear commentary of a different game.
Yeah.
A quick look round. You said about taking your eyes off the county championship. Should we see what else is going on? Notts are 181 for 4 against Durham at Chesterley Street. Yorkshire 133 for 4 at the Oval. Hampshire 123 for 4 at Edgbaston. And Worcestershire 129 for 5 against Essex at New Road. That's Division 1, including this one, obviously. 160 for 3, Somerset here against Sussex. Ollie Robinson in. And that looked like a slower ball from Robinson. Northamptonshire 136 for 4 at Sophia Gardens. Kent 150 for 6 at Bristol. See if either of Somerset's players did make the starting lineup. Jake Ball is playing. Can't see Ogborn in there. For those who missed it, both those players currently on loan at Kent. Lancs 137 for 3 against Derbyshire at Old Trafford, and Middlesex 124 for 5 at Lords against Leicestershire. Meanwhile, here Robinson runs in again to Tom Abel. Just taking a look here, Abel. Not in any great hurry. got a decent platform here, Somerset, 160 for 3. Bear in mind that 2 of those wickets are Lewis Gregory and Josh Davey. So the only out-and-out batter who is out is James Rue.
Any more outs in that sentence?
No, out-and-out batter who's out. It's quite hard to...
Tom Abel at 5. See, I cannot remember him batting at 5. Opening 3, 4 quite a lot of times in the last few
5,
years.
quite rare.
Can't remember him at 5.
Yep.
Sure, someone's already checking the stats as we speak to find out the exact game. Tom Banton then at 6.
Yeah, it's a strange running order.
Archie Vaughan at 7. Archie Vaughan at 7. It's kind of where he was in the One Day Cup. I think he was 6 or 7 and bowling his off spin as well. I did watch him bowl at lunchtime. Steve Kirby and Shane Berger were running him through his paces, mitting for Archie having to loosen up.
Yeah, well, he might be useful here because Carson's getting a bit of turn, the off spinner. So could well see the same from Vaughan. Obviously, they'll go to Leach first, but Vaughan more than useful. Straight back at the bowler who can't get down and looks like he might be in a bit of pain here. And this goes towards the boundary, won't reach it. Yeah, Robinson's in a bit of pain here on his left hand, which is, I guess, good news for Sussex. Yeah. Oh, he's in a lot of pain, actually.
He's a tough cookie.
Yeah.
Just his finger in the stop.
Yeah.
I dare say he's the kind of bloke that even if he dislocated a finger in his left hand, he'd bowl and bat
with his
and
right,
field.
Yeah.
He'd crack
He is in pain there.
We didn't nail that though, Tom Abel. I mean, even with the finger stop, it's still gone nearly for 4. So a soft straight drive, but
it's a cruel sport, cricket, isn't it? It is a cruel sport. You're doing the great thing for your team. You've stopped a boundary. Let's assume it would have gone for 4.
Yeah.
Let's assume it would have done. You stopped a boundary, but looks like he was in a fair bit of pain there on his finger.
It'd be good to see Tom Abel in a different situation here, actually. How many times has he come in with 150 on the board?
Not often. Not as often as perhaps Somerset would like.
149 if we're being pedantic, but yeah.
I wasn't going to say it. Harry.
Quite often he's in at 30 for 1 or 30 for 2 or sometimes 10 for 1 or 2 or opening, as we've said before.
Yeah.
Opened with Trescothick at the start of his career.
Yeah, he did, gosh. That makes Abel, Abel's, you realise then, Abel's been around a long time.
And then he dropped himself. Don't forget when he dropped himself as captain, play some 2s games.
He dropped himself. I always thought that was a great measure of the man, actually.
Yeah. Who else would do that?
Not many.
I mean, I'm not sure.
He wasn't scoring many runs, though, and there was pressure on, but he dropped himself, took himself out of the team, got some runs and came back in, and I think he did pretty well at the end of that season. I think there was an injury, wasn't there? He only came back in because of an injury. I think he only missed 1 or 2 games.
Yes, he dropped himself and then someone got injured and he had to come back in, really.
Who got injured? I can't remember.
I feel like Durham rings about. I can't remember if that was his last game or when he came back in.
Bob on the stream saying that was a drop chance by Ali Robinson. Now, that's a bit harsh.
That's a ridiculously harsh.
It's a bit harsh. I think you've got to put that down as a good stop rather than a drop, to be honest. I'm not going to write that down in my book of drops.
No. Anyway, Carson continuing from the River End. Started off with Trescothick Pavilion End before lunch.
Yes, it's strange that, isn't it? Because Somerset we've sort of seen, there's generally been an end which spins more.
Yeah.
And it has generally been from the end that he's bowling now. So obviously thought the first time that he was going to spin from the other end.
Interesting leading edge there. Lucky didn't really go in the air. Short extra cover wasn't in the game. Now someone else is backing Bob up saying we missed that on commentary. We both saw it. We just didn't think it was that easy a chance to be worthy of a mention.
It wasn't a drop.
He's 6 foot plenty to dive down his follow through his big hand. That is a 50 for Tom Lammonby. He's batted nicely the left-hander. Batted at 3 most of the season when Sean Dixon hurt his finger. He came up to open. A surprise open partnership this morning, but Tom Lammonby is still at 3. And Tom Abel is going to give him a fist pump. Well batted, he's in pretty nice form. 50 of 120 balls. Calm, assured. Tom Lammonby is pretty crucial in a Somerset shirt.
Yep. And just under new contract.
Yes.
Which is good news for Somerset fans here till 2028 now.
I was down at Exeter Squash Club on Bank Holiday Monday and chatting to Glenn. Then saw Jill at Paddle the following day.
Oh, yeah.
And then, bizarrely, on day 4 of Sussex, when Somerset had actually lost it. No, day 4 of the Surrey game. I was walking along London Centre by the River Thames and past Lammonby parents. It was quite funny, actually. You bump into cricketing people outside of cricket. They're just walking around with a glowing smile on their face. Every time they saw me, oh, isn't Tom in great form? Tom's doing really well. I said, yeah, it's great.
Yeah, no,
it's great to see how proud they are of how well he's doing. You know, parents give up a lot to drive around and pay for things and give up time to take their kids all over the country.
Yep.
And they repay it. working really hard. It's great to see. That was nearly another catch-in chance. I wouldn't say a jib, it was just a yard short and to the left, mid-wicket. But Tom Hayward didn't really intend it to go there.
Well, he might have picked up there 120 balls in this 50. Which just shows actually how he's taking a chance, taking his time about it.
Nice slow-mo replay. Another foot in front. Someone's going to say that's another drop, but not in our book.
No.
There's different ways of looking at it. Like, in some ways, you could say any time you get a finger to any ball in the air at any point, it's a drop.
I don't subscribe to that.
No, sometimes you've got to take into account the follow-through or the pace. Or
well, he's also coming off his own bowling, so I think you've got to be fair to Robinson, and you can't say that was a drop. Just cannot say it was a drop. That's a nice shot, though. That's a lovely shot, actually. You see the angles he's working there. Absolutely lovely. Just dropping the bat on it, and it's just a trickle.
Perfectly weighted.
Yeah. Lovely, fairly risk-free shot.
It's like when you try and underarm it, the ball back to the bowler's mark, and you roll it perfectly to where their run-up starts. Just trickled nicely. Bit of a tease.
Look at that. Lovely stuff. Beautiful. And there it is. That agonising. You've got fielder chasing after it, and you just know, you can see the ball should. And it does just get to the boundary. So he moves to 54. Into the 49th over. Here comes Robinson now. And I'll be happy just to drop this one.
God, I feel like that VR treatment made me really sleepy. Actually, it's like a post-lunch coma. It's quite warm, and I just did a few balls in a VR world, and now sat down to commentate, and it's got to end.
Have a little nap.
Couldn't possibly do that. I can't believe I missed. How much of the cricket did I miss? I missed James Reed.
Good half an hour, I'd say.
You just don't know.
Very unlike you.
It is.
Very unlike you. Robinson in, rolling that one out of his hand, out of his wrists. And there is no run there.
Did we mention that Ben Folks has taken another absolute beauty?
Has he? I haven't seen it.
What's the score there? It was Tattersall off Tom Laws.
Yorkshire.
It was a third wicket for Yorkshire.
He's absolutely great, isn't he, folks? Scored, how many did he end up getting in
180 odd.
Very
there were
good.
380 odds in that game. Latham, Barnard and Folks.
Wow.
And Zen Malik also got 100 on his debut.
Very good. Very good.
Had Adam Rossington on the County Cricket Natters podcast in the week. We talked about that. It's slightly ironic that we got Adam Rossington, who's not playing Red Bull County Championship cricket, on our County Cricket Natters podcast about County Championship cricket, but he has played a fair amount of Red Bull.
Oh, he knows what he's talking about.
Exactly. Yeah, no, he's an interesting guest.
Where was that one? That wasn't at the Oval, was it?
That was at Edgbaston.
That was at Edgbaston.
With a stupidly sized boundary to one side and a pretty flat wicket. As per, sadly, Edgbaston has so much cricket on it, they struggle to get a centre wicket for County Championship games, depressingly.
That's nice. Comment from Dastry saying pretty pumped to watch Somerset in County Championship for the first time next weekend.
At Chesterley Street.
Chesterley Street.
Yep. Up at Durham next weekend.
That'll be good.
Well, the forecast's so nice. But how long is this drought going to go on for? April, May?
Next weekend, I think it's bad.
Is it?
I don't think it's well. Certainly down here, I don't know. Durham might be very different.
Durham's different. Well,
I got it because it's bank holiday next weekend, isn't it?
Another bank holiday. We've already had one of them this month.
We always have two in May.
They didn't really affect us when we were day 4 County Championship. Stifled appeal. Maybe could have been a single, but
let's have a look for you. What have you got? Let's have a look at Chesterley Street. Getting ahead of ourselves.
Charlie's
here.
a weatherman, don't forget.
I'm not a weatherman. I like.
You do like the weather. You do
I
love
like
talking about the weather.
I'm British. It's what we do. Chesterley Street.
It's going to be stunning till Tuesday down here.
A little bit of rain around on Saturday. Might be all right. No, it should be all right. Should be all right. The way it's looking at the moment should be all right, I reckon. Either way, you'll have a great time.
Judge is fine.
West Country lad in exile up north. Always cold and wet up here, he says.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like that here today. Absolutely glorious in Somerset. Been a fantastic day of cricket so far. 3 wickets, 167 runs. You've seen a runnable James Rue 46. You've seen a half century from Lammonby, unbeaten so far. You've seen a curious opening partnership from Gregory and Davey.
Yeah, good way of putting it.
Who knows who's next? A few people trying to work it out. Probably Banton, but who knows? I had a very brief chat with Jack Leach in the lunch break.
What? Hello, Charlie. Hello, Jack.
Just a bit longer than that. I said to him, "You didn't fancy opening up?" Then he said, "No, next week I'm down for number 1 slot."
Brilliant. Carson then from the River End. Front of the Ian Botham stand. White sheet sight screen. Billowing in the wind a little. Just a nice breeze. So a short leg in place and a slip. You can see on the screen. There's a deep square leg and a deep cover.
Abel just struggling to find gaps at the moment. But he's still there. Still. Sussex have got to get him out. I think I don't mind this at all. The sort of putting in all-rounders at the top.
No.
Get your proper batters in when the sun's at its warmest, when the ball is less hard, getting a bit soft.
Have we worked out who's 11? Is it definitely Leach? And we're saying Overton and Pretorius at 9 and 10.
Leach. Yeah.
Or Henry.
Or Henry. We want Pretorius
Craig
and
Overton and
Overton.
Pretorius probably haven't changed position that much.
No.
That's a nice
Should
shot
be
from Tom
around,
Abel.
yeah, just
Should
fine
be at least
enough.
2. Yeah, good tickle, just beat the man at 45.
So, Nathan McAndrew doing the running there.
Wow, Ian Holland, what a season he's having for Leicestershire. Top of the table, 4 wickets today, 25 for the season.
Wow, that's good going by May.
Yeah, he was in that
Mid-May.
Australian X Factor thing, wasn't he? Won the Australian American. Remember that cricket? They had an X Factor cricket thing. They had Justin Avendano, who played for Sydney Sixers and Taunton St Andrews and Sanford Pepperell. He was on it. Ian Holland was on it. I don't think there were that many others that made a career out of it, but it was an X Factor format for finding cricketers, basically. I wish I'd watched it. I don't know if you can find it anyway. If anyone can find it, I'd love to watch it. I've heard
Probably
about
somewhere,
it.
isn't it? I'm trying to find it on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember what it's actually called. I call it the Cricket X Factor thing in Australia, but it's probably got an actual name. Someone will tell us. Going to see Robinson continuing from the Discovery Pavilion end. Cricket Superstar, that's what it's called. I found it. And this is just...
You found the whole series?
Thing. Yeah, it's on Wikipedia. It was on Fox. I don't know if you can watch it back. Ian Holland and Avendano, I think, are the 2 most famous on the list. I'm going to get them list the names up. Yeah, they are the 2 most famous. Oh, Ben Cooper, Tom Cooper's brother. There's a link to the Netherlands and Somerset. Former Somerset overseas Tom Cooper. Ben Cooper's brother played for Tasmania. Left-handed bat. Played a few ODIs for the Netherlands.
They're in action today. How are they getting
Yeah,
on?
Ronald van der Merwe went for a few, didn't he? Was it 73 went for off 9, I think?
Let's have a look.
I think they scored 300 in their 50.
They certainly did. 380 for 9.
Yeah, it's a pretty high scoring game. Is it Amstelveen, is that what they call it? Amsterdam, something like that?
That is what they call it. Is it there, though?
No, Utrecht.
Utrecht.
Yeah, high, small grounds often. Vasteleda playing.
Van der Merwe got 1 for 73.
Leon Cachet from Sussex.
Yeah, Leon Cachet de Leyder is playing. Van Meekeren, former Somerset player.
Is that Fred Klaassen, the left armer? It's definitely not Heinrich Klaassen.
Yeah, no, it'll be Fred Klaassen. Yeah.
The Kent seamer. So that's why Kent are missing another bowler.
Yeah, hence why they've got
There's
2
a lot
Somerset
of county
ones.
champ. Curry's playing. There's a lot of county names in there. Brad Curry, that is.
Yeah. That's Brandon McMullen, not Brandon McCullum.
Brandon McCullum. He's a good batter. Yeah. There's so many links, actually, to the...
Yeah, Michael Leese, of course, used to play for Somerset.
Yeah, Leesk, Van Meekeren, Van der Merwe, all former Somerset. Leon Cachet, Sussex, of course. There's another link to him as well. Oh, where's our mate? Charlie Cassell's not playing. That'd been another name from
Was that last season or season before? Season before.
I think he played.
Oh, it was last season.
I think
Last
he played in Scotland's most recent game, you know, but he's not playing today.
Runs just dried up a little bit here. Good bit of pressure being put on by Sussex.
Still talking about Toms in the live chat. Never failed to get bored of talking about the amount of Toms in both these two sides. We should call it the Tom Derby, I suppose. What a lovely afternoon in the sunshine.
Worst ways to spend a day. Just filing that ball across, making sure, just watching it through there, Tom Lammonby. Shall we have a look at the 3 wickets to fall then? Starting off with Lewis Gregory off the bowling of Nathan McAndrew. Yeah, it's a great ball.
I feel like we did this on Tuesday quite a few times with the
so
soft
many
dismissals.
And then Robinson to Davey. Now, he seemed quite upset that that was given out. Thinking replay show maybe it came off his arm. He trudged off. And then lastly, James Root. Good spinning delivery from Carson. Yeah, proper wicket that for a spinner.
A bit languid with that stroke, I think, James Root.
Yeah, I think it's fair.
Quite as usual. Sort of followed it, went with the spin. Carson then back into Tom Abel. Just back and across, trying to whip it leg side. Legend that is Liz Orty, my Wemden scorer, who's a big Somerset fan, always spannering in the YouTube chat. She sent me a link to hopefully better watch the Cricket Superstar. There you go. There's watching. Big fun on Cricket Superstar, Cricket Australia. I don't think this is the wind-up. Could be a little bouncy castle or something. I don't know. We'll look out for a young Ian Holland.
Yeah, that's
straight
a run
through
there.
short leg after shin pad.
Abel into double figures, 170 for 3. As I say, Somerset's platform is good. 80 runs shot at the first batting point, 7 wickets still in hand. But things have slowed down. Sussex just causing a bit of pressure to build. Lammonby will pick up one here as well.
They nearly ran into each other.
Batters nearly collide.
I often say when I'm batting, can you just run a bit wider? I'll run 3 strips wide.
Yeah.
It means we don't crash into each other. You don't need to be looking at the swing or the spin, particularly at this stage.
No.
Just don't bang into each other. Last thing you want. Mid on and mid off, just sort of hanging back a little bit, tempting a 1 potentially. We read that 100 strike rate, 46 off 46. You wonder if Bazball's got his head a little bit. We talked about it last year. His first year he was batting properly normally, wasn't he? Then last year he went a little bit more aggressively, and then he sort of was a bit more becalmed again. A couple of days netting with England. There's Tom Abel running down as well. And he's, to be fair, when he's in form, we can score at a runner ball without taking any risk anyway.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was a very good innings. I thought the pace of it was really good for Somerset. It's dried up, it slowed down a bit now, the pace of this innings. Just that post-lunch bit of lull here.
Marcus Harris has a rare failure. I mean, 45 wouldn't be a failure for many people. But the runs he scored, what was he, 750 runs, and we're not even halfway through May yet. And this is the bottom side out of all 18 counties.
Well, it just shows how
still have the top scorer. What have the rest of them been doing?
Percentage of the runs he's scoring are huge.
Yeah, play cricket gives you your percentage of team runs. I'd like to see that for Marcus Harris.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of that for
mates.
lengths at the moment. In comes Robinson. Oh, there's a big gap there.
That's a Tom Lammonby shot.
Lammonby knew it. And he's milking it for 2.
Good run. Yeah, not too cheeky. Even a perfect throw would have just made it, I reckon.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, they're trying to make Ian Botham an honorary Tom. A beef tomato. Oh, that's ridiculous.
Sad.
Still on the Tom chats. much of the field has changed in the last few overs. It's a bit quiet period for Sussex. I guess Somerset aren't in any hurry. Sussex have gone a little bit flat, dare I say. There's not much body language that's buzzing. There's not much pace between overs.
Somerset just soaking it up, really, aren't they? There's no real, as you say.
You watch Robinson, he does trudge back to his mark, doesn't he? He doesn't like, there's not much purpose or smile on his face, a bit of a grimace.
Trigo described him as the rusty tin man when he dived over a ball. Yeah, he doesn't look particularly fresh at the moment.
I wonder if you can work on your fielding on that VR headset. Adam Live, after his massive 100 last week, went for 55. Nathan Smith, the former Worcestershire man, is poached by Surrey as a Kiwi overseas. He got the pretty important breakthrough there. Yorkshire to 131 for 4. What I like is a lot of the county grounds today have got schools day. It's that time of the year, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, we had it on Tuesday, didn't we?
Yeah.
Here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
A few
1,000 kids in.
Yeah, a few more school kids.
Yeah, I saw a few in here today.
Some in Block 5 of the Somerset stand.
Yeah.
I think it's that sort of May. Some of the year 9, not year 9s, year 10s, 11s, 12s and 13s might have exams. Year 7, 8, 9 haven't got a lot going on, really. So they're allowed to come and do a trip out to the cricket.
Oh, why not? Daylight today. Of course, we had a big shower, didn't we? The rain delay.
Yes.
There was a funny moment on commentary, wasn't there, Harry?
What, the safe enough catch?
I was looking out the window, and you were looking at the radar.
Sharp.
That's almost directly straight through point.
It's such a long way out there.
But it is a release of pressure, and they'll run 3 as well.
Any other pitch Somerset play on in the county championship this year, that's 4. That's the longest boundary, and he's not nailed it, but he's hit it well enough to deserve 4, really. Even on a dry day when it's barely rained for weeks, and you think over the practice pitches it accelerate a little bit, but good chase from Sussex.
Lammonby into the 60s. Your radar was saying clear blue skies, wasn't it?
You were looking out the window.
And I was looking out the window, and they were going off for rain. And you said, no. There's no rain. I said, yeah. They're walking off for rain, Harry.
You got to trust
the radar, no. Stop looking at the radar. Look out the window. Anyway, it only lasted for a little while, but it was quite heavy, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. A few puddles.
Yeah.
Most schools went at that point.
Yeah, it was about 3 o'clock-ish, wasn't it? Quarter past 3-ish. So a lot of the schools headed off around then. 176 for 3 here. Robinson's bowled 1 for 34 from his 13 overs, including a maiden.
Jake Ball's nearly at the crease for Kent.
Oh, yeah.
They're 6 down.
That doesn't sound good. Yeah, 6 down, right.
11, but
yeah, he scored a few runs in the T20s, didn't he, last year? I seem to remember he scored. Was it him?
Ronnie Meredith hit his first
Ronnie
ball for 6, I remember.
Yeah, I think.
Did Ronnie Meredith hit his first 2 balls in Somerset shirt for 6? I think he did it twice.
He had a strike rate of 600, I think.
After 2 balls?
After 2 balls. His strike rate was
Were they different games as well?
Yeah. I think he only faced 1 ball in both, I think.
Yeah, I think that's it, yeah.
He just swung and hit.
I know we both remember that.
Yeah, that was funny.
Did he then get a 3rd ball? I can't remember. He must
have remember.
Well, mind you, number 11s can sometimes go a whole season without batting.
Yeah, in a T20 they can.
Was Ball batting 10 and Meredith 11?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. Anyhow, Carson is no number 11 with ball in hand. He'll be somewhere between 6 and 8. Probably 7 or 8, I reckon, for Sussex today. Finn Hudson-Prentice in that ballpark as well. That's well bowled. Carson is a quality operator. Tom Lammonby has scored a couple of half-centuries. He's not going to get to 100 today, though. He's out for 60. Caught behind. John Simpson doesn't drop many. Jack Carson, I think it's not long before we'll see him in an England shirt. He's a mighty fine off-spinner. And a slightly quiet period for Sussex. Not much buzz around them. But that breakthrough now will get them up and about. And the poor 12thers have got a long way to come from the changing rooms. Case Aldridge has got to run 150 metres just for a drink for Tom Abel. Sussex 12thers has got to bring a whole load of water bottles out for his team. Tim Lammonby's got to trudge all the way off and then up the new stairs to allow. Who do you reckon, Charlie? Banton?
Banton, I
Tom
should
Banton?
think. Yeah, should I have a look? Got the
Yeah, that's
binoculars.
Banton.
It
You
looks
don't
like
need your
Banton to
binoculars.
me.
You can tell the jumper, the back, the height. So Archie Vaughan at 7, we reckon then?
Yeah.
In this Munich order.
Well, that's a shame in a way for Somerset that they weren't able, because you said that Sussex were hardly on top there, but Somerset weren't capitalising on it. They weren't on top, Sussex, but they were still keeping it tight, and that does build a bit of pressure. And Lammonby's fallen to the pressure. 60 he made.
It's a bit of an... We'll have to watch a replay. We'll get you another replay. I was going to say it's an innocuous ball. It was a bit of an anti-climax. We'll try and get you another replay to have a look at how much this has done.
Back to Way.
Pretty standard off-spinner. He's gone back to try and make room and just feathered it. It didn't really look up. He knew he got a tickle. A slight feather is enough. Not really sure what he was trying to do, because he didn't need to defend it because it was outside off. He didn't try and punch it for one. It was a frustrated hang the back there, wasn't it?
Yeah, which is
why
why
he's kicked the dust.
Kicked the dust afterwards, absolutely. Let's have another look.
Yeah, you watch this. He's not trying to get one. He's not. Well, he's almost trying to defend it, but he's not hit the stumps.
Frustrating way to end an innings.
Here, of course.
But 60 still pretty good. 60 on a...
If all 11 get 60, it's a good score, that.
Take that. The Somerset side asked to bat, remember?
Yes, don't forget that. Losing the toss. Tom's gone. One Tom's gone.
Yeah, we've got one Tom that stays out there, one Tom's gone, and another Tom comes in.
It's like that cricket tea towel where it's out, out.
Oh, yeah, when you're out, out, but you're in.
And someone else is in.
Once you go in, you can still get out.
Yeah, oh, it's
that
brilliant.
kind of, I've seen
it's worded perfectly.
Yeah.
It's all completely accurate, but just, it sounds like nonsense, but it's not. Tom Banton's first ball. Only a few weeks ago, he got his 370 hit, and that was not on a VR headset. That was in the county championship against Worcestershire hit. Not done a lot since, if we're being frank and honest.
Yep.
Spared the keeping gloves today. I thought he might be asked to keep for all 4 days, but James Rew's been allowed to come back.
Do you think he would be asked? Do you think they'd rather...
He'd have to, with no Kohler Cadmore or Thomas Rew.
Yeah.
I think he might... I think Thomas Rew would rather do it than Tom Banton and Tom Kohler Cadmore, but...
Whether Rew is ready yet.
He's got a lot of exams and a lot of under sort of age group representative cricket as well. He's a busy man, is Thomas Rew.
I'm certain we'll see him in a Somerset shirt as Banton gets off the mark.
Oh yeah, it's August one day cup. It's perfect. They've done
yeah, sorry, I'm
school
talking
holidays.
Championship, but yeah.
I think he'll play championship in September.
Yeah.
The 2 June and the 2 July games would expect to have James Rew available, unless he's suddenly in that India side, but I don't particularly expect that. So yes, I think the 4 games in June and July, you probably go with the standard team, unless there's a massive load of injuries. But then you've still got Kohler Cadmore, Finn Hill, Will Smead, Lewis Goldsworthy, Andy Mead, Sean Dixon. There's all these names. The squad's big and strong. You know, it was sad to see George Thomas go, and he's not getting this Sussex County Championship side either. But Somerset have got so much talent. Age keeps coming through as well. Big decisions. You know, it's sad to see Sonny Baker doing so well at Hampshire, but couldn't get all the bowlers in the side.
Yeah.
Hence the 2 loans to Kent today.
10 overs till tea. 177 for 4, so they've lost as many wickets in this session as they did in the first session, Somerset. Scoring 78 runs so far. Robinson's into Banton, he leaves alone. I'm surprised he's gone for the jumper. I know he normally does, but it's a hot day for that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a breeze, but not cold, you're right.
Well, Rew came out in a jumper before lunch, and then after lunch decided it was too hot for that. It really is a glorious day, though. Despite the jumper, don't be fooled by seeing Tom Banton in a jumper there. He must be pretty hot. Robinson in. Defended by Banton. He's worked so hard, Banton. Getting an England call-up in the week for the ODI and T20 squads against the West Indies. Really chuffed for him. Love watching him. That day where we swapped in, didn't we, Harry? Don't want to bring it up too much. Harry swapped out to allow me to come and commentate. It was the day that he hit 371. Well, no, actually it was the day he got to 344.
not
Just
out.
a mere 300 he scored
Just
across the day.
344.
Something like that. He did back the night before. as
Yeah,
well.
what he made 84 overnight and then another 260 the following day.
Batted across 3 days.
Yeah, and then batted in the morning on the next day, got to 371.
Then went and played golf the day after that.
Got hole in one.
Days in the life of Tom Banton.
It's probably as good as, you know, it doesn't get much better.
I'm not
for
sure if he
anyone, does
remembered to buy his lottery ticket though.
You only get so much, I guess.
Oh, we got a question here. Will Martin, producer. I think I agree with him. Has every wicket fallen to both of them? Gregory, Davey, yes. Lammonby, yes. Rue, yes. Yeah, all 4 wickets from the River End. Good stat, that. Will Martin, producer. Shout out. He's posed it as a question, but we're going to frame it as a stat. If we ratify it, then there you go. Who needs quick fizz when you got producing team next door?
Oh, that's a quicker ball from Robinson, that one. Fired in. Nearly did for Tom Banton. He was late coming onto it. Let's have a look at it. It's a good ball, that.
Oh, I completely forgot that Marnus Labuschagne's back. Northants Glamorgan.
Yeah.
In the field at the moment. I think he's bowled yet.
Love Labuschagne.
Love him when he comes on and bowls. I'll bowl leggies now, then I'll get bored and I'll bowl seamers. He's just like that all-action club cricketer who just loves it. But he happens
like
to be a bit
you,
better than
Harry.
everyone else.
He's like you. An absolute cricket badger.
Love it.
He's Marnus Labuschagne.
Need more of them in the world, don't we?
Coming together of the sides between the overs as Carson gets ready again. Oh no, we're going to see James Coles actually. It's not Carson. Coles just measuring out his run up. So a bit of a change here from Sussex. Despite the fact the wicket fell, they've decided with the 2 right-handers that they want something a bit different. Well, that's a frustrating thing, isn't it, for the bowler? Gets the wicket and taking out the attack.
Bit harsh, isn't it?
Let's see what... I can understand why they've done it, thinking matchups, aren't they? But still feels a bit harsh on a wicket-taking bowler. It'll be Tom Abel to face up first of all. Straight at the short leg fielder. Managed, I think, to get out the way, or has he been hit?
Did he get a tickle all the way through? Well, I'm not sure. It's a bit more than a tickle, I think, if he hit him. Here we go.
Did it hit him? He looked like it might have done.
Oh,
maybe
no.
just underneath his boot.
He almost jumped over it. He opened his legs and it went through. I like this. There's been a lot of chat in Somerset and Sussex circles about George Thomas and Three Bridges. Three Bridges, to those of us who don't know Sussex as well, is the name of a cricket club in the Sussex Prem. And he's been getting a few runs as George Thomas, not at Taunton St Andrews anymore.
Surprised to hear it. He's a very good player.
Yeah, Josh Thomas has changed Whipple clubs as well. A brilliant start to the season, club cricket, but the 2 brothers are a fair few hours away. I guess they'll be catching up the next few days if George has made the trip down. I'm not sure if he has actually.
Oh, it was a shorter delivery, and Banton's eyes lit up, and he didn't really get hold of it, and he's lucky that he's got away with it through slip.
Was that edge Simpson's gloves? Then
Yeah,
to slip?
it didn't
I think
look.
was.
It didn't look like it went straight to slip. It was hard to see.
It was a
Let's
hard
have
catch
look.
for Simpson, but yes.
Yes, it bounced off the gloves, hasn't it? It's hit.
He's closed them too early, isn't it? If you watch, is this a rare blip in John Simpson's wicket keeping?
Well, he's dropped one earlier. Should we putting that down as a drop? What are we saying?
Yeah,
I think so.
Definitely from Simpson's reaction as well.
Yeah,
definitely. That's a lot more of a drop than the Ollie Robinson one. I'll tell you that.
He dropped Lammonby on 39 as well, Simpson.
You drop book. I like this.
Book of drops. I only write down drops because they don't put them in any stats or scoreboards anywhere, so it's the useful thing to have. Whereas everything else you can pretty much look up, other than sort of a weird anomalies. Drops, they don't tend to keep a lot of
Quick Info aren't doing ball by ball.
No, I
this
saw
year.
that. Very
That's
disappointing, because actually that is a place you could have found it.
Depressing.
Yeah, that's a real shame. I was surprised. I hadn't seen anything about that. I logged on and thought, well, where's the comment? Where's the ball by ball? But no.
Lack of love for the county game, I think. They do a lot of franchise updates and all sorts. But
yeah, real shame. Real shame.
We'll have to keep flying the flag, Charlie. Use our pencil notes to go wherever they can be. Johnny Bairstow has been whacking it, actually. 53 off 63 balls. 158 for 5 now, Yorkshire against Surrey. Pretty big game, that. He's playing quite nicely by the sound of things with Johnny Bairstow. Another man who played for England alongside Ollie Robinson. Now both out of favour. The forgotten men, you could say. Sad I don't see, even if they both have a cracking last couple of rounds now, you don't see them playing this summer. They always say never, but you know, Liam Dawson's made his way back to the white ball squads at last. Imagine if he'd played the last 10 years, how good a cricketer he's been. Does this look quicker to you?
Yeah,
this Ollie Robinson.
It's the quickest spell.
He's got his tail up.
Yeah. Yeah, he's one of those bowlers he really needs to get into it, I think, doesn't he? He needs to warm up a bit.
Then also I feel like he's a psychological bowler. That's not quite the right way of putting it, but you know what I mean? When his mindset's on, has he got turned something switched? I don't know what it is, but he's still trudging back to his mark, but he seems to be running with more purpose now.
Abel happy to defend. He's been there a little while now. Tom Abel for his 12. Balls he's been off 41. I'm going to watch Robinson here now. Good idea of his action.
That looks stronger.
Yeah.
More
Not
committed.
a lot of a follow through there, is there?
No, he's tired, isn't he? Did you hear a story of Ollie Robinson playing in London and going all the way back to for a night out with his mates up in Yorkshire early in his career, then going back and playing day 2 or 3 the next day? One of the older pros who enjoys the evening life as well. A bit fitter and stronger now since his England days, but one of those Jack the Lad characters, Ollie Robinson.
If you are just joining us today, maybe you've been busy or been at school or whatever you've been up to, then 180 for 4 is not the normal picture for Somerset at 180 for 4. It's a bit of a strange one. We've talked about it a lot, but it is a big talking point today. Davey and Gregory opened the batting, so they are 2 of the 4. Lammonby and Rue are the other 2, put on 60 and 46 respectively. And now we've got Abel, who's moving up to 13 there. And at the other end, Tom Banton. So it is, although it's 4 wickets down, Somerset will feel like they've got a lot of batting still to come. Asked to bat as well.
Archie Vaughan at 7, from 1 to 7.
Yep. Driven by Banton. No run there. Just seen Folks' catch.
Yes, a few people are talking about this. This is the one I was telling you about earlier. Was it you or Pete I was telling you about this?
Yeah, it was me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good catch. One-handed, left hand, sprawling.
Yeah, Johnny
Tatzel.
Tatzel. Someone's put in the YouTube comments about Adam Live, but the one we're looking at, the worldie, was Johnny Tatzel. Adam Live's left-handed, don't forget. Maybe it's just a mistaken identity. No, he spelled live with live-e as well. That makes me laugh. Like that. Like. Yeah, Johnny Tatzel, the Yorkshire. Well, he's normally a wicketkeeper, isn't he? So, with Johnny Bairstow playing, he's playing as a batter.
Yeah.
As they swap the gloves around. Anyhow, still Carson. Still
No,
Cole. Sorry,
Coles.
we've had a lot of Carson. Now it's Coles' second. That was quicker, fired in. Big lad is Coles. He's not long out of school. He's college in Oxford. I think it's Magdalen. And the same school that the Price brothers went to.
I think it's pronounced Magdalen in Oxford.
Yes.
Strangely enough.
Yeah, it was.
Spelt Magdalen though.
Yeah.
Don't ask me why. I was only there in March, actually. Had a little family weekend away.
Nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, I went to an erratics cricket tour with Annie Chave in the next door box. I went off to Oxford at the end of August.
Very nice.
I think it's a quarter-final week, actually.
Oh, yeah.
So I said my attendance depends
on whether Somerset are in a...
If we're at Wantage Road away on a quarter-final,
yeah,
that's not too bad.
That would do.
Saves us, myself, Richard Walsh and Ian Shepherd had a nightmare journey back round. Shep missed the turning. We went all the way through Milton Keynes and every roundabout and every road closure possible. Like, we had a nightmare getting back from Wantage Road. And Walshy was chatting away to Shep in the front, and I just tried to sleep in the back. But every roundabout, you wake up again.
Plenty of roundabouts there as well.
Yeah. That was a cracking night, though. The umpires complimented Somerset. A real nice line there, because they could easily have gone off for rain, but Lewis Craig said, no, we'll get the game done. Fair play, because Northampton were not far beyond the Duckworth Lewis, and there was rain in the air all night. I mean, forget looking at radars. This was just a weird weather phenomena. That it was raining in the sky, but it sort of wasn't getting to the pitch, if that makes sense.
I remember that, thinking it was definitely going to be rained off, and it wasn't.
Oh, he's been dropped.
And
that
out of hands.
An easy drop.
Dear, oh dear.
John Simpson can't believe it. It's not him, it's the slip fielder this time. There's no touch of the keeper's gloves. That's probably the easiest drop we've seen so far. Yes, it was quick, but you're at slip, you're expecting it. Coles does fire them in. He's a quick left arm spinner. Straight in, straight out. And the thing is every time I've watched Sussex on the stream or been reading the live text commentary, every comment I've seen is how good the slip cordon's been, particularly off the seamers, but a bit harder off spin.
That should be taken.
Nice height in the midriff. Tom Abel's got a life.
Haynes it is.
Yeah, Tom Haynes has taken some screamers this season already. To be fair, it's gone fast, but you expect it.
Yeah. Well, that's 3 I've got written down now. 3 drops, 3 different players, Lammonby, Banton, Abel. Those are the players getting dropped, by the way. The drops were by Simpson, and Haynes.
Yeah, 3 men you really didn't expect. Finn Hudson-Prentice is given another bowl. 5 for, don't forget, at Hove just a month ago. I was there for that one. A bit daft that the team have played home and away inside the first 6 weeks of the season.
Yeah. Yeah, not great. Yeah, it's not. I guess the problem is there's not that many teams in each division, is there? It's a good shot. But
lovely shot.
Pace taken off it.
Gosh, there's some harsh critics in the YouTube chat today.
Well, I don't mind criticising that drop because I think that should be
but pathetic
taken.
effort is a little bit harsh. And he wasn't paying attention when the bowler was coming in is an interesting one. I didn't notice that. If that's an actual, that's a factual observation, then it's a bit gutting because it does happen. You know, Steve O'Shaughnessy admitted it when Balderson was run out by Craig Overton in September at Old Trafford. Sometimes you can't just not be looking. But yeah, those 3 drops have let Somerset off the hook a little bit. Still not got to that first batting bonus point, but looking good. Somerset ladies have arrived back at Exmouth. Bit bizarre. Exmouth have got games on Saturday and Sunday as you normally would at a club in the summer weekend, but Somerset men, sort of 2-side, Whiteball side, played Devon there last night. Somerset women are playing Durham there tonight. Shame really, but, both on the same day. Us, we could be there or they could be here. Lovely setting down at the Mare. The Mare or the Mar, I never quite know. It's M-A-E-R.
Yes, funny spelling, isn't it?
I've played there a few times myself and still never. They don't say, "Oh, welcome to the Mare or the Mar."
No, there's no one there welcoming you in
with a name. No, never quite know.
Lovely ground, though. Exmouth is a very nice spot on the south coast.
Yeah, pitch is getting better and better nowadays as well. Good track last night.
What was the score last night?
It wasn't much in it. There's only 20 runs in it. Somerset won, but not a thrashing. It's quite nice actually. 5 former teammates of mine were playing for the Devon side. Lads I've captained and played with and against. 4 Sandford lads. The stream struggle with the technicality of the Wi-Fi at club ground to Sunday stream is tricky to work it all out. So yeah, when I got home from I was gutted to have my own match last night, so I had to miss out. But I got home and soaking in the bath, watching the 12 overs that the stream allowed me to watch. It's a bit glitchy, but you can still roughly see where the ball's going.
Well, what I would say is it's not easy putting on a stream like this.
Shot Tom Banton. Yeah. That's 4 runs, only just past the extra cover fielder, but as soon as it beats him, it's 4. That is the short side. And a nice ripple of applause. Oh, I thought that was a stag do going over to block 5. I think it's actually Is it staff with yellow jackets?
No, I think you're right. I think it's a group of... It's a stag do dressed as jockeys.
Oh, brilliant. Well, on that note...
Oh, yeah, the stag is the horse, I guess.
I met a chap called Jed Glanville, who plays for Bagborough, or West Bagborough.
Oh, yeah.
He's got an earpiece. He bought an Everett discount £9 earpiece. And he's on a stag do here at this game. I don't think he was dressed as a jockey, though. He reckons he's the oldest stag do to ever come to Somerset. He's 55. He reckons the average age is 62. Is this the stag do? They're not average age 62, are they?
No.
So we've got 2 stag do parties on a Friday in the county championship. I also think he told me that they're in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. They're off to Fish and Beer tomorrow. I'm watching the cricket here all day today.
Lovely, very nice.
So that's a shout out to Jed Glanville. If you are listening with an earpiece in the jockey yellow and green stag do, give us a wave.
No, it won't be, no.
There's no earpieces in their beers, is there?
They'll be chatting with each other, I should think. Quite calm, quite sedate stag do at the moment. Watch out, Mambos. That's what I'd say, or wherever else they're heading after this. Abel happy to defend. The pace is very slow here from Somerset. They're not looking to force it too much. They want to hang around here. Feels to me a bit of a change in mentality a little bit.
Yeah.
Somerset perhaps a bit guilty in this season in some of the games they've lost of not soft dismissals, but perhaps going about it, trying to rush things a little bit when you've got time. Here today, certainly in the last hour, just ticking along pretty slowly. It's good. I mean, it's good bowling from Sussex. Keeping it tight. Another defensive shot from Tom Abel.
I do like James Coles as a cricketer. Quality bowler, quality batter. I think, just as I say that he bowls a long off. Tom Abel doesn't quite get away with it,
but yeah.
That could have gone in the Somerset stand. I think Tom Abel doesn't normally try and go up. When Tom Abel pulls, he normally rolls the wrists high to low. I think that time he did try and go up and in and be a little bit greedy and take 6, but he scuffed it for 1. No worries. Right, we're going to have tea just after 3:40. It's not going to be too late. There's been enough spin bowled.
What have we got? 4 overs to go. Yeah.
Go on then. I reckon we're going to finish at 6:12 tonight. Is our prediction for the day.
Well, look, well, it depends. If this spin continues, then
you've got to put your neck on the line
right.
there, Charlie. You've got to gamble. Who do you think's going to be out? Who's going to be bowling? Who's batting? Play these little games.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be far off. Don't think you're going to be far off. There's the new ball. Still got 20 overs till then. Bring the seamer back in.
About that.
Yeah, I'll go 20 past 6.
Okay, very round number.
It's just as round as your number.
Right, Finaz and Prentice with 3 slips in play. Continue trundling in for a Trish Gothic end.
Perhaps the pads won't be given out.
Oh, good to hear Michael's made it to the Colorado border, only 3 down. He's been listening to the stream on his long drive across the states. And Gordon says, thankfully no hen do's. Frightfully behaved them lot.
Oh, it depends, I think. You get some well-behaved ones and probably some less well-behaved ones. But
Pete's done that terrible trick of coming back with like 2 overs left in the session again.
Oh, here he is. What was it? 3.5 overs to go. Pete Trigo turns up.
He's been on the VR headset, hasn't he?
Might
he's
as
just
well
trying
see
to
it
get
through, he says. Yeah, might as well.
He's been trying to get my 373, isn't he?
Yeah.
Didn't quite get there. Pete was out for 368. Shame. The app we were talking about earlier, go on, we'll give it one more plug, is a Run Maker VR.
Maker spelled M-A-K-A.
Maker. We can show it on the comms cam quickly if you like. The little card I've been left with.
Oh, he's got it written down. Well done, James.
Run Maker.
Yeah, these two, I imagine, probably thinking a bit about tea, aren't they? Making sure they're there and then capitalise in the evening session. Still a few overs to go, a few runs to be made. And that is celebrated like a wicket, and is a wicket. And Banton can't believe it. Banton cannot believe it.
He's absolutely livid. What can he do? The ball's leapt off a length.
He's going to be told off here, I think, Banton, because it's a bit of dissent there, in a way, questioning the decision and not moving off straight away.
Once the finger's up, he's gone to chat to square leg, but it's a bit late now, the striking him. The ball's taken at first slip.
Yeah, so it makes you feel like it's touched something. What's that come off, is it?
Just leapt. Finneas Prentice did not appeal at all. He's hurt his foot in the process as well. Everything's happened
What's
there.
gone on? Right, here we go. Let's have a look. What's this hit?
Across. He's not hit it.
He's not hit that. It's come off the glove of Simpson, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's come off Simpson's gloves.
Simpson's
gone to first slip.
It's
come off Simpson's gloves.
You can understand Banton. That's a stinker, really. He was dropped on one, but that's no reason or excuse.
Well, that's
Somerset will feel very hard done by that.
Simpson didn't make any.
You could tell straight away because Simpson didn't appeal. Hudson Prentice didn't appeal.
Yeah.
Hudson Prentice then, I don't know. I'm not just going to say he's feigned an injury. His boot's now off. He might have hurt himself. Yeah, to be fair, he's limping now. So that was just a separate sideshow. But the finger went up so quickly. So quickly. Didn't have time to think about it.
What seems like a very, very poor decision. Banton thinks it was. No word from Simpson to the umpire, though. I guess he doesn't know whether Banton's hit it before he's touched it on his gloves. He'll have felt that on his gloves.
No one had any chance. The umpire's finger was up so quickly.
Yeah.
No one had any chance to say it.
Yeah, but as captain, I wonder whether you say, no, actually, we're withdrawing the appeal.
Oh.
Yeah, you can do that, of course.
If he did, that would be amazing sportsmanship. I'll be honest.
Yeah, well, you do see it, don't you? If you think, actually, no, I'm confident he hasn't hit that. But it could be
how
that
long
Simpson
is
doesn't
Banton
know.
allowed to stay there?
Well, he can't just stay there. He can, while he's walking off, Simpson can say, no, actually,
but then
that's
Banton would get in trouble if Simpson withdrew the appeal or apologised or whatever.
Why would Banton get in trouble?
Well, because people say standing there showing dissent. I don't think he's shown dissent.
He looked.
If he doesn't walk off, people say he's showing
Yeah,
dissent.
no, I'm not saying he doesn't walk off. I'm saying in the process of walking off, Simpson could say to the umpire, no, we'd withdraw that.
Yeah.
Because Simpson, who
What
is the
a shot
captain,
for
what a
Archie
shot.
Vaughan. First ball.
Welcome to the
That
game,
makes up
Archie
for it.
Vaughan.
He's better at number 7 than this young Archie lad. What a
Well,
beautiful
but
creature
point
that
being
is.
is you've got the captain, who's your wicket keeper, who will know full well he's hit that, as in he's hit his gloves. So the only question to me is, did Simpson think it hit Banton's bat onto his gloves? That's the only reason for me.
we
If
have
you're
to
the
ask Simpson
captain
after
wicket
play,
keeper,
aren't
you
we?
say,
Yeah.
no, I actually umpired. I think that came off my gloves.
So are we
For me,
judging
that's how it
Simpson's
works.
sportsmanship here?
Well, I think it's a poor umpire decision, and I would
How
say,
much do you leave it up? You know, walking is another separate debate, isn't it? But
yeah, and
how
I
much do you
personally
leave that
think,
up to the person who's paid to make the decision?
well, I personally think that it's a tough game. Being an umpire is a very tough thing, and if a fielder or especially the captain knows that something has gone wrong, I personally, maybe I'm old-fashioned, but I personally think you say, actually,
Yeah.
no, I don't think that was a wicket. I can see why you gave it, but actually it was this that happened.
I'm
You
not
probably didn't see
necessarily
it, but
disagreeing
this
with you.
happened.
Yeah, I just think people would say, well, Simpson will say, well, I got out to a stinker the other week. What goes around comes around, kind of thing. So that's what a lot.
Let's
of
have a
people
look. Is this? Yeah,
but then Simpson's clapped as well. Yeah, that doesn't look good, does it? He's not appealed at all. The bowler and keeper have not appealed, and then Simpson's given him a big old clap, which doesn't look good. I'll do a podcast with Dan Whiting. Reckons he's Simpson's best mate. I'll give him a text and saying, "How honest is Simmo?"
No. But I'd say the same thing about walking. And I realise there are famous examples of this at the Ashes, let's say. But if you know you've hit it, and the umpire doesn't give it out, and it's clearly been caught, for me personally, I'd be tucking my bat under my arm and walking off. I do that. In fact, I have done it in a village game.
I wouldn't
before.
call that dissent from Banton. He was just gobsmacked.
Well, he's gobsmacked. Like, watch how long.
You're
was
allowed
it?
a few seconds. He's not there for long.
Look at that.
I don't think that's dissent though.
Hang
He's just
on.
gone what?
Yeah.
You know, if you've not hit the ball and you're given out, I don't think it's dissent to be shocked when you're given out.
Yeah.
And then he did walk off because once the thing got... No, I don't think Banter's done anything wrong. If he was to stand there for ages or to shout or gesticulate aggressively or swear, you know, we don't know what he said, but it's a shame really that we don't want to be spending our time constantly talking about umpiring decisions, but it's an important part of the game.
This is an important part of the game.
No one walks these days is an interesting point. Then someone else says Simpson walked. Well, yeah, I've always thought Simpson's a pretty good, hard-working, honest county cricketer, but it's just the way he didn't appeal at all and then clapped when the decision was given. When he knows it's his. Simpson will have felt it on his fingers. That's the worry. The only people that appealed were the ones that couldn't see, were the ones that were wider, you know, the wider slip, the third slip. You couldn't see with the deflection from the back of the glove. Thing is you look at anyone on the field, the bowler wasn't looking because he hurt his foot. Simpson didn't appeal, and then slips wherever else on the field. You can't necessarily tell the angle, the noise.
Well, I don't blame the slip. I don't blame the slip fielder because the slip will know that it's come off something because it's changed angle and come to him.
Exactly, and you can't.
He's not going to know. The person who knows. The person who knows is the person whose glove it's hit.
Yeah, yeah, agreed.
Who's the captain as well? I think that's the double thing for me. It's not just the wicketkeeper; he's also the captain. You set your stall out by the captain's way of doing it. A little bit of a drag down from Coles, but Vaughan can't make the most of it. Well, it's a talking point. That's something we'll be looking back on at the end of this match. I wonder how important it will turn out to be.
There's going to be a bit of feistiness here.
Yeah.
We've just got to, we've just got to call it as it is, as it's seen. But yeah, Ethan Brooks, the Essex shenanigans, that would be Jamie Porter they'll be talking about there. Their comment that just popped up in the chat. Jamie Porter, that caught and bowled at the end of the... Ethan Brooks was batting really well. That was your Essex game. Why no stump mic in county cricket? Yes, probably the cost and the hassle.
Well, even if you've got a stump mic, you're still then relying on DRS, aren't you? Which is even more costly.
Yeah. I'm not saying we need, you're going to have errors, you're going to have mistakes. I'm not saying.
Yeah, and the point, a few people making the point that maybe Simpson thought it hit the bat on the way to his gloves, and that's, if he genuinely thinks that, that's obviously fine. But
there's always going to be mistakes.
You're that close, you're going to hear it, aren't you? Simpson knows.
But then if he thought it was bat and gloves, he'd probably appeal, wouldn't he? Anyhow, we're going to see spin from both ends.
Yeah, just before tea, a couple of overs.
We'll try and move on. But pretty decisive, a key batter. He likes batting on this ground, of course.
I'd be... see if I can see Banter in the changing room. I
don't think he'll be sitting halfway down the stairs this afternoon session as he was before.
No.
Jack Carson continuing into his 16th over. We have a cracking treat at tea, which I'm really looking forward to, actually. You might have seen, like my club last night at Wembley, we were told to wear green for mental health. It's Mental Health Awareness Week. There's a really moving video with Al Sapire, actually. The PTA done a great, the Cricketers Trust, Mark Davies was involved, of course, top bloke. Sad tale of Al Sapire after his retirement. That's well worth a watch and listen to. Top bloke is out. We've had him on commentary before. Anyhow, being Mental Health Awareness Week, look after your mates, stay in touch with as many people as possible. You never know what they're going through in their private lives. So, yeah, we've got a nice little 20-minute video at tea with top blokes in Jack Leach and Alfie Ogborn, who've had their own tricky times over the years, and some well-being champions from around Somerset. So if you're having a cup of tea or a bit of food or a bit of work to do for 20 minutes, keep that on in the background. You can always watch it back. Remember, this YouTube stream is always there. You can go back and watch it with internet on the YouTube app or on the website whenever you like. Get over this from Carson quietly. Coles will probably bowl the last over before tea. 32 overs then remaining in the day. We're going to see one more replay. I don't know if we want to see another replay for this. I'm almost fed up of talking about it. We'll try and move on from it. I know the commentators will. We're the commentators. You commenters will probably keep commenting about it, but that's fair enough. We'll talk you through one more Coles over, and then that mental health video I just mentioned will give us 20 minutes of tea time listening and watching.
Well, we'll have one more over of Coles then before the tea break. The train just trundles into Taunton Station. Vaughan looking to turn this a little bit, doesn't get back on it in the end. Stops right on his heels. Defends that one. So how many runs in the session so far? 93 runs, for the loss of 3 wickets. So certainly not a disaster. But that last wicket will create a lot of drama. There's going to be a few more runs here, possibly 2. They'll stick with just the 1. Vaughan moves on to 5, and it brings Abel back on strike. How many balls left till 2? 3 balls left until they walk off. Oh, just a few minutes late. Kept out by Abel. There's the shadows from the floodlight over on the side near the church starts to creep onto the ground. Lengthen. Another dot ball. This is the final ball before 2. They're going to bring in a second slip. Just for the last ball. And that will be that. So, plenty to talk about from that session. And there'll be questions over the dismissal of Banton. But all in all, Somerset are not in a bad place. 193 for 5. Sussex have felt their way back into it a bit there with 3 wickets in the session. A few drops as well. So it's swung this way and that. But Somerset currently find themselves 193 for 5. We'll be gone for 20 minutes. So pop the kettle on maybe at home or wherever you are. And while you are enjoying a cup of tea like we are here, we're going to look at a very important side of the game, and that is the mental side. It's Mental Health Week this week, so with Alfie Ogborn and with Jack Leach, we're going to talk a bit more about some of the work being done to look after mental health in cricket.
As you get better, it kind of gets harder with the mental side. So I think big thing for me has been understanding my mind and how it kind of works and why it kind of thinks how it does. And some of the best conversations you have around the mental side of the game is with your fellow players, because they've all kind of going through the same thing as well. So I think that's really helpful. And depending what it is, like sometimes you want to talk to someone that's actually completely detached from all of that.
Reaching out can sometimes feel like you are admitting defeat by just kind of going, oh, I'm struggling. But sometimes I think that's the most powerful thing that you can do, is to open those issues up to not just your own mind, but other minds, other people who care for you and want to be there for you and make sure you get through it.
The biggest thing for us at Clevedon, whether you're a lifelong member or a complete novice, is everyone's welcome, and we just want to get as many bodies up there as possible buying into what we're trying to achieve as a club.
fundamentally, it's probably the most important part of what we do at our club, is trying to build that sense of belonging and sense of community, and that's why we pride ourselves on the fact that we've got lots of people that are connected to the club that have been here for years. We've got a saying at the club, which is that we have many teams in one club, and we recognise that we're trying to support that pathway.
People feel welcomed at Broadway and Horton Cricket Club because there really is something for everyone, and everyone is met with a friendly face and that feeling of inclusivity. Through our Wellbeing Championship work, in collaboration with Somerset Cricket Foundation, we promote the importance of wellbeing and community.
It doesn't matter whether you're a senior, a women's or a juniors playing member, or you just like to come up to the club and support. The clubhouse is a safe environment where we can support one another through both cricketing and non-cricketing elements of life.
We're here to make the club the best that we can, and we want the club to be great for everyone. So we're an inclusive club, and look forward to working together.
The players are actually pushing for our wellbeing events. So whether that's doing some of our wellbeing series or any of our sort of community days and fundraising events, it's really driven by the players, and the wellbeing champions can then really feel that and, you know, get the whole club and energy behind it.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Umpires Burns and Lungley making their way out to the middle. Session 3 here on day 1 of the Rothesay County Championship. Somerset versus Sussex. Somerset are 193 for 5. Vaughan started brightly. He's got 5 and Tom Abels on 16. A couple of Somerset wickets are a little bit of a grey area, shall we say. I think Josh Davey and Tom Banton are a little bit hard done by. But sometimes that's the way it goes. Thanks to our match sponsors, Virtue. And keep your eyes peeled for a quality bit of Virtue content that we've got coming out later in the summer.
Oh,
the girls
that's
and
a
boys,
bit of a mic drop.
The girls and boys playing some kind of like Top Gear race around the county ground with the radio-controlled car.
We're not allowed to know about this yet then. The details will come out later, will they?
Details to follow.
Oh,
All I will say is the fastest around the track was a surprise to me and will also be a surprise to everyone listening.
Oh, gosh, you can say something like Sophie Luff's won it, she?
Maybe not that much of a surprise.
I love people listening, wind her up. She batted very well on Tuesday, so can't knock it. Right, what's happening here then, Pete? What are we? 5 down, 193 on the board. A couple of stinking decisions that Somerset won't be too pleased about.
Don't mince your words, Harry.
No.
Yeah, I mean they're difficult. I mean both of those, the keeper's gloves are real close to the bat, but you think the sound would be a giveaway in the way it looped to first slip rather than, it comes at, especially a square cut fly off the bat, and Josh Davey, that one that just caught the back arm. Again, everything's so close to each other. James Hayes there starts with a rather erratic delivery down the leg side. John Simpson doesn't really even offer much of a dive. More of a roll, really. That was not the best delivery to start your spell.
Yeah, I'm slightly surprised he's starting after tee. I thought they might give McAndrew another go. We've seen him bowl from both ends. We saw Robinson bowl a long time before tee. Robinson's deserving a break. Saw a bit of spin the last few overs before the interval, but yeah, I thought the overseas Aussie quick might get another go. That's much better from Hayes.
Yeah, I suppose when you got the benefit of the replay, those umpires' decisions, I suppose, that are made in a split second, the amount of times you get to watch them and slow them down, they probably look a lot worse than they actually are. But again, it just seemed to come at bad times. Just before lunch, Josh Davey was very much bedded in, did a great job getting through that period, got himself to 28 or whatever he got, and he was looking good. Tom Banton as well, just before the next lunch interval, the tea break. Yeah, both those dismissals coming at bad times that have just curtailed the good batting in between. 197 for 5 at the stage we're at the moment. 64 and a bit overs gone.
Funny, some are clearer to see than others, as you say. If you watch a multiple replays, it's a bit different. As we see a lovely cut shot for 4 by Archie Vaughan. His first ball, he crashed off the back foot, punching through cover for 4 effortlessly. And now that one, stand and deliver. Don't need to run them. Short boundary across the square. 8 of his first 9 runs have been boundaries off the back foot through the offside.
Yeah, very much hope Archie can have an afternoon out here. He's had a tough start to the season, opening the batting in tough conditions. Had a little bit of respite from that new ball, so certainly an opportunity with the way that he shapes up to get himself going for 2025.
Yeah, Archie Vaughan before today, 5 matches, 9 innings, 130 runs in the County Championship, average of 14.4 with a high score of 36. So that's 294 balls he's faced, a strike rate of 44, but we know he's got a lot more to give than that. Maybe a bit of pressure off batting in the middle order. Get him a bit of confidence today, perhaps. That's short, but a little bit straighter. Not able to throw his hands through that to get that through the covers or through point, dot ball, but
yeah, a few runs and the 200 up for Somerset. I have to say, quite a friendly first over there from James Hayes. I'm sure he's carrying a few nerves as well, making his debut here for Sussex on loan from Nottinghamshire. Will be desperate to pick up a couple of wickets, and sometimes that can be quite a negative emotion. Just got to let it go sometimes. Tom Abel's going to take strike. Cole's left arm spinner starting from the river end.
Yeah, Coles has bowled 5 overs, no wickets, 6 runs, 1 maiden so far. The best economy of all the Sussex bowlers so far. Not given much width. Not really dropped short. Any full tosses?
Charlie's just spent £7.50 on me card. I've just
That's
seen
a cheap
that pop
round,
up
isn't it?
on my, I'll take that. Cheers, Charlie.
God, he's clearly not bought us all ice creams and a drink then.
Good lad is Charlie. He's taking a little break, so...
Only £7, Charlie.
I'm
Pete can't believe how cheap that was.
Over the moon with that, mate. You must know someone who knows someone.
How have you managed that? You're supposed to be getting ice creams. You're supposed to be getting a few beers.
He's put £7.50 on my card, but he's also paid off his mortgage, so he's done all right this afternoon.
That was efficient as well. The money come through 30 seconds before they arrived.
Maybe it was cheap because he hadn't got you one. Did you say no?
Didn't put an order. I don't know. I didn't put an order in. He's mugged me off there, hasn't he?
Excellent. Mate, you got to be quick. When my wallet comes out, mate, once a blue moon, you got to jump on it.
I missed out there.
I'll buy you a blue Panda Pop some stage.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'll have an ice pole on a day like today. Or a
You certainly worked up a sweat on that VR machine, didn't you?
I've come out feeling quite odd, actually.
Good about your game?
Well, he kept building up. He said I'm owed 100 tomorrow. Yeah, I'm playing at Taunton Dean tomorrow. Just up the road. Couldn't play much closer to the county ground tomorrow, actually. Nick Pepper's not allowed to play because he's a bit busy being head groundsman here. But yeah, Junior said, "God, you're in form, Harry. Runs tomorrow." He kept saying he's good at his marketing, isn't he?
Yeah, I have a strong sense that once this gets off the ground, he's going to do very well. Certainly a gap in the market for sure.
You missed us graffitiing his business card. For some reason, we decided we'd do our close of play timing predictions. I went 6:12. Charlie went 6:20 as Tom Hable whips off the back foot for 4.
With spin on show.
Well, yeah, then Charlie's packed in a new ball as well.
I think we'll be on the dot, mate.
Do you? Okay. Yeah, we'll put that in writing then.
The over rate's 4 up already.
We did this prediction probably 20 minutes before tea, so before the last 2 spinners, probably when the seamers were on, before the 2 spinners bowled until tea. I don't know if there's a £7 round of coffees on this, but
theoretically we're already 2 overs ahead, plus the 4. I'm not sure either of those. We are off the park at 6 today, mate.
Okay. Well, I was sooner than Charlie. I said 6:12. Charlie was worried about the new ball taking a long time.
Unless we have an act of God. But looking at those
Pitch
blue
invasion.
skies above, I don't see it coming.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the radar today. Just need to look out the window and see the blue sky. Well, it's going to be Hayes. 2nd over after tea. His 4th of the match so far. 1-2 over spell earlier on in the day. Nice strong action.
I wouldn't normally react, but I hear the name Hayes and I just think that makes me a little bit thirsty these days.
That's Hayes with a Z-E rather than a Y-E-S. It's that kind of weather though, isn't it? I can't remember there being 2 stag do's on a May Friday at County Championship Cricket. I like that.
Who's having... Oh, today. Yeah, there's some jockeys around, aren't there?
Yeah, they're in block 5 of the Somerset stand in the green and yellow. We'll have a check up on them shortly. They're very well behaved. A really short ball from Hayes. Archie Vaughan's really not bothered. Is that one for the over signal?
You imagine stag do at Taunton all day. Probably met at a train station at 9 o'clock for the first. So there could be some very sleepy jockeys by the end of the day. Sleepy or rowdy, one of the two.
Yeah, they do look a bit sleepy actually, rather than rowdy. They're in the shade as well. Must be a tactical decision. Inside edge.
I think it'll probably depend on the excitement levels will be judged on whether it's the groom's first time round, second time round, third time round.
Well, I think you missed my chat before, T. I asked to give a shout out to the oldest stag do they reckon ever at the county championship with an average age of 62. The stag's 55. A couple of times round, he said. They're off fishing and beer tomorrow. Jed Glanville. He's got a stag do here today.
I mean, that is rock and roll, isn't it? Fishing and a few beers.
Yeah.
Stag do.
They're in the long room, I think, in a roast in the Cornaxon Pavilion. Not even sure if they're dressed up, just well behaved watching cricket.
Very sensible.
Another back foot punch from Archie Vaughan. Hold the pose. He's hit 3 boundaries, all pretty much the same shot, and all of them he's not actually moved a yard from his crease, not even thought about running.
Yeah, another poor delivery there from James Hayes. He's going to have to catch the captain's eye pretty quickly with some better bowling, or it could be a short spell. I don't think they'll want to leak too many boundaries. He's already gone for 23 in his 3.4 overs. Just that knack from the captain there, just to relax his new bowler.
That's a nice shot from Archie Vaughan. Should only be 1 run. Good tumbling, bit of fielding from mid on. But yeah, this could just be the confidence, the juices flowing that Archie needs. A couple of short wide ones, then a leg stump half volley, just to get himself feeling good about his game again. Already on 15.
Yeah, it would be great to have an afternoon of Vaughan and Abel, that's for sure.
It's got a good ring to it, isn't it, Vaughan and Abel? I think Kane and Abel's a Bible story combo.
Yes.
Vaughan and Abel.
Fascinating passage of the Bible from my rough understanding.
Vaughan and Abel sounds a bit more like a gangster duo, or maybe a comedian act. Hampton Deck.
I think Abel was the good guy. Kane was jealous, killed Abel, led him to a life of hell or something like that. I don't know.
One of them died and one survived, I think. Right, James Coles is going to continue
I
then.
think we definitely need to change subject.
One slip, short leg. Long on his back, interestingly. I do not see Archie Vaughan dancing down and trying to whack him into the river, but there's something in John Simpson's head that wants to have a long on in place. A solid defensive shot. Hasib Hamid turned up for Notts against Durham. Another man who's a Lancashire cricketer who's doing really well elsewhere. Well, Lancashire could do with someone scoring hundreds for them. That's not Marcus Harris. 2nd of his season and 17th of career for Hasib Hamid. Another former England opener, of course. At Lords, Middlesex 187 for 6 against Leicestershire at T. Leicestershire top of Division 2, of course. We're seeing this silly mid off now, right in front of Archie Vaughan, just to get in his eye line. Just to frustrate, there was a short leg. Now, silly cover, really. Archie Vaughan's not faced. More economical bowling from Coles. Right on the money. Nearly off the bottom edge of the bat and rolling onto the stumps, but another great over from James Coles. Archie Vaughan survives it. Continue to get round the grounds. Just before tea, Rob Jones was out for 54. Another former Lancashire man. It's ridiculous, isn't it, really? The lads scoring runs at every other county, and yet Lancashire bottom Division 2. Rob Jones out for 54. Worcestershire 192 for 7 against Essex. Essex, of course, losing that game here. James Roos scored that brilliant century in the 4th innings. Craig Overton with him to bash Simon Harmer into the and both of them stand to win the game. Well, Hayes is going to get a third over of this spell, a 2-over spell early in the day, a 3-over spell at least this evening session, but he's just leaking runs. Boundaries from Vaughan, an easy one there for Abel. Can he just give his captaincy a little bit of control here? Can he make it easier for John Simpson? Going to bowl a little bit tighter. Too much width at the moment. Pull shot from Archie Vaughan. It's going to be safe. There's plenty of space out there. Should be an easy 2. Square leg gets round. Again though, it's short and easy pickings for Archie Vaughan. Not quick enough to be worrying Archie Vaughan upstairs. What we're seeing now, we're seeing another man come out into the leg side. Not really an aggressive catching position. We've now got 3 back. Maybe it's a bit of a short ball attempt. We've got a deep backward square, deep forward square, and a deep fine leg. Yeah, that's really short. Over the top for 4. Not good this for Sussex. You said a couple of overs ago, you can't. It's a Sussex side. Simpson can't have runs being leaked. Well, that's what Hayes is doing it.
More buys. How high was that?
That was buys. Yeah, I suppose. You always feel sorry for the wicketkeeper.
Oh, that's a good height, I think. Bouncer-wise, it just swung after it. Past Archie Vaughan and Simpson in the double teapot pose. 25 extras. It's quite strong.
Oh, he's gone again. Thought he might have pushed up that last one, but lovely pull shot for probably 2. Yeah, just keep it at 2. Tee at the Oval, Matt Revis got out just before tea. Johnny Bairstow still there though, 79 off 97 balls. Yorkshire 203 for 6. And at Chester Street, it was 278 for 8. Oh, I mentioned that Hasib Hamid 100. They did lose 1 more wicket. Cody Youssef, the former Sidmouth overseas, played in the Devon League. He's got 4 wickets this afternoon. Jake Ball's at Kent for this round, not Durham. Again, that's 2 full leg side-ish, and Archie Vaughan can easily take a single. Lovely cricket shot from Tom Abel. No run, but he's nailed that straight to mid-off. What can Sussex do here, Pete? They look a little bit flat. You think they go to a strike bowler like a McAndrew? Robinson's bowled quite a lot of overs, but even a Clark could bowl some overs. He's got to do something at May to try and seize this game before it gets away from them.
Talking of flat, that won't be a flat day. Sunday double header, Sunday fun day. Somerset women take on Durham cricket, and the men take on the Spitfires, the Kent Spitfires, the 15th of June. 1,000 tickets remaining, so nearly a sellout. Get your tickets fast. Well, I don't know. I don't feel like there's any need for Sussex to feel down about life. They're in a relatively good shape. I would say emotionally, it's sort of somewhere in the honours even phase at the moment. I think when you see the green pitch, I think if the overhead conditions were anything other than perfect, I think it would have been a really, really tough challenge. But that bit of sun beating down on the pitch, I think would just nullify it just a fraction. It's actually made reasonable batting conditions today. Yeah, I mean, there's been a couple of decent balls, a couple of decisions go against Somerset, so it could be better. So I would say that Sussex should feel like they're in a reasonable space at the moment. But like I said, I suppose you win the toss with the green pitch, you're expecting to roll the side for sub 250, say. It Doesn't look to be the case at this stage, but they are the masters of their own destiny. And I think, going back to our morning conversations, you know, with the change around of the order, with Davey doing so well at the top, I think looks almost nailed on to get some more opportunities up the top. Lewis going up the top really does give an awful lot of depth to the order. You know, you've got Matt Henry, who's a very capable player himself, batting at 10, and then you've got the Lord of Headingley, Leach, coming in at 11, who is more than capable of
just one of his titles, that
aggravating the opposition bowlers and getting some decent contributions, some scores. So yeah, the way that Somerset team is balanced, it does give a lot of depth to the batting lineup. You always kind of want to see, when you're in the realms of your 8s and 9s, you want to see some bunnies come in, and there's certainly not a shot of a bunny there. Beautiful late cut from Tom Abel, a little bit of length given to him by the bowler, and he's made no mistake and cut that away for 4.
He's done so well to wait and hit that behind point. Look at the clean contact here, watched under the eyes, the transfer of the weight. Not much foot movement, it's the head and the weight rocking back. Beautiful shot from Tom Abel.
Yeah, I mean, following these, you got Overton, who's in good form after his heroics against Essex. You got Pretorius, who just impresses every time he has battle ball in hand. He's been an excellent contributor down the order with 30s, 40s, 50s. You know, really unsettling the bowlers, smacking it. Matt Henry, like I said, he's scored runs at the highest level to a point. It's just important that a couple of decent partnerships here to take Somerset's first innings over the 300, hopefully tonight.
Just a few questions here in the field. Second slip's going to come out to mid-wicket. They're still going to have the 3 men back for the potential short ball attack. And we're going to have a catcher in the ring at sort of just in front of square.
Yeah, I mean, the only problem with giving Hazy this field, you give it a young bowler, a licence to bowl some bouncers, so you can end up getting quite erratic. He needs to really just find that length there and just settle in a little bit.
Probably the best ball he's bowled.
A bit of protection. There's nothing wrong with a bit of protection for him.
So when was the last time you saw him bowl?
Yeah, a while ago now. I see glimpses of him popping up from time to time, but yeah, I mean, he's certainly got attributes. Certainly, when there's a bit of swing and a sort of what I'd say slightly favouring the bowler conditions, he's a very good bowler. I suppose that's always the acid test for young seamers, is when they get on a pitch that you know, if you bowl a bad ball, you're going to get punished. I think that's always a test. It's that combination of having a good bit of pace, but you still need that level of control and accuracy. And control of length, I think that's been the big thing. He's bowled some good balls in and around that sort of channel area, but they've just been too short, allowing Archie Vaughan to rock back and punch them for 4. And, you know, all of those kind of little dents in the confidence at the start of an innings. Down the leg side. Massive appeal. Nothing from Tom Abel. That
was a much bigger appeal than the Tom Banton wicket that was given. The bowler and the slips and the keeper all went out for that one. Tom Abel wasn't faced.
Well, that looks more likely than the others.
I don't quite know, is that?
Moving on.
Give up trying to be an umpire today, for all the conversation we've had. It can't be anything but glove or bat, is my only point on this.
Yeah,
it's either glove, bat, or nothing. There's no shirt or thigh pad involved.
I mean, you could only really give that a noise, but if there was a noise, it was probably the underside of the glove. But maybe Somerset Dew getting away with one. And of course, the next delivery goes through the covers for 4.
Yeah, could there have been a dive from the fielder there? It wasn't far away. Interesting point from a YouTube comment. I think it might be a Sussex fan. Sussex should be disappointed with their performance. 2 wickets have been umpire errors. They've dropped more than 1 or 2 catches. They've dropped 3 that we've noted. And only taken 5 wickets, having chosen to bowl on a green one. Yeah, that's a fair comment.
Beautiful cover drive there from Tom Abel. See it time and time again. Well
Solid
bowled from
from Tom
James
Abel.
Hayes there, and nicely rowed by Tom Abel, just absorbing a bit of that extra bounce.
So James Hayes has not played a Notts game this year. Played Notts seconds last year. Played in the One Day Cup, the first team appearance. Got 1 for 28 at rugby against Warwickshire in the first team. Played a couple of second team games in July and September. And then has been just at Sussex for 1 game at Hove before this. Against Worcestershire, he had 33 not out with a bat, 7 runs, and a 0 for 34 and a 1 for 40 as he just false starts in his run up here. So he's not that much cricket under his belt. Only 1 first-class match. Well, both in a Sussex shirt before today. This is the second. 3 list A games. Well played, Archie Vaughan. That's a cracking shot. That's an underrated cricket shot because you think, how many times would you try and pull that line of length? He knows there's 3 men back on the leg side. He's now aware that there's only a point and a slip on the offside. So all he's got to do is ride the bounce, play it late, taps it for 4 in between the 2. You'd have tried to have a go at that and pull and beat the 2 men back.
100%.
And you'd have probably got the same 4. You might have top edged it for 4, I suppose. Or that gone for 6, the long boundary. It's a long way out there.
No issue.
James Hayes still leaking a few runs here. Hard for the captain to set a field when you bowled 6 overs for 40. I wouldn't be surprised if that was his last in this spell. James Coles is doing the opposite at the other end. James Holt is tying up an end. James Coles is bowling really nicely at both right-handers now. Long on is still back for Tom Abel and Archie Vaughan. I think they can bring him up. There's barely been a shot played in anger off James Coles.
Well, I think that's more of a tactical, like trying to get the bowler, the batter, sorry, just to push one. It's no fluke that it's also mid-on, which isn't the obvious one to put back. You'd normally put mid-off back. I think they want the batter to try and milk slightly across the line. It brings the first slip into play if the ball straightens. So a little bit of a more tactical than defensive, I'd have said.
We've already seen Tom Hames drop Tom Abel at slip on 13. Now we see a second slip come in for exactly that. It's a lovely shot there. Archie Vaughan down the leg side. The first leg side ball I can run the Coles bowler. Well, paddle swept, really fine sweep for 4. Beautiful batting from Archie Vaughan. Not quite sure why Ari Cavalis isn't playing in this game, as one of the chat mentions. I'm not aware of an injury. Decent cricketer who's Greek descent, of course. And they played Worcestershire in the last round. He got 20 with the bat. And with the ball, Ari Cavalis had 1 for 31 in the first innings. And then in the second innings, opened the ball and Ollie Robinson again had 3 for 52. So you think, why would you not play him? I don't quite understand that. There's rest and rotation, but he hadn't played much before that either. So
might be injured.
Yeah, I'm not aware of an injury.
You would know?
Well,
being the
trying to do a bit of research,
finger on the pulse of everything cricket.
Well, yeah, try to do as part of the job, I suppose. Yeah, try not to let too many things pass me by, especially if that's his first game of the season. Haven't done well in it.
Wonder if you'll ever get to those dizzy heights where there's an injury in the England camp and McCullum says to Trescothick, Trez, get word to Harry, mate. Duckett's pulled a little thigh.
Yeah. Or maybe, what do you call it, a hematoma in his thigh?
Well, yeah, I think that's my diagnosis of your calf strain at the moment.
Not my calf.
Well, it looks like a calf, even though it's your thigh, your quad. It's about the size of a calf.
I miss leg press days too much, have I?
Mate, better be in a lean, mean machine like you are, bud.
Playing too much paddle and cricket, not doing enough gym.
Harry was right. There's a change of bowling. Carson, the off spinner, coming on to bowl. He started his spell up at the Marcus Trescothick stand end, and he's going to have another go. I think Simpson just wanting to get a bit of control on this run rate. There is definitely a little bit on offer for the spinner, certainly from the other end.
Well, Claire Jenkins and Ed Seaborn are women's commentator counterparts. They're down at Exmouth.
Hope they're having a lovely day.
They're all set for the T20 County Cup down there. If you do want a double screen, you can watch us alongside the ladies who are playing Durham in the first round of
Double
Somerset's actual
screen?
T20. Oh, some people have these ways that they can put about 8 different streams on one screen. Even I struggle to keep up with all that.
You've got one of those, haven't you? It's that scene in Batman where he's got all the CCTV of Gotham, hasn't he?
Yeah, that was on actually. I watched that twice last week. Don't normally watch films, but of all the ones to mention, I watched Batman Begins, Dark Knight, and Dark Knight Rises three evenings in succession last week.
Yeah,
the
I
wife
did,
had
I
never
did
watched
the Heath Ledger one. That was a really good one.
And then they were on again on ITV2 3 days later. So I thought, okay, the bits I don't understand, I'll rewatch. It's too hot to sleep at night, so it's been a little wind down bit of Batman. Yeah, Mr. Fox, isn't it? Lucius Fox with all the screens, all the CCTVs, looking at everything in Gotham. Pretty cool. We could have a bat cave for the production team next door. All the technology we have around the Cooper Associates County Ground. All the camera angles we've got, all the slow-mos. Would you be Batman, or would you be like the M or Q?
100% want to be the baddie.
Oh, okay.
It's actually my, well, it's this dream has died, unfortunately, but I was quite aspired
Jack
to
Carson. I don't think that's out late.
Straight through. I always thought that, you know, like a bad guy role in a Guy Ritchie film, or just straight on there with the arm. I think that's bat onto pad that's made the noise. Definitely hasn't left his ground. A lot of excitement there from the Sussex fans. I suppose they probably feel like they could twist the arm again. Yeah, there's a brilliant series out at the moment. It's Mobland. Tom Hardy's the sort of one of the main characters, like two warring sort of gangster families in London. Very good show, actually.
Right.
Pierce Brosnan. With
Is that you on your own, or you and the missus together?
No, yeah, we're both pretty hooked on it. It's good.
Is that another episode tonight then?
I think they come out on Sunday. It's Pierce Brosnan, and
He's still going, is he?
Yeah,
Pierce Brosnan?
he's got he's a very cool dude. He's got
Right.
slightly questionable Irish accent, but he's managing just about to pull it off.
So that would be you in a second life would be Pierce Brosnan, would it?
Well, or the Tom Hardy.
Yeah, okay.
He's a cool dude. He plays the old the gnarly gangster role very well.
Right.
Back to the cricket.
Teasing, nearly a single there. Thought about it.
Clark into the attack.
Yeah, I don't mind
Replacing
Tom Clark
Coles.
coming back. From Sussex point of view, I think Clark probably should have bowled before Hayes, having only bowled 3 overs, and his 3 overs for 11 weren't bad. Still think they've under bowled McAndrew. Maybe he's got a knock or something we're not aware of. They haven't informed us of. You'd want your Aussie overseas quick to be bowling a few more overs than that.
On the live stream, apparently Pierce Brosnan is Irish, but it's, well, there we go.
3 people have said he's Irish.
Maybe he's got to work on his native accent, or just his voice, as it seems.
That makes it even more funny. That's like someone saying to you, your Western Supermare accent's crap, you need to work on that.
Yeah, he was born in Ireland. I suppose maybe you just think Bond, don't you? British,
Yeah.
007.
Lovely shot
But
from
yeah,
Tom
he's
Abel.
Irish, so feedback to Piers.
Or feedback to the Irish that they got to.
Yeah, just work on your accent a bit, pal.
There you go.
See, you can't miss a trick. They don't miss a trick. Our followers and viewers on our YouTube channel.
Can't get away with anything. So Coles has bowled well. Carson's bowled pretty well. I think Coles has been my standout bowler so far. That could be a push for 2, Archie Vaughan. Tom Abel's quick. Do they take it on? No, there's a fumble. Don't run to a misfield, they like to say, but
I suppose we could have a bit of fun with the YouTube comments. We got nearly 3,000 tuning in. We wish you well. We hope you're having a good afternoon. But question for the next half an hour. If you had to think
this
about
game.
films from the past or characters from the past, who would I be and who would Harry Everett be?
I wonder where this is going.
Be
Gosh.
kind.
Yeah, we're opening ourselves up some
Be
trouble
kind,
here.
but maybe not quite that kind.
All right.
Yeah, Will our producer is thinking Harry would make a good cue, all the gadgets in James Bond.
Not very good at technology, though. That's a beauty from Tom Clark.
Well, you've just lost that role if you're claiming you're not very good with technology.
I just sacked myself for my first appointment.
I always loved those in the old Bond films, you know.
The older kid.
James, here is your new pen that also
Yes,
doubles
this pen
down as a
does it.
laser
Yeah.
and there's a cyanide pill inside.
And just as you're in trouble and you're locked up, you can press this button and it'll escape you out of jail kind of job.
Ah, we've got a Lloyd Christmas.
Danger Mouse.
Danger Mouse. And that's, Penfold, isn't it?
I've got to be your
The
assistant.
assistant is
Danger Mouse.
Penfold. You need glasses, though, man.
Yeah, I can't wear glasses. You were trying some different glasses the other day, weren't you? And choose you with.
No, they're just
mesh
my
on.
glasses.
No, you Lily, isn't it? Lily, our
I did try
lady social media,
yeah.
enjoyed watching you try her glasses.
Yeah, one of our members of staff up here has got a slightly stronger
More blind
prescription
than you.
me. Yeah, she's.
Fair play to her.
Well, she actually said, "You got a nice pair. They're a nice pair of glasses, Lily." She said, "I think she claimed that she was
legally blind.
Legally blind,
Not legally blonde. Talking of
legally
films.
blind or something. She's got a
Sorry.
strong prescription, let's say. When the sun comes out, the ants cover themselves and run for their lives.
All right, Chewbacca. Borat.
Chewbacca and Yoda. That's nice. Thanks.
I'll take Yoda.
Borat. Yes.
Yeah.
Yahtzee mesh.
Very nice. Very nice. Right, well, what movie film actor can Jack Carson be here? Can he make a bit of magic happen? Can he? A little miracle for Sussex here. They could do with a wicket here. I'd say Somerset dominating at the moment. 5 runs away from a first batting bonus point.
I was just kind of thinking about I saw 200 up and expected to see that point.
Yeah, a few years ago that.
I think that's
That's
quite a stiff challenge with county cricket as it is, you know, massively weighted to get results. I was thinking, you know, you play on so many very sporty pitches in that first innings. 250 can sometimes be a match-winning score, and to not get a point if you finish on, say, 230 seems a bit.
So 450 off 110 overs is some going to get. It's not often you get maximum bonus points. Even on that massively flat Edgbaston pitch last week, I don't think Surrey, with their Ben Folkes 180 and Matt Fisher digging in at number 11 and getting quite a lot of runs, I don't think even they got 450 and 110 overs.
We've had a couple of good film alikes. We've got. Thank you very much for the Captain Jack Sparrow. Someone I would definitely aspire to be.
Yeah, I'd be Captain
and
Jack Sparrow.
my favourite. John Travolta and Harry plays Olivia Newton-John. You're the one that I want.
Yeah, okay. Oh, Shep's just texted me as well. Stephen Lamb is actually Penfold.
Flash Gordon. That was a great film.
Yeah, Stephen Lamb is
Brilliant
David
song
Attenborough.
from Queen that followed that movie. That was outstanding. Kind of got almost, you know, those TED films.
Yeah,
they
quite
came
like
out.
that.
They sort of like made Flash Gordon famous again almost.
You're more of a film geek than I realised you are, as Archie Vaughan's going to take at least 2. It might go all the way for 4. Can it split? Can Deep Point
Go
get
on the
back
ball.
round?
It's going
It's a
all the
chase
way.
That is probably, if Hudson Prentice had size 14 feet, you might have stopped that. Coles has chased well as well, and that is the first batting bonus point. Archie Vaughan is playing a nice little gem of an innings here.
We're off the mark. We got a point.
Mackenzie Crook, Pirates of the Caribbean. That's the one who's in the boat with his mate, the Dumb and Dumber too. Yeah, the two wacky ones. I can picture that. Yeah, it's a good shout from Alex Vaughan. Right, a first slip and like a third or fourth, almost a gully. And Archie Vaughan's just going to tickle it down the leg side.
This is lovely for Archie Vaughan. Moves into the 40s. He's played nicely so far. He's fed off anything loose. And you'd have to say, if there's a county cricketer out there that just needs a little bit of luck to get himself going, it's Archie Vaughan, and he's making the most of it so far. Sussex bowling just gone a little bit raggedy the last half an hour or so. This partnership's really shot forward.
Really solid that from Archie Vaughan as well. When he's had to defend, he has, but I guess it helps. He fed a few freebies early on, a couple of short wide ones from James Hayes got him going. And then he's tickled him off his legs. And suddenly, without any stress, without too many risks, he's on 41.
Dave Lister and Arnold Rimmer. You're a Red
Some
Dwarf fan?
No, some of these are either I
Great
don't
show.
watch enough films or they're before my age, are they?
That would be a great sort of rewatch of a series, that Red Dwarf.
Do you know all of these?
Hmm?
Do you know all of these film references?
Yeah, most of them, yeah.
Yeah, you are into your films, aren't you?
I'm keeping quiet on the, well, I think, I don't know Ron Swanson and Leslie Nope. I'm not familiar with that. I hope I'm
Thing is, some of these fans are in the ground just typing about, listening on the earpieces. I'm Donkey. That's my old mate from school, that, to be fair.
Yeah, that's one for you. If you're after a series, go down, get Red Dwarf downloaded. It's an absolute belter.
Don't really do many series, to be honest with you.
Yeah, massive film fan. I think with all the travelling, I know a lot of the lads definitely go through the old Netflix series and all that sort of stuff. You spend a lot of time on the bus and in hotels and panicking over being on a pair or whatever, and it's good to drift away and pop a film on.
God, this conversation's going on and on. They're loving it. This is going down really well.
Definitely one of the most popular in terms of getting you guys interacting with us. It was I think it was favourite crisps or snacks last time, wasn't it?
You love a random topic.
Was,
just for a bit of keeping the people who are non-cricket fans on the stream, keeping them.
Yeah, it was Pringles. Pringles came out top, I think. Abel 33, Vaughan 41. Nice partnership brewing here. They've played nicely. They've really dug in when the bowling has been of high quality, but they've definitely just been given a little spurt of poor deliveries, and they've pretty much put all of them away. So they've rattled on in terms of the scoring rate.
So the new ball is 3.5 overs away, don't forget. And that will be an interesting passage of play. Maybe that's why McAndrew's being saved.
What about the Blackadder sitcom? Would you have watched
Seen
that,
bits
Harry?
of Blackadder, yeah. I do like.
Well, that's a must-watch.
Rowan Atkinson, isn't it?
Yeah, he's
Mr. Bean. I like
lovely
him
shot there from Abel, and nicely fielded by McAndrew there at mid-on, putting his body on the line after a pretty decent bowl today.
Yeah, I'm still. I like this one. Simon Pegg. And you're Danny from Hot Fuzz.
Which one's Danny?
Danny's the big lad, isn't he?
Is he the big
Nick
fella?
Frost and Simon Pegg. I think he's the big lad. We'd be a good combo there. I'd take that. We could do Hot Fuzz.
Well, I did.
There's Sandford as well. My old village cricket club was called Sandford. So it is, so that's fair. And like catching them swans, eh? That's my favourite shout, actually.
Basil and Manuel.
Just
Hit you on
picture
the
us
head, hut.
chasing people in police outfits.
That is
Shot
about
Archie
about
Vaughan. Just tickle that around the corner. Actually didn't absolutely nail it. They'll get at least two. Good chase from 45.
Yeah, John Cleese, massive Somerset fan. He often tunes in. If you are listening, John, we wish you well wherever you are in the world. Often pops up from time to time. Saw him a couple of times in the Colin Atkinson stand enjoying a gin and tonic. Actually it was very, very surreal experience really. He was actually part of probably one of my favourite days of my career. I scored 100 at Lords, walked off, and John Cleese was in the long room. It's amazing.
Did you hear that I sold John Cleese an earpiece over the winter?
Did you really?
Yeah. I don't know if he's used it yet, but he's bought one. It's on the system.
Well, the Trade Nation win predictor, another one of our gizmos and gadgets. Somerset 35%, Sussex 20%, and a draw 37%. We will see how that goes throughout the game. And do you subscribe to that as an idea at the moment?
It's a bit early to be making predictions in my mind, but I say Somerset are on top. Should be to that. It's good, you know, Somerset just accumulating runs here comfortably and easily enough. Well, you've got a direct question here.
Yeah, well, this is good. This is good. Did I ever have a teammate who couldn't watch anything on Team Bus because of car sickness? You must have known a bad traveller or two. I don't remember any. I know there are a couple of guys that only face forward, and I totally get that. We often had sort of forward-facing seats and a couple of tables where two would always travel backwards, and they were very, very rarely sat in. I reckon the worst person to be on a bus was with.
I'm going to guess.
Was go on.
Someone like Josh Davey.
No.
Not this morning.
Matt Renshaw. Just like.
Oh, you're going that way. Annoying, bouncy.
So
chatty.
Annoying. You couldn't sit still, bouncing off the walls. You'd be having a nice relax.
That could be me, to be fair.
And he'd come over and he'd want to chat, which is normally absolutely fine, but he'd come over and have a chat when he had nothing in his mind, and he would just talk utter nonsense.
Are you headphones in, trying to chill out, watch something?
Normally just have a chat, and I don't. Yeah, we used to like back in the back day. We used to love. Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels and Snatch. We used to watch those almost on loop.
Are you talking like an old school coach with a big TV? You're all watching the same.
Where we're all watching
full volume round. That's quite cool when everyone's watching the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you then argue over what you're going to watch?
It was never an argument. It was Lock, Stock or Snatch.
You'd all watch it together. And I'm picturing you and Hildy sitting next to each other. Were you next to each other, buds?
Yeah, we were always in relative close proximity. I think you sort of start your career, like nutters at the back.
Yeah.
Lots of chat and card games and all that kind of stuff. And as you sort of get older, you migrate down towards the coaches and the captains and the more sensible folk. And that's kind of, I think that's how you judge your status in the team almost.
So who were you at the back with at the start in your young days?
Probably Ian Blackwell.
Yeah.
We used to have a really nice coach, actually, with a back room, TV that we could obviously play films on, but we used to play a lot of cards back then.
Yeah.
Frowned upon these days, I think.
Why is cards frowned upon?
Well, I just think...
Too old school?
Well, maybe I just think, encouraging young sporty types to gamble their cash away is probably not the thing.
Yeah, Catan is meant to be the new craze. I've not really got into it. It's like have you played that? It's like an adventure board game they play. Tom Cullercabo, I think, is big into it. Green and Lammonby, some of those lads, they love it on the coach.
Yeah, I think games like anything like that on Monopoly would probably end up in some sort of fist fight with some of my teammates, but no.
What about like was it Johan Maibo? What was he like on a coach journey?
Very quiet.
Trying to give you some random names.
Very quiet chap.
I
think most people just
Rob Turner
wanted to get from A to B.
Yeah.
Well, Rob Turner, that would have been in the days of driving yourself. So it was I used to travel with Mark Lathwell. That was always some fun conversations. Normally about dart throwing techniques, stuff like that. We were both keen dart.
Great
players.
bit of fielding at mid-wicket there. Looked like it's gone past his left side. Great stop.
260 for 5 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. A nice period of run scoring here from Somerset.
Oh, that's poor fielding. I've just complimented at mid-wicket. He's got his hands on his hips now because that really should have been stopped. We talked about him earlier, Nathan McAndrew. Had a good bit of fielding at mid-on not long ago, but he's just let those two through. Maybe he's thinking about his bowling. I reckon in 2 overs' time he's dusting his bowling boots off again and he's ready to come in. Nathan McAndrew, the overseas sign, has only bowled 13 overs in the day. I reckon he'll be taking that new ball. Probably with Ollie Robinson, but maybe with a Finn Hudson-Prentice. Depends how Ollie Robinson's holding up. He bowled quite a long spell in the middle session. Lancashire have a Centurion that is not Marcus Harris. Luke Wells, as former Sussex man, of course. Phil Salt went from Sussex to Lancs. Luke Wells went from Sussex to Lancs. Luke Wells has 100. That's pretty important for the bottom side of all 18 divisions. All 18 sides, sorry. Ben Green has a wicket as well. Jack Davies bowled by Ben Green for 49 as Middlesex 198 for 7. Against Leicestershire, of course, Ben Green's current lone county.
Join the dots, Jack!
Just heard a shout there. Join the dots, Jack. That's not Jack Leach, that's Jack Carson. The two main spinners in this game, both Jacks. That's a lovely back foot punch. I think we 1 run though. Yeah, Vaughan started pretty quickly at 30 or 42 balls. 10 from that over from James Hayes soon after tea helped. He's now a bit more sedate on his 43. But looking at comfortable, looking at ease, 1 over now until a new ball is available. I think they'll take it straight away.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to be forced into that situation. There's definitely been a lot of runs leaked since tea. Yeah, that run rate's always hovered around sort of the 3.5 mark. It's just lost control of it since tea. Just a few poor deliveries. There's been a number of 4 byes today. I think 3 off memory, which is very, very unusual with a keeper of the quality Simpson. Not that any of them were his fault, but yeah, it's quite unusual to see 25 extras up on the board.
Yeah, you're right. No,
it's a lot of extras.
There was a no. Ollie Robinson bowled a no ball. I'll give the exact extras. Yeah, 1 for Ollie Robinson, 1 for Tom Clark, 1 wide from Nathan McAndrew. Most of them have been byes. 16 byes, 4 leg byes. That's John Simpson, not normally having that many. Go through them.
Couple of seam bowlers starting to limber up. Ollie Robinson at mid on there doing a few back stretches. So certainly suggests that new ball's going to be taken pretty rapidly once this over's out. 80 overs, as we know.
And a bit of it
is available.
A friend of mine is leaving today, so I spoke to him at tea and said, Jonathan Lewis Oliver, I don't know what he is, commercial director or something like that. I don't know what his title is, but he works for the club. He bangs in the Dapper Bet mats before every game. And it's his last day as a Somerset member of staff today. So I did say, do you want to do a stint after tea? We'll look after you. So
I didn't say I'd look after him.
Well, shall I make way and then you can bully him? There you go. If I make way, I'll let him do a bit of commentary with Pete. Jonathan and I talk to each other enough. You can have a different combination. There you go. The poshest name in cricket. Not Leon Cachet from Sussex and the Netherlands, but Jonathan Lewis Oliver.
Good evening, Peter.
Hi, J-Lo. How are you?
I'm all right, thanks.
How are you feeling about your last day here at the Cooper Associates County Ground? Well, I have no doubt it will not be your last day here, but as an employee.
Yeah, it's been quite emotional. I'm sure it'll hit home next week or tomorrow when I'm not coming in. But yeah, it's nice to do it. Final day to be a match day and watch on as we are from up here. It's definitely the best spot to view. Very similar to the upper MTP. And I was listening to you this morning on the earpiece. You talking about your trip to a salon in town?
Yeah.
And I was thinking, so you don't go to a barber's, you go to a salon.
Yeah, it probably Opus just down the road. It probably is a salon.
Yeah.
Do you go to the shoe shining guy for yours?
I wish I still went to the hairdressers. I actually always spent a little bit more and went to the proper hairdressers because I enjoyed the massage at the beginning.
Enjoyed the experience.
The head massage, yeah, and everything.
Well, we're going to leave that there because, like I said, it is your last day. We want to leave you with good memories. So Ollie Robinson's going to take what I believe will be the new ball. I'm not sure if it's been taken straight away. He might just have a little loosener with the old ball just to make sure the first ball is right on the money. With the new one, I didn't see the umpire make the signal, but you can normally tell from the flight of the ball straight away. That's, I would say, almost certainly the older ball. He's gone for the bouncer technique. Potentially a tactic that Sussex might go with for a few balls. He likes the old...
Just watching them chuck it around the field, it doesn't look like it's sparkling off the sun just yet.
He likes the old bumper theory from time to time. Two men back on the leg side. So in your time here, J-Lo, is there a particular highlight? Obviously something involving what the team have achieved and how it's made you feel. Oh, great shot there from Archie Vaughan. Splits the gap, moves on to 48. Lovely to see Archie Vaughan in the runs, and he's getting a little bit of chat from Ollie Robinson.
He looked like he had loads of time to play that then. Yeah, looking back, I mean, the obvious ones are like the trophy lift on the One Day Cup, what they achieved last year, but the stuff that stands out for me is those moments when the players are so generous with their time, with like the fans after games, speaking to the kids, and I'm lucky in my position to be amongst that a bit more than I was when I was a fan, but the players we have here, they're so generous and so generous with how they're
taken. The old ball, you can see there, it's tired, exhausted, the air's gone out of it. Ollie Robinson has a new one, and Archie Vaughan just feels that hit the bat a little harder that time round. I mean, they're a well, I'd like to say that spans a number of years. I think the sort of community engagement, the fan experience, I think the club from your side of things to the players has always been driven to be sort of a big team effort to make sure people feel welcome and want to come back and have some sort of like rapport with the players, which is absolutely the way it should be.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of like it's just a cricket thing, isn't it? You know, back in the day, the kids used to be able to almost as soon as the last ball of a session would bowl, they'd jump over the rope, come onto the outfield for play a few games and get a few autographs. It's not the same now, but the kids do get a fair bit of attention from their players, which is very encouraging and good.
They do, and the kids, I know, they'll remember it forever, those moments at the end of the side of the pitch and the end Archie, as the players wander around, giving their autographs, and just saying hello, having a conversation.
Yeah, you're right. No, people don't forget, I hosted a dinner with Lord Ian Botham at Yeovil Town Football Club not so long back, and we had sort of like a meet and greet sort of area, and people were coming up and asking him questions and saying hi and all that kind of stuff. And the guy came over and he said, he said, Lord Botham, do you remember me? And he obviously looked confused and definitely did not recognise him. And he goes, in 1982, I got your autograph at Frome Cricket Club. Do you remember? And Lord Botham, can imagine the amount of autographs he must have given out. He was like, oh, yeah, I remember.
Yeah, people keep those autographs forever as well. I think I've lost mine now in a house move, sadly, but I remember one at the Oval. I had one of those old NatWest T20 cards, and I had all this signatures from like Ali Brown and both the Batties and everyone over that end. And that was, that must have been right at the start of the T20 campaign. But yeah, people keep hold of them. And Brown have made those clappers this year as well, which has got all the players' names on them, both men's and women's squads. So I imagine some kids will be trying to get every space signed this summer.
Like collecting the old Panini cards, isn't it? Got to get them all. Got to catch them all. Yeah. So one door shuts, another one opens. You're staying in the southwest. We're pleased to hear. Going back to your previous profession.
I am, yeah. But I'll be coming up here as a fan, taking hopefully next season, trying to grab my old seat in Block 2 of the Somerset stand.
Beautiful.
That's where I want to be.
You see there, that is an absolute jaffa there from McAndrew. I have been shown a little bit of footage of you batting, J-Lo. How would you have played that delivery there?
I would have... Oh, well, I was going to say I'd have nicked it, but I'm not as good. If Tom Abel couldn't get any bat on it, I definitely wouldn't have got any bat on it.
Yeah, that was a sharp, nipping delivery there. I think it's yet to be seen. You only know the state of a pitch, I suppose, when both teams have had a go at bowling on it. But I would say observation today is, Sussex, when they've bowled in that really challenging area, made it hard for the Somerset batters. But I do think that quite a high proportion of sort of release balls, as the coaches would call them, or boundary balls, has been a few short and wides that Somerset have been able just to keep ticking over that score. Can Somerset, when they get a chance to bowl, be just a fraction more consistent?
Something I was looking at before I came on air was the last couple of championship games we've had here. Jack Leach has always bowled from the far end, and he seems to have got a lot of turn down here. It looks like there seems to be a lot of turn from the other end, from who was bowling from this end just towards the end. Is that Carson?
Yeah, Carson and Coles have sort of shared it around a little bit. I think they've had I think the left arm spinners operated from the end that Jack Leach normally bowls from. But even from up here, you can see there's a little bit of a dark area.
Yeah, absolutely.
In that sort of more like a 5-yard length away from the batter or the stumps where the spinners would operate. It's a little bit too full for the seam bowler's length. So, yeah, it's definitely been sort of curated with, offering spin at some stage. And I think that's where Somerset have really got the balance right with their wickets. There's a bit in it for the seamer with the live green grass, and then there's an offering of spin as well. So, it's definitely producing some exciting cricket matches.
Absolutely, yeah.
Far too long, you'd rock up here and it'd be a white pitch, and it would barely getting into the third innings, and it'd be a bit of a slog to get a draw. So, yeah, certainly much more engaging cricket being played here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset are 269 for 5 at the moment, 15 overs left to play, so looking like we'll probably finish there or thereabouts on time, although going by Harry's guess of 6:12, he might not be a million miles away. Not that we're looking forward to going down one flight of stairs and cracking open a couple of drinks with you, buddy, but,
Yeah, on the Thatcher's Terrace, that would be nice. I think you're so right with the pitches. I think they've all been result pitches, but there's been enough that the best side has won each match. It's been really toughly fought. And I'm intrigued. I was saying, I wonder if Jack Leach might bowl from this end a bit more, if it's turning sharper.
I think the Somerset bowlers who obviously bowl here for half their games of every season, I think the seam bowlers, most of them preference this end quite heavily as well, which kind of not forces Leachy's hand, but I think he will do, I would say, 90% of his work from that river end. He's had so much success over the years bowling from that end. I can't see that changing. Ollie Robinson.
You don't see it being a bluff that all the sides have seen how much it turned the first couple of games from this end, that we've swapped it.
Tom Abel, a beautiful delivery there from Ollie Robinson, catches the edge of Tom Abel. He goes for 42. Just plays sort of half back to that delivery. but that's the area the Somerset bowlers will have to target when they get a chance. Lovely piece of bowling from Ollie Robinson. Time and time again you'll see deliveries like that from him when he's in form. Yeah, that's a shame there. That partnership was really starting to brew up. It was closing in on 100, and that delivery, as we're about to watch now, is undone. Just in and around off stump, just maybe straightened away. It wasn't the most committed shot I've ever seen from Tom Abel.
It wasn't that short, really.
Yeah, it looked like he got a little bit caught in two minds there, as we see.
Yeah.
Craig Overton stride down those steps. He could probably do all 12 of them in 2 steps if he wanted to. The height of the man. He was one of the heroes from the run chase against Essex last week. I'm going to take a little bit of a break, J-Lo. You stay on, because I know Charlie Taylor is one of your heroes, and I'm sure you'd like to have a chat with the great man. Somerset 270 for 6, 14 overs remaining. A bit of hard work to be done. Archie Vaughan playing beautifully for his well-deserved 48.
Thanks, Peter. And Craig is striding out, fresh off his huge celebrations, smashing the final winning runs 2 weeks ago now. Charlie, welcome. That was a shame. Tom Abel was looking pretty fine out there, and that one just slightly outside the off stump. Looks slightly rushed, but...
Yeah, disappointing. Disappointing for Somerset, but a crucial breakthrough with the new ball for Sussex. Ollie Robinson doing the business. That's what he's there for. It bowls a very heavy ball. Ollie Robinson jagging into to Tom Abel, slamming the bat in front of his pads, but with the new ball had that force. Whips off the bat quickly, bounces off it. Hard ball.
Yeah, it did.
Into the arms of slip.
That's the new ball difference, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was quite quick off the deck.
Absolutely. Well, this Somerset effort continues with Craig Overton. He leans over that one, pushes it into the onside.
Yeah, and Craig Overton at 8, this is the sort of opportunity he's been wanting. Go up a little bit. He's got a chance to build an innings here with Vaughan at the other end, whereas more often than not he's batting with the tail. So it'd be interesting his approach here. I'm sure he won't change much. He bats one way most of the time, but it's quite exciting to see him out there with this opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't bat in a typical Overton sense, as you were saying a couple of weeks ago. It was a very, very sort of slow Overton innings by his standards, but it was what Somerset needed.
It was needed, with Rue at the other end.
The other side of Rue, yeah, it was the partnership with Rue that got Somerset almost all the way there, and in the end, Rue couldn't quite get to the end. But Overton hit those winning runs. It was a big win, Essex then. Defeated again. Oh, well, they held on for a draw, didn't they, in the last week? Big call from Ollie Robinson to Craig Overton, who retakes his guard and practices a shot that he should have played, maybe.
And Robinson looked convinced.
Yeah, it was a big call.
Oh.
Let's have a look. I tell you
the
what,
only thing outside the line is the only thing.
Might be the thing that the umpire. I think that's Mike Burns this side, isn't it? But, he's thinking. Let's have a look.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Very tight. Just having another look now.
Borderline outside the line, but it looked pretty close. That.
He's not going to get a run off this one. He's trying to get off the mark here, Craig Overton, but not managing it.
Maybe these things even themselves up. I mean, Banton had the unfortunate one. Well, you go on his reaction, don't you? You trust him. That didn't look like
I can see he seemed very disappointed to have been given out, and I can see, looking at the replay, you could see a very good case to say that it came off the keeper's gloves. It looked as well like the ball really, it didn't fly to slip like you're used to seeing off the bat, which suggests that it hit something a bit more soft.
Rose. And
yes, it sort of not looped quite, but it slowed down. Now there will be runs here as he's found a gap. He's just turning it into the leg side. And they'll pick up a couple. And Overton's off the mark now. And the score is 272 for 6.
A tough time to come out with the new ball. but he's trying to get that big stride in, I guess.
Yeah, that was a shame. Well, I was going to say 3 out in the 40s. That's not quite right because Vaughan isn't out yet, but 3 in the 40s. You've got Rue, who made 46, Abel, who made 42. Players who've got going, haven't converted to half centuries. Vaughan is there on 48.
Yeah, and Vaughan has gone down the order, but here he is facing the new ball like he does at the start of the innings.
Yeah, it's probably quite a good time to have an opener in
yes,
there, actually,
it's worked out a treat.
Except the bowlers are slightly more tired than they would be. I guess that's a benefit.
Absolutely.
But yeah, he's again facing the new ball, which I guess when he realised he was down at 7, he probably realised, actually, do you know what, there's likelihood I will be somewhere around about the new ball.
Yeah.
Potentially. Three slips in place for Sussex, who will be happy. Now they got their second bowling point. Vaughan just playing this straight to the mid-wicket. A couple of runs away from a well-made half-century here. Archie Vaughan, who crashed his first ball for 4. He's hit 8 fours so far. Haven't seen any suggestions online that his dad's here. Usually find out. Usually there's people getting selfies or pictures and autographs of Michael if he's around. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's watching the live stream. So afternoon, Michael. That's a nice little clip. Might go all the way for 4. It will do because it's a short boundary, which means Archie Vaughan brings up his half-century. And he's done it mostly with Tom Abel, but him and Craig Overton come together to celebrate, and he waves towards the pavilion. And he's really, really appreciated here at the county ground. Only the second batter to get to 50. Big applause for the young man coming in an unusual position for him.
Yeah, and a very composed knock. He's come in and he's measured his innings really well. He's only faced 79 balls for his 52. And he's looked the part
9 fours in there. Very good.
Yeah. And this is, I mean, perfect situation. It's probably just the player that Somerset want out there right now in the new ball.
Yeah, it's just his second half-century in first-class cricket, so still really finding his way in the game.
Yeah, was his first one, was that against Surrey last year? I'm trying to think.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right. Might have been, how many did he make? 70, 68 it was.
Yeah, and a crucial knock that was, I think. Yeah. What's that game? And so they've put the 2 sort of long leg, deep back and deep forward square out on the boundary now, so potentially throwing in some bumpers now with the new ball.
Which he has played quite well thus far. He's thrown the bat at that one and he's going to get away with it. 4 runs. I'm saying get away with it. I don't think that's quite what he was planning there, but the ball rolls off between the slips and the gully fielder.
Some great noise from the crowd as well as that one off the boundary.
Very useful runs these. Remember, Somerset were asked to bat today. Things have not gone all their way. They've had some good partnerships, but no one's really kicked on to a big score. We've had Lammonby, who made 60. That's the biggest so far. Good contributions from Rue, Abel, and now Vaughan, but they could do with someone really getting on to 3 figures. Just one person to 3 figures. Likelihood that would be Vaughan now.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, if the track is a tough one, these 60s will be
very
crucial.
Much so. The only worry for Somerset will be if it does get easier to bat on, which
it often
does happen. Yeah, remember Somerset chased down 300 and what was it, 320-ish, wasn't it? 314 against Essex, against a good Essex attack. And so it does flatten out a bit here at Somerset.
It has seemed to, last year and this year.
Might take a bit of spin as well. That's worth bearing in mind.
Yeah, and I think that's where Somerset back themselves, really. They've got, obviously, Jack Leach, and bowling 4th with Jack Leach, you've got to feel positive about that.
Which is what Somerset will end up doing, assuming there's no sort of follow-on or anything along those lines. It's a nice day today. Craig Overton's come out with a jumper on. I'm a bit surprised to see that. I think because in the changing room, it's probably a bit cooler.
I think he always bats with a jumper. I can't picture him without one.
He does tend to, but I just wonder, it must be hot in the sun. Yeah.
I think Banton's similar as well. Banton seems to always have his jumper on.
He had his jumper on today for sure. But
I think everyone else has gone out with a breezy shirt on.
280 then. 20 runs away from the next batting point for Somerset. 3 wickets away from full bowling points for Sussex. Here comes Ollie Robinson. I think Ollie Robinson fancies his chance of a wicket here against Overton.
That's a testing length.
Overton's very tall. And if Robinson can, well, a bit like he did with Abel, he didn't get up that much. Could be tricky for Overton if it's moving a little bit off the pitch.
I can't quite see from here, but is he batting slightly out of his crease? I thought he might have been that last ball. Maybe his back foot's on the line.
Yeah, he's a little bit forwards. I'm not sure he's out of his crease, and maybe we'll get a side view after this delivery. Edged through slips for 4, just around the edge of the slips. If there'd been one more, perhaps that would have been interesting. Would have been a low catch, but as it is, 4 more runs.
That flew off the bat as well.
Yeah, you can see that. We talked about Ollie Robinson bowling a heavy ball. You can see that sort of that speed it comes off the bat. This new ball, let's have a look. Yeah, it does race off the bat, doesn't it? So how are you feeling then? Because this is your last day, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Somerset employee.
Yes.
So is it a nerve-wracking move? Is it mainly exciting?
Oh, it's a pragmatic career move, really. So, but I'm going to shot.
Pulled. Oh, that'll be, well, I was going to say that'll be 4. It should be. It's a long boundary out there. It might pull up. No, it's going all the way. Fielders give up the chase. 4 more. For Overton moves on to 10.
He picked that up quickly. It wasn't, yeah, it wasn't really short enough to be a dangerous ball. It was, yeah, it only really got up to his hip, but he picked up the length really quickly and got through the shot.
You'll miss days like this, though, I suspect.
I will massively miss days like this. This is as good as it gets, county cricket. I mean, I think we've had about 2,000 people in today. The Hildreth Stand is slightly thinned out now as we get into the evening, but it was pretty much packed over there most of this today.
Well, they want a quick run there. Overton was quick on the shout, and there'll be a ripple of applause as they like the runs they're stealing here, Somerset. 289 for 6.
That's got to be frustrating for Robinson. He's bowled pretty well. He almost had a massive LBW shout, which was there or thereabouts, and he's nicked him off for 4. He's been pulled, and he's got a quick single. He's, it's got to be testing him.
Yeah. Strikes me as the sort of bowler who might add a bit of extra pace as he starts to get a bit cross or moody about what's going on. Oh. Which is not unlike the man he was just bowling to, Craig Overton, who also, when he gets his, when he gets a little bit fiery, it's good for his bowling generally. I suspect Ollie Robinson's not dissimilar. In fact, they're probably quite similar bowlers in a way.
I think they are. They love being in a battle.
Yeah.
And they're exciting to watch when it gets into that mode.
Both of them played for England, of course. Test cricket. I'll never forget Overton's maiden Test wicket in Australia. Steve Smith just clipping the stumps. Not bad, is it? Wow. Clean bowl, one of the best ones in the business. That's a good ball from Ollie Robinson. Not a bad over. A couple of balls which got hit for 4, but actually the comebacks were good.
Yeah, it's typical new ball, isn't it? You're going to be testing for the wickets, but you will occasionally leak boundaries with that hard rock flying away.
Shadows lengthening now. The evenings here, T20 season not far away as well now. That hot weather as we started to have recently does make you think, those warm summer nights here. Watching the Blast. Plenty of tickets still available if you want to come along to some of those games. Another quick single.
Yeah, and T20 season has kicked off. They had a game last night at Exmouth against Devon, which is pretty exciting. I was down there watching that. There was some amazing young talent from the Somerset Academy. And likewise on the Devon side as well. And then our Somerset women are playing their this almost FA Cup style county cup down against Durham at Exmouth. That long journey down for Durham, which I think starting at 5:30. So
I think they've already gone 15:15.
So is it
25 for no loss at the moment. Durham getting off to a good start from 3 overs.
Stealing these singles, that's brilliant batting.
Yeah, keeps it ticking over.
And I think there's a few debuts for the Somerset side as well.
Jess Hazel keeping wicket.
Jess Hazel and Erin Vikusic.
Erin Vikusic playing.
So it's a great opportunity for them.
Croatian, British.
Yes, she is, yeah.
Don't get too many Croatians playing county cricket, so it's great to see.
No, yeah. And her younger brother, Zach, his first 4 balls for Somerset yesterday against Devon, I think he went, it was 4-6, 4-4 or something like that, I think.
Excellent stuff.
He
Great
looks
to
like
hear.
a talent.
Great to hear. Good luck to them. Well, Vaughan's been moved around the order an awful lot, but he looks pretty comfortable at the moment, the way he's played. 57 he's on, so nearly top scoring for Somerset. Good start.
Let's go, Sussex!
Someone's asking me if the women's game is being streamed. I think if it is,
I think they've
it will
had
be
some
on
technical problems.
no stream,
Yeah,
okay.
I think
But
they've had some issues there. Keep an eye on social media, though. The updates are coming in there.
Yeah.
And we'll try and keep you up
Exmouth.
to date with the scores. Yeah.
Exmouth will be trying down there, so
Ooh,
they're
a
having
bit
some
of
slight
a
issues.
inside edge. It's come off into the leg side. Just the one run because they've got a long leg in. Yeah, and I think we've come to take the streams for granted, actually, because we're so used to seeing them. But we should point out they're not easy to put on. There's an awful lot of work that goes on behind the scenes to get something like this set up at a ground like Taunton, where you've got facilities. So to get it set up at a ground like Exmouth, I know they did Taunton Vale recently as well. It's
Yeah.
great work, but we've got to remember how difficult it is to get something like this set up.
And the digital
working.
team we've got essentially have had to cover 4 different types of cricket in the last week with the women's one day,
Yeah.
the men's T20 yesterday,
and now
the women's county cup and the 4 days. Well, there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes. So, and that was something I noticed when I was a fan before I came here. I knew the name of Ben Warren. I'd seen him wandering around, and I'd obviously watched the stream, and I was an avid watcher of it. But coming to work here, and you sort of see how much goes on behind the scenes, how much goes into it. It is a phenomenal, set up an operation that they run with quite a small team, and punch massively above the weight, and I would say sort of lead the way in the county circuit, and a lot try and follow Somerset's lead, I think, with how it's run, and some of the things and quirky little initiatives that we've added in to the stream. You'll see all the cameras. We've added in some extra cameras since I've been here, just to add more for the viewership and the enjoyment of those not able to come to the ground.
Right. I think he's earned his bonus, guys. I think we can give him the envelope. Yeah, just on the corner of the desk there. Yeah. We were just waiting to see how he got on, but no, he's passed the test. No, being serious though, I agree. I think there's a lot to commend Somerset, and a lot of the other counties do similar work, but Somerset in particular on what is let's be honest, pretty tight budget here. There you go. Speaking of some of the work that goes on, try and bring you extra facets of the game. There you are. There's the wagon wheel. Archie Vaughan. See plenty of those. He had 9 fours in his 50 that he brought up.
All round the ground,
Yeah.
but nothing in the V straight, which shows he's not playing any hard drives down. He's playing it late, probably a few behind square and square of the wicket when he's caught on the short balls and things. So.
Punching bad balls down the leg side and then waiting late on the offside, isn't he? It's good cricket. It's good cricket.
He's having a nice, he's seeing the ball well.
We've set him up perfectly, haven't we, now?
Oh, yeah.
Always a risk. I did it earlier with James Root. I'm not going to do it again. It's not going to trouble him.
What happened with Rue earlier?
With Rue, I said, stupid mistake, don't know why I said it. I said, because Lammonby was on 44 or something, and Rue was on 46. And on the ball that was leading up to his dismissal, just before I said, 2 batters looking to get towards their half-century. Next ball, Rue out for 46.
Do you believe in that stuff?
No, not really. Not really. And I don't think you can do as a commentator, because you'd end up just leaving because you think, what am I doing?
Yeah.
It is funny when it happens. You just got to sort of smile and say, well, there you go.
There's a brilliant moment. I'm sure it's Shane Warne, my absolute hero, Shane Warne, when he has a moment like that. And with Mark Nicholas, that's it. I'm sure it was those two on Channel 9
Oh, yes.
or something.
Oh, yes.
And,
this is brilliant.
and,
Never been out on 99, he says, doesn't he? I can't remember who it is.
I'm sure it's Mark Nicholas and Shane
No, who's the
Warne.
batter? I'm trying to remember who's batting at the time. It's an Aussie, obviously. And Mark Nicholas goes, he's never been out on 99. And he's on 99. And Warren goes, straight away, he goes, oh, what are you doing? You can't say that. You can't say that. And then the very next delivery, and he's out.
And Warren just he storms off out the box. He's like, I can't believe it. Yeah, that was one of the, and they had commentary cam as well, which is always great to see the commentators in those moments. That's a nice shot, just angling the bat in front of his pads. They'll just pick up one, but he's finding these ones, which is really good. Vaughan moves to 59.
I always found that with Warren, when he got more and more involved with the Sky commentary, I just would stop and listen because I just found it fascinating, him talking about how captains and bowlers were trying to set up bats, what they would be thinking about with the field. Where they're trying to sort of position things to set up batters for an over, 2 overs time. It's just fascinating listening to him.
It was Warner. It was David Warner out for 99 as well. So, big swing from Craig Overton.
He's gone with the width there. He probably feels he missed out a bit, but there's always a possibility of nicking those.
Watching the video of Shane Warne, can't believe it. There he is. He stands up. He can't believe that they've had the chat about getting out on 99, and then he does indeed get
and
out
Mark
on
Nicholas,
99.
the absolute pro, just carries on.
Carries on as if nothing's going on. Yeah, brilliant moment. That's what Test cricket gives us, isn't it? And the 4-day game as well. Well, Ollie Robinson, I've got to say, is coming out on top at the moment in this battle between the two fast bowlers. Overton won't like that one bit.
Yeah, he's got to be beating the bat 2 or 3 times every over at the moment. He's been hit for a few runs. He's, I'm sure, pretty frustrated out there, and he looks at it as he finished that over and collected his cap.
Thank you to James, who says, absolutely love the county streams. There's been a huge progress in quality. Not great news for my freelancing. He says, Yeah, I get that. Productivity goes down at home if I'm not working here. I've always got it on.
Yeah, that was me. I remember my old job. I'm going back to the same place. I probably shouldn't say this on air, but never mind. I would love having the stream on like the second screen.
Yes.
When you're there in the office.
Yeah.
I think it's become more acceptable now. You at least got, or even if you haven't got the stream on, you can listen to the commentary.
Yeah. Yeah. And then if you hear a wicket go down, if you look up, you'll see a replay soon, or if you hear a great 4 being described.
Yeah, and those earpieces we've got, they work everywhere in the ground. I was walking around listening to you guys this morning, took you to the toilet. It was
Good to know, good to know. We were providing some company at all moments of your day.
Yeah. You must hear some stories in radio about all the people where they listen to you from up and down the place.
Yeah, you get all sorts of messages in from all over the world now. People can tune, because of the internet, you can tune in anywhere in the world and you get all sorts of messages of people doing, out fishing for somewhere in the Amazon River.
Yeah.
So how are you tuning in from there? What and the fact you've chosen either the cricket or whatever I'm doing to spend that time with us. It's great, so thank you. This goes down the leg side. There are celebrations, but muted, and Craig Overton knows he hasn't hit it.
We used to run a streaming style competition with Trade Nation in the 2020s a few years back, and I remember some of the photos that were sent in, people watching on the beach, way all over the world. It was just, you had their little iPhones on a boat and all sorts. It's amazing how far it goes. So thank you to all the fans that watch in and support Somerset.
That was particularly good during COVID, wasn't it? That's where a lot of the stream really took off a lot, because people couldn't come to the games. Overton's managed to pick out the gully there, so there's no run.
Yep, if you weren't watching the stream, the only people that could watch were the punters in the flats.
Yes, lucky them. Oh, imagine that in COVID. Once cricket came back, but still no fans were allowed, they were just sitting on their balconies watching the cricket.
Yeah.
God, 5 years ago this summer.
You could hear them, though. I remember you could hear them coming. They made a bit of noise up there sometimes.
Try to get a few victories. Persuade the team. Overton is not looking particularly happy here, the way he's playing.
it feels a matter of time before he gets a little tickle on one of these.
Yeah, he might be thinking the same thing, and he might start thinking, well, maybe I need to tee off a bit.
Absolutely,
Just
yeah. I was just
get a
thinking
few
that.
runs while I can before there's one. He just hasn't picked whatever's going on out there from McAndrew and from Robinson. He hasn't been able to satisfactorily pick what's going on.
He's coming quite hard at it with his hands.
Yeah.
That one's actually missed the inside edge.
Yeah.
As it's come back in.
Yeah, as you say, almost feels like his days are a bit numbered the way things are going at the moment, but things can settle down. The ball can stop moving as much. He's got enough on that one, though, but he has picked out another fielder, so just one. I suspect he'd be quite happy to get off strike, except for he hasn't got off strike. He's managed to keep the strike, because that was the last ball of that McAndrew over. A couple of wickets have fallen in the Somerset game going on in Exmouth. Who's picked them up? Charlie Dean. Well, it does make a difference having one of England's best spin bowlers on your team. Caught and bowled and a clean bowled. So the two openers have gone. It's 29 for 2.
Off how many overs is it?
That is 5.1 overs in, so the power play nearly done there.
Yeah, so that's a pretty good start.
Good start. Yeah, good start. I reckon that you're right there.
It was
How many has
really
Dean
running
bowled?
away.
Dean's bowled 2 of her overs. She's fantastic. I really enjoyed watching her on Tuesday.
Yeah.
She's a fantastic bowler. Came out on the wrong side of that one. Probably one of the wickets that Somerset will feel was a bit soft when she was batting as well, but
yeah,
bowling-wise, she was fantastic. Now, he's got bat on this one, Craig Overton. I suspect he feels quite happy about that.
Way out in front of his pad.
Yeah. Yeah. He's coming as forward as he can. So, although you're not working for Somerset anymore after today, will you keep playing the game as well?
Yes.
Who do you play for? Remind me.
I play down. I used to play for Taunton Dean when I lived up here, but I live down in Exeter now, and I play for Exeter Cricket Club.
And is that the Ben? I'm trying to think. Who's that? Ben
That's
Green?
Ben
Is it?
Green.
Yeah.
Lammonby, Finn Hill.
Oh, Lammonby as well.
there's a
Finn
few
Hill.
more
Not seen a lot of him yet, but looking forward. I've heard some good things.
No, and he got 50 last night.
Good stuff.
He batted really well at the top in the power play against Devon, and there's a few more on the academy as well.
Excellent stuff.
Well, Erin as well is sort of Exeter, who's playing for Somerset today. Somerset women.
Kusic, yeah. The are there? I'm trying to work out. Is it sort of Exeter locals? Are you tapping into university talent there?
So there is a bit now. Yeah, it's certainly built up. So they're around, but the uni students play for various clubs around the Devon circuit.
Yeah,
sure. And I think I saw Max Waller post something online the other day saying that the Exeter Uni have gone to #1 in the uni rankings for cricket, which is absolutely incredible. And I'm sure
nice.
that's
big news. Yeah.
him and Alex Barrow getting involved with the coaching down there.
Well, that's great news for Somerset.
It is, yeah.
There's a big university right slap bang in the middle of what they would call their patch, which isn't just Somerset, but it includes Devon and Cornwall as well. And Devon's a very happy hunting ground for talent for Somerset.
Yeah.
Currently captained by Lewis Gregory from Plymouth.
Yeah, I wonder how many. It's got to be half the side from Devon.
Yeah, at least. Well, Craig Overton's batting at the moment. Have a look.
Got Green, Lammonby.
Let's have a look. Well, from this starting 11, now we've got Lammonby, Gregory, Overton. Yeah, so that would be, so you've got 3 crucial players in there. You know, your number 3 bat, your captain, and your strike bowler.
He's played that nice,
really nice.
Under his eyes with soft hands and just plays it into the turf past the slip cordon.
When you add in, some of the others like Ben Green, Don Bess, of course, who came through from, was he Sidmouth, was it?
He did play for them for a while, and I believe his brothers still do. But yeah, even Don Bess played for Exeter for a year or two, I think. Ollie Sale did for a little bit.
Sale, yeah. Plenty of good talent in Devon coming through, representing Somerset. It's quite nice for Somerset, they get almost first dibs, don't they, on Devon, because they are by far the closest side. For
Absolutely, and the relationship is really good between Somerset, Devon and Cornwall, I think, and obviously we played this year.
To make sure that is the case, isn't it?
Yeah, we're fortunate down here, and obviously we cover sort of circa 5 million people down the southwest, and it's all Somerset's patch. We're fortunate we don't really compete with that bigger, a Premier League football club and things like that. So cricket is the big sport. I think everyone's eyes are on Somerset from right down in the depths of Cornwall right up to sort of Bristol area. So we're very fortunate.
Good work this from these two. Overton, although he's not looked particularly settled yet, he's still there, which means that Vaughan can continue building on the other side. He's drawn level with the top scorer, Lammonby, at the moment, Archie Vaughan.
He's just 8 runs short of his first-class high score, so that's one to keep an eye out for, if he can get there.
Yeah, it'd be fantastic for his season if he can keep going.
Well, it might cause a few problems because he might say, actually, I don't want to open anymore because I feel like, here we go, down the order, I'm a bit
Yeah, so
a bit more comfortable.
it's a really good point, actually. I mean, I messaged someone this morning saying, God, Davey and Gregory are opening up, and someone replied, you know, okay, yeah, cool, on this pitch, I think they're seamers, that'll be real good. And I said, no, they're opening the batting.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, we lost the toss. Yeah.
Yeah. And I wasn't that surprised with Davey because I think he's looked really good doing what he's done for a while with the way he bats. Gregory, I was more surprised at.
The thing with Gregory is he can be really useful for upping the ante in the middle of the innings. Oh, well, I mean, Overton is not picking these at all. He's really leaning on his bat. He's thinking to himself, come on, I've got to get closer to these. Surely, let's have a look. What was it doing?
Oh,
it has just straightened a little, but I'm not. He's played it as if it carries straight on, and it's just nipped a tiny bit, I think. If he'd connected with that was possibly a 6, maybe the first 6 of the day, because that was it was a big old swipe, wasn't it? Could easily have had the distance on it. This one, he's just angled out, but managed to pick out the fielder again. He's not had the best of luck with that.
He pushed it with soft hands, though, so it did go down.
So Gregory, I think I quite like him in the middle of the.
He's just scored so many crucial runs in that position.
Quite often guides the tail.
Yeah, I mean, he did it the other day, didn't he? That was a massive knock. He was involved in it. He's done it so many times, I think, in all formats.
Was that the Essex game? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah. It was him and Rue, wasn't it?
That's right.
That massive partnership. He just adds that, surety, and you have great confidence in him coming in down the order, whether it's in a collapse or whether it's back with the tail. But he obviously, as captain, said, he took it and he's confident and said he was going to have a go.
Yeah. So what? Yeah, it doesn't feel like a permanent solution. It feels like a great solution for this match, and it's worked well for them. Somerset, best part of 300 for 6, which is.
And I wonder if it's because they lost the toss. Would they have done that batting second?
That's a really good question. I wondered whether that would be the case. I guess you get a look at it, don't you? If you bat second, you can have a look, see what it's doing. So Sussex now are looking at this thinking, do you know what, this pitch actually isn't as bad as perhaps we thought it was. Because when you win a toss on a green-looking pitch, which it was, and you choose to bowl, you're thinking maybe 250. Bundle them out 250 or lower. So the fact they're 299 for 6 for Sussex, I think, is a disappointment. Somerset are not, the pitch isn't doing enough for this to be a dominating score yet. They're going to have to score. You think another 50-plus runs, really, but it should be possible.
I think this new ball period is crucial. We're sort of nearly 10 overs into it now, and they've only got the 1 wicket, and they've beaten the bat.
It could
easily knows how many times now.
Overton could have been out 3 or 4 times.
At least, yeah.
He's lucky that the ball's doing enough to avoid the bat.
So close to it every time.
If they can just get it on target for the off stump, they might have had their man by now. But at the moment, a couple of goals. Decided that that's where they're going to sit down for the day.
They're sticking with these the deep players for the short ball, and we haven't really seen them.
It is a short boundary there. It's just trying to stop them targeting it, I guess. Pick up a run there. I think people will be pleased. But what he's done once again is nicked the strike. 300 up for Somerset. Overton getting that final run, and Vaughan can't get on strike at the moment. 5 dot balls followed by a single. But that's the 300 up, and another batting point for Somerset, who draw level now with Sussex's points, 2 apiece. And we've got how many overs left today? 6 overs. It's been a cracking day's cricket today. Really enjoyed it. Good way to sign off, I reckon. Jayla, you'll be...
Absolutely, yeah.
It's a good one to remember. Could have been a rainy day, Could have been a day with no cricket at all. So
have we missed any? I think
not here at Taunton, but at Hampshire, that game was rain reduced.
Okay.
But
the women had a slight interruption.
The women's games, hilariously, compared to the men's who are playing 4-day cricket and you think would be more likely to get hit by rain, the men barely at all. Whereas the women seem like most of their games have been DLS, decided by DLS.
Yeah.
Strangely enough. Anyway, got 6 overs remaining. Overton has farmed the strike here. Not deliberately.
Oh. back leg.
Back leg. Maybe height. Let's see.
Yeah,
we're not front on here, so we're not getting a good
didn't
view.
look as convinced as they did with that first appeal when he was on naught.
Let's have a look. Again, this isn't quite front on, but back leg too high.
Yes, nearly hit him in the box there. That's pretty high, so safe enough.
Well, when you're that tall, like Craig Overton, if it's hitting you up there, you're almost definitely not. It depends how low you've got to the ground, I guess. But if it's hitting you upper thigh, you're probably looking at it going over.
And I don't know who Vic was on with. I think it was with Stephen Lamb, and he was talking. I'll just let this ball go in.
Shot. Yeah, that'll be 4. There we go. Finally, the release for Overton.
Blown to the fence.
He moves to 19.
Vic was talking with Stephen about. He said he heard in some interview or something how Alistair Cook would wear adjusted pads to
yes, I heard
to change where his knee roll was, or lower the knee roll, so that the umpires, that saying of it's hit him on above the knee roll, has got to be going over. But yeah, Craig doesn't need to worry about that. He's a lot taller. I think above his knee roll is definitely going over.
If it's above his knee roll, then you're already above the stump height, aren't you?
Yeah,
that was a nice shot. That's what Overton's been needing. I wonder if he'll feel a bit better now. Well, he's tried again and he's connected again. But he's found the fielder this time.
Yeah, and he's probably just about going to be getting in as they're going to go off at the end of the day. So I'll have to have, well, hopefully if he stays there, he can have another go in the morning.
Yorkshire all out for 255. Sorry to cut in there, John. Lots of single-figure scores for that Yorkshire side. Wharton, Tattersall, Hill, Code, Buckingham, White, all getting single figures. So 55 and an 89, weirdly, but only made 255 all out. Surrey batting now. Goes past the edge again. Oh dear, how many times?
Craig sinks and sort of acknowledges, yeah, I've played and missed it. Probably about 10 of those now.
Northants were all out for 185 against Glamorgan, who were batting 42 without loss. Just looking at the Durham score, 50 for 3. 50 for 3 Durham, as Molly Robbins has picked up a wicket in that game that's going on at Exmouth between Somerset women and Durham women. Yeah, just quickly a look at that Northants score is a strange one, because they were 105 for 1 to 185 all out. That's a proper collapse. That 80 for 9. Yeah, that's quite a fair few ducks in there. 3 ducks and a naught not out.
Wow,
Crikey, that's a strange one.
Who got wickets in that one then? That was supposed to be
wickets for Glamorgan going 2. So we just watch Robinson come in and bowl here. A bit straight, and Craig Overton's behind it. Well, it's spread out quite evenly. Gorvin, Fernando got 3 apiece. Van der Hookton got 2. Harris 1, and Al Hassan is also picking up 1 there.
I've heard you pronounce Cookton before.
Van der Hookton.
You're very good at that.
To do the go full throttle at it. I bet that's a nice day in Cardiff. I like Safari Gardens a lot. It's a strange, I'm not sure it's a very square, sort of oval, the rectangle-shaped bit of field they play on. So there's short, straight boundaries. And quite
very
long,
short, straight. Yeah, I saw Joss Butler play Australia there, and he was ramping shots.
And he could easily ramp over the boundary.
String,
There's no field you can set to that, because you're in the river or you're in the car park one way or another. Oh, it's a nice looking shot from Vaughan, but he's picked the fielder out, so he can't move his score on at all.
Just waited and leant on it really nicely, but didn't quite get it through the gap in the covers.
There is a lot of gap there, actually. If you can find a gap, it's going to be 4 if you times it like that. Hudson Prentice, who picked up the controversial wicket of Tom Banton earlier on. Well worth having a look back at that one, I would say, just to get your own thoughts on it. What happened? Banton stood there in disbelief when the finger went up.
Yeah, I'd love to have another look at that. I'm sure we will in the highlights.
Keep an eye on their social media for Somerset. He's edged that one. Inside edge, and it's going to run away for 4. Well, it's probably not the shot he would think about to bring up his the highest score of the game so far, but that's what it's done it. It's 64 he is now, off nearly 100 balls.
Yeah, I don't know what you call that shot now. Has it got a new name?
It's got I think just an inside edgy shot.
Inside edge,
yeah. The point you're making, the old name, is not
No longer.
No, he's not considered PC anymore.
But I don't think it was near the stumps. He's got a
No, he's
fair bit
fairly.
on that,
Because he's batting quite far forwards.
Yeah.
And he's got a lot on it. So no, it wasn't one where it's sort of heads on hands. How did that miss the leg stump?
I found Archie's he's always so calm when he's bowling, batting.
For a young man, he's 19 years old. I've just young man.
And he just seems to go into his zone. Just it's pretty measured. He's one of those. It doesn't look like getting too high or too low and all those sorts of things. Whereas obviously we know Craig at the other end could get quite a lot of emotion out, which is always enthralling.
It's a funny old partnership, this, isn't it, Vaughan and Overton? It's not one that we often get to see because you've got the opener, Vaughan, and quite often number 7 or 8, or even 9 sometimes.
Yeah.
Rarely 7, actually, think about it, because Somerset bat deep enough that he's normally an 8 or 9. So it's quite nice. I'm quite enjoying these two together.
Yes, testing little period is a really important spell with the new ball, and the fact that Somerset have seen off 11 overs of it now, at the end of play, if they can get through to the end without losing a couple more wickets, I think they're in a really good position. Nice single again.
Now, how much do you think it's in Vaughan's head that his high score is just 3 runs away?
I don't reckon it's in his head at all.
Do you think?
Nah. Do you think? I don't know. I think 100. I think as you get close to 100, that's got to go in your head. But no, I don't know. I don't think so. He would have batted so many times. Yeah. I wonder. We'll give him an applause when he gets to. Was it 67 or 68?
68 would draw level with his high score. Overton manages to keep the strike again.
He does indeed.
And the score moves to 310 for 6. I think Somerset will be very pleased the fact they're coming out tomorrow morning batting, having lost the toss.
Absolutely.
I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here. There's 4 overs remaining. There's still time for 4 wickets to fall, but the way things are looking, I think they'd be pleased with that. Overton, who's managed to get to 20, although I'd say it's one of his scratchiest innings I can remember seeing from Craig Overton. He's hanging on in there.
He's creamed a pull shot and a drive through the covers, but he's probably played a miss at about 10 plus 10, I reckon.
That is the lesser-sighted tower of St George's, which is the Catholic church. It's flying the Vatican flag. I'm sure as a nod to the new Pope. Don't often see that. It is visible from Somerset, but not often the one you associate. Obviously, St James is right next to it, and St Mary's not far away, but St George is also visible. You've also got St Andrews looking out the other way, which is the spire in amongst all the trees in Taunton.
They're making the most of the broadcast camera being on that end of the terrace.
Here we go, there's St James's. Look at, we're doing a tour of... After what happened with the cathedrals a couple of weeks ago, don't get me started on the church scene here. I'm big in the church scene. We're going to see Carson, and Overton take a big step forward and block that one out.
So before the new ball was taken, he was getting a lot of grip from this end, I thought, which is, and the games so far this season, all the turns come from this end, and so I'm interested now with a slightly harder ball, how much he gets, and that was a little bit too full to get anything off the pitch.
Didn't allow the spin to take hold. Overton could sort of hit it on a half volley.
We haven't seen Archie Vaughan bowl as much this
No, he hasn't bowled
so
a lot.
far.
No, well, you've got Leach, who's done the vast majority of the bowling. He did bowl a bit in the first game, didn't he, against Worcestershire in those 200 overs that Worcestershire batted out. He did bowl a fair bit there at the end.
That's a nice length.
Yeah, good leg. Well played as well by Vaughan there. Just watching it onto his bat, well played. But yeah, this is testing a few overs here for Somerset. These two will really want to make sure they're there tomorrow morning. I'm looking forward to coming back here. I'm coming tomorrow. I'm going to cycle in. That's my plan. 20 miles, so start the day off in the sunshine, early morning sunshine. If you are looking to keep up with what's going on in Exmouth, we will bring you some the videos of the wickets in a moment. Somerset currently bowling in Exmouth against Durham women. great to be able to talk about Somerset men playing at Taunton, Somerset women playing at Exmouth. 2 home games going on at the same time. It's a change this season with the Somerset professional setups. Really good.
Yeah, and I think no one really knew what it was going to be like, but it's been such a brilliant start to the season. They've played really well, and the fans have been getting behind both teams. And with the short format yet to start, with the T20s, double headers and everything, I'm sure we're going to have loads more eyes on them, getting to know the team really well throughout the summer.
Let's take a look at some of those wickets. Yeah, there's Charlie Dean. And again, I'm assuming that's the camera rather than the slope. A loopy one, that's going to be caught presumably.
Skelton with the off spinner.
Yeah, Chloe Skelton's bowled an absolute jaffer
on
Tuesday, an absolute unplayable jaffer.
And we had such a good camera angle of it from the one down.
Can we get that?
Colin Atkinson.
Have we got that available? Because I'd love to see that again. Yeah, we're going to try and get that for you. If you missed it on Tuesday, Chloe Skelton bowled what is, for me so far, the Somerset ball of the season.
Yeah, it was an absolute beauty.
Well, there are a few contenders for the men's game, but this one, well, we were so shocked. I think we were sort of speechless when it happened, because she obviously hit a great patch. A bit of movement above this sight screen there is what we're waiting for.
Yeah.
And also lovely bit of turn and took the wicket with it as well, because they don't always hit the wickets. That's the thing, they can just be dot balls, can't they? But this one took the wicket. That's fired straight back at Overton, and it's ricocheted off the non-striker's stumps.
I think he might have got touched on that, but Vaughan's hand was back. He was wary of it.
I think he may well have been a touch on it. Let's have a look.
He got his bat back in the crease, so they still got through for the single off the ricochet.
Bit of field changing here towards the end of the day.
Hudson Prentice, the one that did all the damage of us, Somerset away from home, wasn't he? He had that spell.
A mixture of Hudson Prentice and Hunt, who really cut through Somerset in the game at Hove.
Wow, that's lovely soft hands again.
Yeah, deliberately played downwards, and it's going to run all the way. A really nice shot. Archie Vaughan goes to a new high score in first-class cricket. Overtakes his previous of 68, moves to 69, and he's played that really nice, and it's a shot he's played a few times actually. He's really milking that area.
Under control. He's not done a genuine nick all innings. I don't think he's played it. He's played a really fantastic part here for the 6th and 7th wicket.
Many balls left for him to survive to try and extend his high score tomorrow. 15 balls left now today. .316 for 6 is the score. Vaughan on 69.
I'm trying to work out who's making all the noise in the crowd. I could hear
there's some noisy Sussex fans today.
Is there?
I haven't heard Tractor much today. Has anyone heard Tractor? I haven't heard. Normally, by this time of day, normally he's quite vocal, but I haven't heard him today. But there's quite a few noisy Sussex fans, I think. They do bring it. I remember when Somerset previously were in, when Sussex were in Division 1 before, Sussex always brought some pretty vocal fans. Now let's have a look at this Chloe Skelton wicket then. If you missed this on Tuesday, this was an absolute jaffer. How about this? Yes, please. Clean bowled. How far outside off stump was that ball delivered? Beauty. Let's have another one here. Oh, yeah. Lovely, lovely stuff, Chloe Skelton.
Good leave.
Archie Vaughan leaves that alone.
And this last view's my favourite.
This is the one, isn't it?
This is Cooper Cam. It's our new camera angle. Clipping the bails through the gate. It's an absolute beauty.
I was trying to work out, where are we then? Where's Cooper Cam?
I think it was...
Yep. I see it. It is just on the Ian Botham stand underneath the scorer's box.
There it is.
There he is. Cooper Cam, we got you.
It's not an operated camera, that one we just set up for one end. We have now, with that extra camera, which has been a recent addition, we've now got a static, really high-res camera of both ends, which has allowed sort of those extra angles from both sides, which we would only normally get from the Botham end before.
It really does. It really does improve things.
Have they put a hat on it, or is that someone else? Oh, okay.
Is the camera's not wearing a hat? No, just to confirm that hat is behind the camera. Not the camera's not. We're not worried about the camera's sort of eyes or anything. I guess you could be worried about.
We
the
should do
lens.
that though.
Yeah,
we should
put
add
hats. Put sponsored hats on the.
Yeah, add some fancy dress to the cameras.
Yeah, problem is then you're drawing people's attention to them, and in a T20 that might not be a great idea. I'm sure it's fine in the championship.
What they
game.
did when Jack Brooks was scoring all those runs, we put the headband.
Oh yeah.
Or Scott taking all those wickets. They had the headband on the cameras a couple of years back.
More wickets going on, and the other Somerset game that's happening. Durham is 78 for 5. Skelton's picked up another one. So Somerset doing nicely there.
Oh, that's where short leg comes into play.
No bat involved, luckily enough for Craig Overton, but we can say that an awful lot about him today.
I just wonder if they can bring short fine leg up and a leg slip or something like that as well.
Yeah.
Because he's attacking that pad and turning into the leg side.
Yeah, stepping back away there. I want a single, but I don't know. I think
Might not
risk.
quite be enough pace in it maybe for a leg slip off the pitch, but short leg is definitely in play.
9 balls left today because we've just ticked past 6 o'clock, so it will just be the 96 overs today. Sometimes when you get a lot of spin, you might squeeze in a couple more. Very rarely these days. I've seen a fair bit of spin. As you say, the short leg is in the game. Who is it under the lid there? Can't quite see the number. Could be Allsop or something. Is that right?
Yes, you and your binoculars up here.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's Tom Allsop under the,
is it? Okay.
Under the lid. Quite happy with that. Yeah, these trusty binoculars. They were my granddad's, and now they do an awful lot of looking at cricket players. They probably did an awful lot of that actually when he was around.
Yeah, there's always people in the stands with some binoculars. They're
so
pretty
helpful.
useful from here.
So helpful. I've just been asked by the director today if I'm a future bird watcher. I think they're going to be mainly used for cricket, put it that way. Well, that's the end of that over, which means we have just one remaining today. That's on the big screen showing a few wickets from the women's game, which is good to see. Somerset doing well down in Exmouth. Somerset doing pretty well here as well. I think well, I'm sure they would have taken this at the start of the day, don't you?
Absolutely, yeah.
Happy
I
with
think, I mean, I was out there on the pitch at the beginning and you saw it, and I think because of what happened at Essex, you accepted it's probably going to be a pretty hard track underneath this grass, and but again, you sort of think it's that early. The morning session's crucial, whilst the grass is quite lively, whilst there's a bit in it, and they've got through the day really well. And like you said earlier, it just gets easier the longer you go. And to be 300 up on day one and only 6 down is a fantastic effort. But after being put in, they'll definitely take that.
Well, they'll be certainly thinking about 350, won't they? And probably, hopefully, for them a little bit more than that, as they'll pick up another single here with 4 wickets still in hand. And remember, we're in a slightly weird. It's probably evening itself out a bit now, actually, to be honest, because Gregory and Davey aren't far off from actually coming in a normal lineup. But still, Pretorius yet to bat. He could add runs.
Yeah, and you'd probably like him coming in tomorrow morning. That'd be a good time for him to come in and just and put his hands through some.
Matt Henry, who, if you remember a couple of years ago, he's no mug with the bat at all. And Jack Leach, he does not. He doesn't give his wicket away, Jack. Sometimes he gets out fairly early.
Somerset.
But he can hang on.
One of the things they've had the last sort of decade is a really, really long batting order. It's got them out of trouble a lot.
Yeah. Plus these two now. Archie Vaughan's still going there on 70. Really good work from him today. He'll be absolutely delighted. As long as he walks off that pitch with a star against his name, an asterisk against his number, he'll be absolutely delighted with his day's work and fair play. And I'm sure he will get an extremely good reception.
Yeah.
Well, he's tried to force that one, Overton, but he's picked the fielder once more.
Yeah, I think, it's just been such a crucial knock from these two. And I think with the number of balls that have beaten the bat, there's still, as Somerset watching on, it could so easily go the other way with wickets falling.
Yeah.
there's definitely enough in this if you bowl well to take wickets.
Final ball of the day. Final ball.
And Vaughan will be not out,
Yeah.
which is fantastic on
Well,
70.
He's been run out on the non-strikers end before on his debut. So let's
Yes.
see.
Well
And Craig
played.
Overton survives, and that is the end of a really, really good day of cricket. 317 for 6 is the score. You'd say the game is probably just about in Somerset's favour, but Sussex are not far off bringing themselves right back into it. Plenty of cricket still to come. Good weather forecast for the rest of the weekend. How do you see it then, Jonathan? Who's on top here?
Well, Somerset definitely on top after being put in and racking up 300. The first 10 overs tomorrow, obviously crucial. That's where Sussex will try and come out with a lot of energy to turn the game in their favour. If they can get 4 wickets for less than 350, then it's still in the balance. But I think Somerset, if they can come out with a couple of aggressive bats they've got left, they'll be aiming for 400, and that's a really strong position after a first innings.
Absolutely, especially after you've been asked to bat. Well, I think the round of applause, it will certainly be, well, for all the 13 players who are coming off now, but in particular, and quite rightly, Archie Vaughan will walk off the field first, and I hope he acknowledges the crowd a bit here, because he should be lapping this up. 70 runs, not out. He's been moved down the order through no fault of his own, really. It's more of a positive move for the other players rather than a negative move for him, and he climbs up that new staircase, and he will be very happy, and he will, I'm sure, sleep pretty well tonight ahead of coming back out here on 70 alongside Craig Overton on 22 tomorrow morning. Really, really good day of cricket as far as the bowling goes, and it was, well, a mixture of Carson and Robinson. They took 2 apiece. It's interesting, Robinson the seamer, Carson the spinner, and a couple for McAndrew and Hudson Prentice. So a really good day of cricket. We'll be bringing you more. J-Lo, I think I'll speak for everyone here at Somerset by saying thank you very much for all your hard work on getting things going here on the stream and everything else you've done for Somerset. So thank you.
And thanks for having me.
All the best for the future.
Look forward to watching on.
Don't be a
from here on
stranger.
out. I won't, definitely.
Thank
Thanks
you very
everyone.
much. We will see you tomorrow morning from just before 11 o'clock. Have a great night.
you